Yeah.
War campaign.
Oh yeah, no, that's just the war campaign assholes. They do that kind of thing.
Oh yeah, man, old days right there. That was a video that Pan has put together. A big hail to chat and hail, brethren. We are here another day, another dollar. Well, there's no dollars, but there is another day. Definitely, it is the 19th of October, and this is day 5 of the inquiry for the Public Order Emergency Commission. That's it, the POEC. Public Order Emergency Commission that seeks to ascertain whether or not there was any validation to the Emergency Act being called, which replaced the War Measures Act. In the preamble, it says very specifically that it must respect the Bill of Rights, the Canadian Bill of Rights, which was put together by Prime Minister. You see that, President? Prime Minister Diefenbaker. I need some coffee, man. Prime Minister Diefenbaker back in 1960. I think it took him 30 years to push through, if I remember correctly. And also the Charter of Rights. And also there's an international treaty that cannot be abrogated. How you doing today, brother? How are you, Pan?
Yeah, good morning. Good morning to the chat. Thanks for joining us. Day 5, day 4 of testimony. We heard some wild stuff come out of the doofus Jim Watson yesterday. He said that convoy people were pulling the masks off of mask wearers. He said there were rowdyisms, snow bikers, all sorts of crazy crap. Wondering if it can be that insane today? We'll find out.
Rowdyisms. That's right. You yahoos out there. Hell, the chat. Let me see over here. We got, what did JM say about her? JM. Tracy Smith, I think maybe that's Jeremy McKenzie she's talking about. We got You Need Chai Roast as anonymous. That's right. Elias Fuchs. I'm one of the only sane Ottawans left. And a big hail to all our Diagolonians over here. And we pray for your brother, Jeremy, to come back out. And we pray for all of our brethren who are imprisoned and gagged, whether that's, even today, right? Pat King over there, he cannot speak. You've got Tamara Leach.
Man, you got so many people that have been affected by this in adverse ways. You got McNulty, who's been gagged, Pat King, you got McKenzie sitting in jail. Wow.
I'm worried about Patrick McNulty, actually. And I got to spend a bit of time. I know we're covering all this. I don't know what I'm going to do. I got to get some work done on the weekend, some other stuff going. But there is a lady still here, okay? And this is a doctor, and I've spoken about her before, Dr. Mary O'Connor. All right, and she has been hunted by the CPSO. What is a CPSO? CPSO is all these acronyms. Remember this OTT, the quick response team, QRT. Only because I'm a programmer, I can remember many, many acronyms. But I think this stuff is a bit of a snow job. Mary O'Connor. Mary O'Connor. All right, Mary O'Connor. Crazy. Okay, crazy what has happened to her. Excuse me. Here we go. So let me show you from there's articles about her, okay, in mainstream legacy media, whatever you want to call it. Want to call it CPSO, Connor, Mary, Elizabeth. Suspended as of 23rd December 2021. Education. University of Toronto, it's not on the screen. University of Toronto, 1971. All right, so she graduated in 1971. She graduated, so she's about 30 years. About 75 years old around. I think she was telling me. So around there. And she's been practicing for like 40 years professionally as a doctor. And then because she was writing medical exemptions for people, Mary O'Connor has been, Act. These guys have all conspired together. Men and women have conspired together to take away our rights. And there was a chat message here. Hold on, let me just remove one of these people from the chat. Okay, one of these bots, these sexy
Is it a porno bot?
Yeah, exactly. Here, okay, this is the guy I read earlier today. Well, a few minutes ago. The guy by the lake, he wrote this in the chat. I don't want to watch this theatrical inquiry, but if some of our top officials are willing to publicly lie under oath, then the people of Canada need to watch, listen, and learn. That's the key right there. Yesterday, the greatest thing I saw yesterday, the best, was Mr. Kim Ayotte, who is the General Manager of Emergency Services for the City of Ottawa. I don't know how I'm telling you, it's a good thing I've memorized computer freedom paraphernalia, because otherwise I don't know how to remember all this stuff. But this guy, Kim Ayotte, one of the bald fellows, Kim Ayotte, I'm just going to pull him up. And I just want to put it into context. Mary O'Connor stood up for the people. She was her constituency, her clients, her patients is the word. Her patients as a doctor were some of the most mentally, people who were addicted to drugs in the downtown region, very close to where this Catherine McKenney, her base is, in that exact area where there's drugs all the time being used by the people, openly, needles. And she was treating them. In the last 15 years of her practice, she said, I want to treat these people. I was a general practitioner. I want to treat these people. I'm going to show you who she is here so you can remember her name, Mary O'Connor, okay? And the court, all these mainstream articles, they're not going to show her face. They won't show her. Why won't they show her? They're not going to show her for a reason.
Yeah, they don't want it to look like they're punching down on little old ladies.
Exactly. And this rare foundation being stripped from the Google search results, which is amazing. I love it. This is her over here. I'm going to show you Mary O'Connor. This is her right here. Little old lady. She came to my house here. I got to edit that video and put it up here. I want to put it up on every platform. Just friggin' so many things to do. I got to get... Yay! You got to go get milk for your mom. There's no milk left in the house. Get on your bicycle. Your dad's busy. Go. Good boy. And then, you know what I'm saying? But this has to be done. It's so important to get this story out. And she's living in a trailer because she didn't want to turn over patient files. And the government, CPSO, by the government has hired this is crazy now, but this is real life, a doctor hunter to hunt all the doctors who have refused to intimidate them. Anybody anybody who has written exemptions for patients, all right, so they could get their passport, right, medical procedure passports, they're hunting them. And she's living in a trailer now outside of Ottawa, and I can't say where, all right, because they're trying to get her. This is where we're at. That's why we're doing what we're doing. That's why it's not just internet, YouTube jokes, and I mean, that's what we used to do, parody show, that kind of thing, but this is like serious business at this point. It's impacting people's lives. Patrick McNulty, I haven't even heard from this guy. I keep texting him. He's gone dark. I'm going to check my phone here. But he's gone totally dark. Completely, totally dark. Why? Because they came to his house, and I'm going to show you Patrick McNulty here.
Yes, we interviewed him on the show. Just one of the nicest, just most down to earth dudes you're gonna meet.
This guy, you know him. This guy, right? All right, so we started this, put this together for him, and thank you to the chat. Thank you so much for raising that money and donating and sending that money to him. Trust me, it really affected this guy because. So the police come to his house. So he's the guy standing up. He's like, "Look, ArriveCan is wrong." Police come to his house, arrest him, take him to their police station, and then they say, "You're going to stay here for the next 3 weeks." This is around September 21st, if I remember correctly, approximately, give or take 2 or 3 days. And you're going to be here until October 14th. Now it is October 19th. All right, so think about that for a minute. We're going to arrest you. You're going to put you in here. You're not getting out. You're not getting bail, nothing. You've got to sign all this paperwork saying you're not going to go. You're not going to talk about ArriveCan. And they charge him with criminal harassment against his superiors for putting information out about their policies. Criminal harassment against his superiors. That's what they did to him. They gave him, so he was in jail for a few days. I'm not privy, I can't remember the specifics. All right, he was in jail for a little bit there. And then he said, "Look, I got to see my kids. What do you want me to sign?" So he got out on bail because he's got 2 kids, little kids. Like I got a bunch of kids. Same thing, man. If you're a mother or father, I mean, not being able to see your kids. And he paid a big price, okay? I don't want to get into details, but in, let's say, marital stress for being involved in all this kind of thing. So it impacted his own life heavily being involved over here. And then what do? Charge him with criminal harassment, give him 20 minutes. Because he lived close to one of the people who he was working for, just because it's a small town where they are, and, just happened to be similar streets down the road. You give him 20 minutes, pack this bag, and you got to get out of town. So the police drove him to his house. That was conditions to get out of jail. 20 minutes, pack your bag, and then get out. And then this money right here is $6,000 or so. That money paid for first and last on his new place that he got outside of town. So there you go.
I've never heard of anything like that where they say you have 20 minutes to pack your bags and get out of town. I mean, and this is in a free country. This is insane.
This is what we're living in, man. This is exactly it. And now I can't get in touch with him. I don't know why he's not answering my messages. He's got an Instagram. I don't know what he's doing here. Let's see here. I just want to double check what's going on with this guy. Is this the guy? This doesn't look like it's ex-border cop. That's the one. Let me see what's happening here. Yeah, so he hasn't posted since. All right, this is his last post, September 17th. He put this image up. While McNulty wanted to speak with us, advice from his lawyers was that if he were to do so, he would breach his bail conditions and would be incarcerated. Let me read his text message he sent to me. I'm not logged in with this browser, by the way. Let me see here. It's nasty stuff. And he won't answer my messages now. I don't know what's going on with the guy. And this guy was not doing too well. Let's leave it at that.
Well, yeah, I mean, I imagine, he's, they've done what they could to silence him. They've put some fear into him, so, wow, I just hope the guy is able to move on with his life somehow,
My bail conditions are unbelievably heavy-handed. One of them was to vacate my home immediately. So police stood there and watched me pack a bag of clothes scrambling to find an apartment or something so that I can have my visits with my kids. This is so effed, dude. And I spoke to him after that by voice. I know he's not too far from me. I don't know what's happening. He's about an hour and a half drive, maybe. I don't know what's going on, man. So all this stuff is impacting people. And then you get guys coming out, like yesterday. This is one of the best things. I got to clip it. There's no friggin' time, man. Time in the day. Kim Ayotte. This is the guy who is the emergency services manager for the city of Ottawa. Let me put up his image so you can see what I'm talking about. Just trying out a little bit of tobacco here to smoke. Let me show you here. Kim Ayotte.
It's one of the Baldies we had give testimony yesterday.
A lot of them. This is the guy right here, General Manager of Emergency and Protective Services for Ottawa. This guy. You probably remember him from yesterday. And he, interestingly enough, one of the things that big takeaways for me, and I didn't see too many people talking about it. I want to clip it, put it all together. It's a really good clip, really good video for people who don't have the time to, sit through and watch this. We're doing it, and I'm really happy you're here with us doing this, because what we're going to be able to do is catch all these people out in all their lies. Okay, just like we've seen them now referencing to us as that was Jim Watson, Yahoos, and there's an armada in their own official documentation saying it was an armada. It's incredible. In their own memos. So much redacted information, though, still. I'm not satisfied with the documentation. There's supposed to be a document dump that went on last night. We'll take a look in a sec right now. Kim Ayotte, right over here, testifying multiple times yesterday that the emergency lanes were all open. Okay? Multiple times he said this, that the emergency lanes on all the streets were open. And then, one of the government lawyers starts to say to him, okay, so is it possible that some of the side streets, apart from the major arteries, were not open? He's like, to the best of my knowledge, they're open, but anything's possible. Something along those lines. I'm paraphrasing. So you got a guy who's in charge of emergency and protective services for Ottawa testifying that emergency lanes during the protest from beginning to end were all held open. They were all open. He definitely took credit for some of it, but also granted that the protesters wanted to do that. They cooperated fully. They were trying to do it themselves. So there it is. I mean, I don't know how much more clearer it gets. And that contradicts a lot of testimony, from Mathieu Fleury, from Catherine McKenney, from all kinds of people that we've heard in the media as well. So many people. That's a straight up contradiction. So you got one government body saying, hey, no, that's not the case. That stuff was open. All right, let me read the chat over here while I'll keep this open over here so we don't miss that up. Catherine Rivet, if the Trudeau government gets away with their crap, we'll all be endangered. KGB coming into our homes, taking us away, jailing us for disobeying the rules just because they think they can. I mean, Pan, that was it, eh? These guys are that was a straight up contradiction. This fellow right over here. That was a straight up contradiction.
Yeah. Well, you have the people that want to politicize it, trying to characterize the convoy as a blockade or a siege. And then you have this guy saying, no, they were happy to leave the lanes open that we needed. So
which one is it? That's the question. Which one is it then? Because you got this guy testifying. That's why I need to. Oh, there's only so much time in the day. You know what I mean? If you in the chat want to do that, if you want to get some of those clips, we'll put them up on the channel. We'll show them. I want to get the word out more than anything. It's not about who does it. It's got to get done. I want to have that information out there. That's why I believe everybody who's interested and cares about freedom, who are patriots, we're all on the same team. I don't want to get into, he said, she said, personality.
No doubt.
Personality disagreements. All this stuff is nonsense. Okay.
We've seen that type of stuff in the online comic scene, a lot of drama and, interpersonal conflicts and ego. And we just don't want to get into that at all, in the freedom scene, because it's just too important. It's not stupid, like comic books. This is way bigger. So we want to stay out of that sort of stuff and just do our best to give you the truth that the mainstream media isn't going to tell you.
That's right. Well, I'll say this about comic books and TV shows and movies and film. You can say it's not important, but then you wake up and you say, hey, how come our media is so perverted and degenerate, and then why are our politics? I can't even.
Oh, the culture is very important, but just like the little stupid conflicts between creators and stuff like that, we just want to stay out of that.
Absolutely, brother. We got, let me see here. So we got Mr. Peach. He says real life. That's what it is. Catherine River, thank you for streaming this for us. This is the most important thing for Canadians to watch. And this stuff is available. You can get this if you go to public. If you just type in Public Order Emergency Commission, you can get it and just see it. It's the same as what we're putting up on the screen. Thing here is that we're able to interact. We're able to watch together. We're able to discuss from the comments section, from the chat itself. I'm able to paste. And we're able to notice things. And not to mention, there's so many aspects that are so incredibly boring and debilitating for the soul that I think you need to be with your brethren to just get through it. I know it would be for me, doing this without you, I don't think I'd be able to.
Reading the chat.
Yeah.
You got to read the chat because, they're lively. There's lots of perspectives going on in there. And that's what I like to do during this boring testimony. Just read the chat.
This is interesting. We got a fellow here, the same fellow, the guy by the lake. Okay. And he goes, throw this video up. 3 years ago. Look at this. Man.
Something that...
You see, this is what I'm talking about. Before I get into this is exactly what I'm talking about. If I didn't have this guy here, we didn't have our chat right here.
Right?
How would...
No, the chat is the lifeblood of the freedom movement on YouTube. Like, you guys out there are fueling this. You're giving us inspiration to do what we do. You guys are part of the truth. You guys inform us. We appreciate it. I mean, YouTube is nothing without the chat.
Hail, brother. Absolutely.
A big hail to the chat.
Hail the chat and hail my brethren. H for honor, A for accountability, I for integrity, and L for loyalty. Let's hail freedom together. Let's watch this. This is the guy by the lake. He finds his video. Trudeau lays the groundwork for Never Used Emergencies Act from 2020. Cabinet ministers were calling for the Emergency Act since the start of the pandemic. They needed an excuse. Okay, let's see if I can just get through here. Wow, this is insane. This is crazy.
Something that has been called a last resort could well be the federal government's next move. Sources tell CBC News Ottawa is closer to triggering the Emergencies Act. That is a law never invoked before in this country that would give the Prime Minister and his cabinet special sweeping powers. Vashi Kapelas hosts Power and Politics here on CBC News Network, and she's also been a vital part of our special broadcast every day around the Prime Minister's briefing. Great to see you this morning on our program, Vashi, and thank you for the time.
My pleasure. Nice to see you too, Heather.
So CBC News reporting and has learned, Vashi, that there have been consultations going on with the premiers and territorial leaders about the Emergencies Act. We have talked about how the Prime Minister, the federal government, has been reluctant to invoke that because they've said that existing legislation, like the Quarantine Act, that has been sufficient. What has changed? Why now?
Well, look, I would say that since the beginning of this outbreak, let's say roll back about a month, the Prime Minister has talked about the possibility of using it, the Health Minister as well, other ministers too. But often, as you rightly say, Heather described it as very much so a last resort. What has shifted is that they are in preparation for the possibility of using it. And by that I mean, and I should credit here our colleagues, Catherine Tunney, Catherine Cullen and David Cochran have done a lot of digging into this, but they have essentially, there's a process that they have to start in order to be able to invoke it. They have to send letters to the provinces. They have to consult with the provinces. It has been a subject of conversation in many of the calls, including briefly last night, between all the premiers and the Prime Minister. And so they sent this letter out to the provinces to sort of ready them and get their feedback on it. By and large, and this is, public conversation as well, we've interviewed all the premiers, most of them don't see a need for the invocation of the Emergencies Act at this point. There are some smaller provinces. I would highlight, for example, New Brunswick, the premier there, Blaine Higgs, who in the past has called for it to be invoked. Also, the head of the nurses union, she's asking for it to be invoked. And I'll tell you the primary reason why, Heather. It's all about supply. We've talked about it for days now. The possibility that the supply might run dry of PPE. And they are hoping that the federal government takes sort of a leadership role in trying to figure out how to adequately disperse it among provinces, or if there's a hot spot, to be able to direct it there. At this point, though, provinces by and large are saying, we're not there yet. You don't need.
And what is the chief objection? I mean, we've heard from Saskatchewan, for example, notably, it has been throughout this discussion, Vashi, that this would be a bit of an overreach. It's not necessary, and perhaps what they're doing on the ground provincially is actually the best response. Is that the same sort of argument against it at this point?
Yeah, I think, look, provincial jurisdiction is a big deal for the provinces, certainly, and healthcare is one of the chief items that they have jurisdiction over. There was a feeling among most premiers that they know what their province needs best, and they are able to adequately address the issues that perhaps the Emergencies Act would substitute in for. And so I think that, again, by and large, they just don't want the federal overreach there at this point. But the federal government might have to come at it from a different perspective. If there are certain hotspots that are lacking in PPE and they aren't able to use this current system to address that, then that's where the Emergencies Act would come in. But like you said, and like I said, they have continually described it as a measure of last resort.
Something that has just gone up online, Vashi, cbcnews.ca. Another of our colleagues, John Paul Tasker, has been looking through some government documents, some briefing notes specifically, looking at Canada's response to COVID-19, the evolving response. And the conclusion was it was a slow start. Can you tell us about this new reporting we're just starting to hear about today?
So this is really fascinating. These are a number of documents that were tabled to the Federal Health Committee. The Health Committee and the Finance Committee are two committees that are still meeting during all this virtually. And these are all the briefing notes that the government, and particularly the Minister of Health, was provided with in the sort of lead up to.
That's right. This is 3 years old. This is a 3-year-old video pointed to us by a fellow in the chat. And this is the reason why the chat's so important. It's so important you're here. The guy by the lake. Because it's something, how am I going to know everything? You know, Pan and I don't know everything, believe it or not. No matter how much I tell my children, right?
Yeah, I mean, you just got into this, heavily during the convoy February. So, we've just been doing this for a short time, really.
Yeah, exactly. Let me see a little bit more here.
To what we have been talking about for the past month. And what really, there's so much in there. JP has done such a great job of really getting into the details and trying to get a sense of what was happening behind the scenes as we saw it start to ramp up in China, but hadn't really come here yet. And the main takeaway I took from it was basically around the conception that bureaucrats had and the advice that was being given to the health minister about how bad the virus was, how much it might spread. And what they were saying, and I'm paraphrasing here, was they didn't even think it was human to human transmission at the time, right? That was the advice being provided to the health minister. And when it came to travelers coming from Hubei province and Wuhan, they thought, they were giving the advice, it's going to be too much pressure on our healthcare system, and we don't really have the ability without the Quarantine Act to quarantine everybody and to impose those travel restrictions on them. And so as a result, I think JP highlighted from January 22nd to February 18th, 58,000 travelers arrived in Canada from China. More than 2,000 of them were coming from Hubei province. At that time, you'll remember that was sort of the epicenter of the outbreak. What you also see from these documents is as soon as it left China and hit Iran and Italy, and we did see that human-to-human transmission, we saw more community transmission, the advice definitely shifted. And if you think back to that time, as I was reading through this, you could really see a shift in the government's response as well. We went from talking about repatriating Canadians from Wuhan to what is the risk here in Canada.
Okay, now she's just talking about Wuhan, but this is the video. This is incredible. April 10th, 2020. That's when this thing was put out. Here's a video off of CBC right over here. April 10th, 2020. They're already talking about this. I mean, this is just, I feel like I just lost my virginity again.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a little suspicious.
Wow. I'm that face. That's my face right now. This is literally
what?
This is literally my face right now.
Right?
Order l'autre.
Oh,
Good
here
morning,
we go.
Bonjour. Welcome to day whatever. We're going to take a short break. Council have asked to have a few moments to review one piece of evidence before we start. So we're going to take 15 minutes and we'll start at 9:45. And again, I apologize for the delay, but these things will happen. So we're starting at 9:45 this morning.
We haven't even started and we're taking a
The
break.
commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission
Come
What
on,
is
man.
this?
Come on, man. Are you serious right now? Are you serious right now?
Are the taxpayers paying for this? I mean, what's going
You know
on?
what? We just were about to start, but let's actually just take a break right now. He needs his Timmy's. That's Canadian. I mean, dude, this is my face. This is literally my face forever. This is my face
My
forever.
face RN right now.
Holy crowley, man. I need to light up. This is just... I don't even know what to say. Is this a joke? They got nothing. Actually, we're looking at Diane Deans, I think her name is today. And she is got a reputation for being an absolute lunatic. So it's going to be...
Oh.
Yeah. She's going to be... 60,
Another one?
yeah, she's supposed to be like Cuckoo Cachoo. So that's going to be interesting today. And of course, you can never tell when you see their faces, you know, how on Twitter, right? It's when you see them in RL, well, RL through a video stream, and they do these faces like...
Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, you often can't tell, but sometimes you can on Twitter. You see someone with like blue hair or something like that, you know?
Yeah,
But this lady, she doesn't have blue hair, so a little bit harder to tell.
Let's see a little bit here. I will run for mayor. Oh, by the way, you got to see this. I put this up on my Twitter before we get into that. We'll see Diane Dean's live anyways. Hold on a second here. Here's my Twitter that I put together a couple days ago. RK Paul, if you want to follow me. And Pan, what's your Twitter ad again?
At Pan Soy Child.
At Pan Soy Child. That's soy, as in soy boy. Child. Pan Soy Child. It's a long
That's right.
story. It's a long story. We won't get it. Check this out.
Yeah.
So last night, okay, the Ottawa Police Association came out specifically against Catherine McKenney, which is pretty amazing to me. Let me increase this.
Wow.
Yeah, check this out, okay? Listen to this.
Catherine McKenney has an extensive history of using harmful and misleading rhetoric against police officers. They have a voting record at council supporting proposals that would defund police.
Let me just up the volume here because this is low for some friggin' reason. Here you go.
Catherine McKenney has an extensive history of using harmful and misleading rhetoric against police officers. They have a voting record at council supporting proposals that would defund police. Catherine McKenney's support for the Ottawa Coalition for a People's Budget would lead to the effective withdrawal of police from responding to over 400,000 calls for service by Ottawa residents, all at a time when property and violent crime are increasing. Further, Catherine McKenney has supported incorrect statements and dangerous stereotypes about police. Support of any attempts to characterize Ottawa Police Association members as abusive, racist, and violent are not only wrong, but do not align with the record of millions of calls for service over decades that have been handled with diligence and professionalism by our members. When you are in a position of authority and trust, like the mayor, language matters and leadership matters. Both have consequences for our members and Ottawa residents. I will close with the same message with which I began. The Ottawa Police Association will work as a productive and willing partner with whomever is elected as Mayor of Ottawa. Our members respect the democratic process. We trust Ottawa voters will vest their faith in a candidate whose motives and history reflect a commitment to keep you safe and to support our members doing their jobs. Ottawa is worth protecting. Thank you on behalf of all of us at the Ottawa Police Association.
And I want to take issue with what Catherine McKenney said, calling them, according to this fellow over here, the Ottawa Police Association spokesperson, racist, violent, and abusive. I want to make it clear that I actually saw a lot of colored police officers abusing the public in the Freedom Convoy. So I want to take issue. It's actually a full spectrum. It's a rainbow coalition of abuse by the police. Let me be clear. But I don't think the answer is necessarily defunding the police. I think the answer is probably rooting out the rot of the police and then replacing it with not rot. So maybe that's just me. You know what I mean? I'm not kind of throw the baby out with the bathwater type of guy. I'd like to fix the problem, not just delete the problem. All right, let me see here. We got Deconnect. Pan, can you please repeat your Twitter link? Let me put it in here. It's at PanSoyChild, and mine is at RKPaul. And we got the War Campaign account, War Campaign YT. There you go. Boom. Those are the ones right there. And there's another one here. I want to show you something here. A bookmark. I think I made a bookmark. All bookmarks. I just started this account. Yeah, this is the one. Check this one out, okay?
Have a world-class...
This is amazing. This is Catherine McKinney again. Check this out.
We cannot have a world-class city when we have homelessness. We cannot have a world-class city with a raging opioid crisis that we have. The most important thing that we can do for people is to provide housing. The second is to ensure that we have a safe supply of drugs for people. We know that once we give people a safe supply, they're able to house themselves, they're able to get employment. We've seen it. We have a small number of people in this city who are on a safe supply of drugs, and we see immediate results. We've got to expand that. We've got to ensure that people have what they need in this city to be able to function, and housing is key. You cannot take somebody who is living on the streets, who is suffering from addictions, and not provide them housing.
Okay, so let's just do a double check here on the date. I like to do this because I don't care if they're on the same side as me. Ideologically, I want to know the source, okay? Because I'm sorry, old school habit, check the source, you know, because otherwise you can be manipulated, okay? This is Leadership for a Livable Ottawa, Glebe Association. You see, I just type whatever and then it just fills it in for me. That's what I like to do. Here we go. Eventbrite. Leadership for Livable Ottawa. Let's see if we can get the video feed. Here we go. One day ago. Rogers TV often puts community TV up. There it is. Rogers TV, one day ago. Let me get the details here. Streamed one day ago. You can view the entire video over here. 18 hours ago. Candidates. Bob Chiarelli, Noor Kadri, Catherine McKinney, and Mark Sutcliffe engaged in debate moderated by CBC journalist Joanne Cianello. So there you go. So this is from this. This is from this. Yeah, there it is. There she is. Let's see here.
I like how she says, give them drugs, and then they'll go find a job.
Sites that are transit, that are government owned, that we can use.
Yeah, so she basically wants to defund the police, in other words, and then give out drugs to the homeless. Let me tell you something, right? On 310 St. Patrick, where they were doing this United People of Canada Community Association run by this fellow over here. Right? If you remember this occurrence over here, this is another...
Tupac.
Right, Tupac. If you remember this right over here, this guy, okay? Good looking fellow, right? Mr. Comer. All right, really good looking dude, by the way. Very, very handsome dude. And he was running this community association. All right, Tupac, you see the hat? And what did they do to him? What did they do to their crew? And don't get me wrong, they played into the mainstream media extravaganza, all right, that they did. It's a psychological... Go ahead, Pat.
They tried to kill Tupac. You know, they ran him out of town. You know, they're trying to purchase the church there. And they were run out of town by the liberal local media and a handful of leftist foot soldiers from TikTok.
Okay, so there you go. You got these leftist media soldiers, right? Operatives, whatever word you want to call them. Bottom line is, that place where they built this community association, there was a heavy use of drugs. And that's where she's from, right there. Very, you know, maybe it's not the exact part, or maybe, I think it's Mathieu Fleury's. So her and Mathieu Fleury are next to each other. They're wards, or whatever they're called, the regions that they're dominions of control.
District?
That's probably the right word, district. And, but they want to create free drugs for these people. They want to give them free drugs and they want to defund the police. And then my kids saw Okay, people shooting up. Come here, kid. Watch. Hear from the source. Come here. This is not. I haven't talked to him about it. All right. You didn't shower today?
No.
Go and shower today. Listen to me. Talk about. Remember you saw that dude using those drugs on that church steps?
Yeah.
Explain it. What did you see? And don't use any swears.
Well, which one? Well, I know one of them. He had. It was like like a homeless. He had like this weird red dot in his eye, and he was looking like twitchy eye kind of. Remember last time?
What was he doing?
He was sitting there having drugs. I think it was at that point I think he was smoking a cigar or something, a cigarette I think or something.
Right. But what did we see on the ground? What was he using? Remember he's putting something into his arm.
He had like I don't know.
That's a needle.
Or something.
Remember I told you can't stand on the grass because they're throwing the needles everywhere. Anyways, go and take a shower. You're dirty. You smell. Anyway, so yeah, exactly. But these guys were injecting needles right there, and it's just horrible, man. And there's needle pickup, community association groups that pick up all the needles. And now you're telling me you want to give free drugs? This is what they want to do. They want to do to Ottawa downtown what they did to Vancouver. Okay, you know what they're trying to do? I'll tell you what they're trying to do. They're trying to destroy the West from the inside out. Institutional.
I live in the state of Oregon, and everyone knows what they've done to Portland. You know, they decriminalize drugs just like McKinney wants to do, it seems like. And, you know, it's disgusting.
She doesn't even
the city is ruined.
It's not even decriminalizing drugs. She wants to give them their drugs that they need.
She wants to give them out.
She wants to give them out like they're candy.
She said, we want to give them drugs so that they can go find a job. Where's the logic there? If you give people drugs, you think they're just going to go look for work? You think they're going to go find a job? No, they're going to sit around and do drugs. It's crazy.
Yep. So this is exactly leadership. And I want to tie this all together quickly because you're going to get started, okay? So I'm going to be very fast here. But I want to tie it together because I want to give you a brain dump, all right? Because my brain is percolating like a coffee maker. I need milk. Take your bike and go and get milk.
Milk?
Get on your bicycle.
For what?
What do you mean for what? Buy milk. Buy a bag of milk.
Okay.
Good boy. And then you come home and you take a shower. Mayoral powers. Okay, Ontario. So this is incredible. I'm going to tie it all together very, very quickly. There is this thing. They are trying to create new extensive mayoral powers. Strong mayor legislation. Strong mayor powers. They've been talking about this for a while, not just recently. So this is September 8th, 2022. Okay, what is this thing here? Ontario gives Ottawa, Toronto strong mayor powers as bill passes legislature in the Ontario at Queen's Park, their legislature, their parliament, whatever. The city's next mayor will be able to veto certain bylaws, but as a province makes a bid to get housing more quickly. So under the guise of getting housing built more quickly, we are going to give fiefdom powers to Ottawa and Toronto mayors. And at the very same time, we are going to significantly push these ideologically driven, I would say, what would be the word here that I can say without getting immediately deleted from YouTube? Ideologically possessed, anti-social, anti-life, anti-family, anti-normalcy policies, you know, anti-social cohesion policies, loony policies, whatever you want. I don't know what word you're going to use here, but that's what they want to do here. So you're going to give these new powers. I love this picture of this guy. He is such a scum bag. We got Ontario passes strong mayor legislation giving Toronto, Ottawa mayors veto powers. At the very same time we're doing that, and then you've got these radical, ideologically possessed candidates running and supposedly in the lead in Ottawa and Toronto. So what does that mean? You tell me. What is that? Anti-humanitarian, says the guy by the lake. There you go. You kind of see what I'm doing here? I kind of put it all together there because like my brain's percolating and I'm connecting the dots. You know that guy there in that meme? He's like connecting all the
right. All the equations are popping up. Here we go.
The commission has reconvened. La commission reprend.
Good morning again. Rebonjour. I take it there's a witness ready to go. Russo?
Morning, Mr. Commissioner.
Yes.
Commission Counsel would like to call as their next witness.
If you could introduce yourself for the record.
Yes, Jean-Simon Schernholz, Commission Counsel, and our next witness is Councillor Diane Deans.
Councillor Deans, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
I will affirm.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
My name is Diane Deans, D-I-A-N-E-D-E-A-N-S.
Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thanks. Good morning, Councillor Deans.
Good morning.
So, Councillor Deans, I understand that you're a city councillor with the City of Ottawa,
I am.
and you were chair of the Ottawa Police Services Board during kind of the events of January, February, earlier this year, up until February 16th, correct?
Correct.
You had an interview with Commission Counsel on August 16th of this year,
I did.
and I'll pull up WTS 6010, and this is a summary of your interview, correct?
Correct.
You had an opportunity to review that summary.
I have.
Do you have any corrections?
I do not.
Okay. And so we'll put that summary into evidence. Councillor Deans, I understand that the Ottawa Police Services Board, which I'll refer to as the OPSB or the board, it's a 7-member civilian oversight body for the OPS, correct?
That is correct.
And the city appoints 3 councillors to that board and one resident,
Correct.
and then the province appoints another 3 of those members.
Right.
Okay. And you were the chair of the board during the relevant period.
I was.
Okay. So I want to start by getting a sense of what was known to the board prior to the convoy's arrival. I understand that the board was regularly briefed by OPS leadership, and that you personally, as the chair, also had regular communications with OPS leadership.
That's right.
How often would you speak to Chief Slowly, for example?
Daily, sometimes multiple times a day.
I understand that from your witness summary that you were first briefed on the incoming Freedom Convoy by Chief Slowly and John Steinbeck, Executive Director of Strategy and Communications for OPS, on January 24th. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
And what do you recall about the information that was relayed to you during that briefing?
It was the first indication that I had that this was happening, and I hadn't been following it in the media, so it was the first time I sort of took stock that there was this convoy rolling across the country heading to the nation's capital. So it was basically, we know about this, we're working with intelligence agencies to gather information, they're coming at us, and we're preparing for them to arrive on Friday.
And was there any information provided at that time about kind of how significant the number of trucks would be or how long they intended to stay?
I don't believe, the timeline's a little fuzzy in my head, but I don't believe at that very first briefing they had that much detail. They just sort of conveyed to me that this was happening. There was a council meeting on the 26th. I had asked the mayor if we could come to council and brief council on it when we were getting more information, but he said no. So I called a meeting of the board on the 26th when there was more information shared.
Okay. And we'll get to that meeting in just a little bit. Before going to that, I'd like to go to OPS 402978. So this is a copy of a of a briefing by Deputy Ferguson that was, if you scroll down to the bottom, please, just a little up. Up. Okay, so this is an email from Deputy Ferguson to Kim Ayotte forwarding information that was provided to the board. So you see here it says, below is in the third line, below is the information we are sharing with our board. So if we can go down over here, perfect, thank you. And you'll see it says, the purpose of this email is to update you on a trucker convoy scheduled to arrive in Ottawa beginning Friday, January 28th. This will be a significant and extremely fluid event that could go on for a prolonged period. And this, again, was on January 25th. Do you remember this information being just provided to you at that time? And what was your understanding of significant and extremely fluid event that could go on for a prolonged period?
Well, it's interesting because, I was starting to watch what was happening coming across the country. I was aware that there was large trucks. I was aware that, they seemed to be picking up some steam as they rolled across the country. I was aware of this unique situation where they were gathering a lot of money through a GoFundMe site. So, I understood that it was coming at us quickly and that it was different than things had, we see a lot of protests in Ottawa. Everyone that lives here knows that. But this one did feel different. And, it could go on for a prolonged period. I had discussed with Chief Slowly that possibility. And what I recall Chief Slowly saying to me is that he would be very surprised if they were still here on Monday.
Do you remember when he would have told you that?
Yeah, it was on the Thursday, so I guess it was this day, the 25th, because I had phoned him several times, and the more I was watching this, the more concerned I was getting. And he said to me, "What are you so worried about?" And I told him just what I told you, the number of trucks, the size of those trucks, the amount of money that they have, and he said that he would be surprised if they were still here on Monday.
And based on what you just said, is it fair to say that this kind of messaging around significant and extremely fluid event that could go on for a prolonged period, you just said there's a number of protests in Ottawa. Is it fair to say that this messaging was something different than what you were used to?
Yeah, I think this is different. I think that there was a recognition that this was unique among demonstrations. I don't think we knew how unique it was going to be in the end, but I think there was, just watching the whole thing unfold as it moved across the country was something that we really hadn't seen often.
We heard earlier this week from Steve Kanellakos that in the advance of the convoy's arrival, the city had received information from a local hotel association advising that protesters were booking stays of 30 days and that had been forwarded to the OPS. Did the OPS ever kind of work this information into any of the briefings for the board?
No.
So did the board have any information on this at all? Were they notified?
No.
Okay, so I'd like to pull up OPB 401257. So these are the minutes of that first board meeting on January 26th. This is a public meeting. So you called this special meeting, correct?
Correct.
And during that meeting, the board was briefed by Chief Slowly and his deputies?
Yes.
And I understand this meeting was called on short notice. Why did you feel the need to call this meeting at this time?
As I said, I had asked the mayor to allow us to come to council and share that information through the council process and include the board members. He didn't want to do that, so I still felt that it was important, based on what I was hearing and seeing, that we provide an update to the board and that they have an opportunity to ask any questions they had.
Okay. So I'd like to go to page 2. And if we go down to the first kind of substantive paragraph here, it says, second sentence, they being the OPS, indicated that there was a coordination of intelligence between agencies, and the service noted expecting that the Freedom Convoy would arrive in Ottawa as early as Thursday and likely to remain through Sunday. I'd like to just look at another quote and then get your thoughts. So at the third paragraph, it says, operational plans in place had been informed by threat and risk assessments. The service advised that they had been in contact with demonstration organizers, and the information suggested that it would be a fluid event that could go on for an extended period. The number of people involved was not known. So were you able to these two kind of statements seem a little bit different in tone. Was any information provided that would allow you to reconcile them?
I did speak to Chief Slowly about this, and he didn't share the intelligence information with me, but he did tell me that he did not feel that anything that they were receiving through intelligence channels would lead them to believe that this was other than a protest that would come and go in a typical fashion.
And when he advised you of this, this was during a one-on-one call or during a board meeting?
During a one-on-one call.
Okay. I'd like to go to the third page and the second paragraph on that page. So it says, the service noted that their priority was to maintain safety of the demonstrators, their members, and the community as a whole. The unpredictable nature of an event such as this was referenced. To what extent did the OPS brief the board on its operational plans during this first meeting?
They did not provide the board with a detailed operational plan. In fact, we never saw a detailed operational plan throughout until close to the very end. We were given assurances that there were operational plans in place to address the situation.
And was here it talks about the priority being to maintain safety of the demonstrators, their members, and the community as a whole. Did the board inquire as to whether there was a plan to ensure their egress from the city at that time?
I can't recall.
Okay. And at this juncture, before the convoy arrived, did the board request that it be briefed with the OPS's operational plan?
The board was asking about the plan. I don't know that we ever asked for a detailed briefing. I know I had conversations with Chief Slowly about the plan, and my impression of what he was saying to me is that they didn't want to share too much detail, but they were providing assurance that there was planning in place.
Would it be fair to say that at this juncture, the board wasn't asking to see that?
Yeah, I think as the protest went on, the board became more interested in a lot more of the details of the planning.
And in this passage that I read, the second paragraph, it sets out what the priorities are. To what extent did the board have an opportunity to direct the OPS as to its priorities with respect to this event?
We discussed the high-level priority, which was that, we recognize the right of protesters to come to our city and protest in a peaceful way, that we recognize the volatility of this situation. We recognized that our number one goal is that there would be no serious injury or loss of life to anyone.
And so, as chair of the board, did you feel that the OPS, or that the board had an opportunity to provide input into those priorities ahead of the convoy's arrival?
I think we were simpatico with the service on what those high-level priorities were.
Okay. Let's go to the fifth paragraph on this page. So the one that starts with a question. It says, a question was raised regarding actions that would be taken should a highway or other major route be blockaded. The service explained that there are a number of considerations when faced with unlawful activity, and that their reaction will depend on whether the blockades create a large public safety risk. It was further noted that access to certain sites would be limited and that the OPS plan had been put together to enable maximum flexibility with layers of scalable resources. Was the board briefed on whether the OPS's plan would allow or restrict access to the downtown core?
I don't believe that question specifically was asked until after they got here and we started seeing what was happening, unfortunately. But you can see here what we were told, that it was, flexible layers of scalable resources and maximum flexibility, but I don't think we got into the details of that. And soon after their arrival, I started asking those questions, like, why did we let them in here? Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Do you know, again, at this juncture, were you briefed on any contingency plans in the event that the protesters didn't leave at the end of the weekend?
I think that we were aware there was possibility that they wouldn't all leave, but listening to the chief, the probability was that they would. So and the chief was also telling me that we had negotiators speaking with representatives of the convoy, and he was conveying to me that they were representative of about 70% of the people that were here, and that not 100%, so that even when there was discussions, there was some potential that what they were learning wasn't necessarily always going to take place. So I think there was the sense that things could be different than the anticipation.
And were you satisfied that if it didn't go as expected and some either remained or most remained, that there was a plan in that event?
Yeah, I think the level of detail I had is that they were working with the organizers and that they believed, or maybe it was hopefulness, I don't know, but I had the impression that they believed that they were going to leave.
I understand that during this meeting, the OPS advised the board that it had a staffing plan for this event. Were any resourcing concerns communicated at this juncture?
Not to the best of my recollection.
And do you know whether there were any contingency plans if resources became overwhelmed?
My impression is that there's a sense at the OPS that being the nation's capital, we've seen a lot in terms of large-scale events in this city, and generally speaking, there is coordination with the other policing agencies that occupy space in the city of Ottawa, and that kind of thing would continue in this. But in terms of looking for extraordinary, assistance, at this point, that wasn't being discussed.
Okay. I'd like to pull up OPP 401494. So this is a Provincial Operations Intelligence Bureau Situational Awareness Bulletin dated January 26th. So this is the same day as this board meeting. And we'll go to the third paragraph on the left side there. So it says, once in Ottawa Freedom Convoy 2022, organizers have stated an intent to remain at Parliament Hill until the federal government concedes to repeal all COVID-19 public health restrictions and mandates. Organizers have indicated they are planning to stage disruptions that may gridlock areas around Parliament buildings and parts of Ottawa. There is no express departure date for when participants will disperse or the action will end. And I expect that we'll be hearing this afternoon, I believe, that that Chief Slowly and some members of the OPS referred these reports from the Bureau that would contain this kind of intelligence. Were you or the board ever provided with this kind of intelligence, or even kind of a high-level summary of this type of intelligence?
No.
And this, the first board meeting on the 26th, that was a public meeting, correct?
Correct.
And neither you nor Chief Slowly requested that there be an in-camera portion?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that more information could have been provided had there been an in-camera portion?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I didn't know about this information, so didn't know what to ask for, but, hindsight's a great thing. But in hindsight, yeah, I would have liked to have this information and would have liked to know about it.
And are you able to explain, was there some rationale to why it was felt that there was no in-camera session necessary at that time?
My initial goal for that meeting on the 26th was to share the information that was available. Of course, I didn't have the benefit of knowing what information was available, apparently. So, I didn't know that there was perhaps some intelligence information that could have been shared. I guess I really had the impression from Chief Slowly that intelligence information was not to be shared. So maybe a lesson learned there, but that I had the impression intelligence information is kept in very close proximity to the people on a need-to-know basis, and that it's not generally shared.
So was your understanding that the board wouldn't, even in camera, wouldn't necessarily be entitled to this kind of information?
My impression is this information was not going to be shared with the board, what they were receiving intelligence. I mean, Chief Slowly was telling me things like, we're not getting any messages from intelligence agencies that it's other than protests. We expect them to be gone on Monday. That's what the message I was getting.
Okay. And what led you to come to the conclusion that the board wasn't entitled to receive this kind of information?
I guess I took Chief Slowly at his word.
had he requested for an in-camera portion that day, would you have been amenable to that?
Of course.
Okay. So I understand from your witness summary that it's during that first week that you realized that the protest was turning into something that was more prolonged. How did you reach that assessment?
Well, a lot of the protesters did leave on Sunday night, but the expectation was a lot more of them were going to go than actually vacated the parliamentary precinct. And Chief Slowly was telling me that they had negotiators, they were talking to them, they were still hopeful that they were going to clear out. And I think it was really about the Thursday that the conversations had broken down, and it appeared that there were more people coming back on that second weekend, that it really resonated with me that perhaps it was a bit of wishful thinking that they were going to be able to get this wrapped up and gone after that horrific first weekend. And then the thought of going through a second weekend with more people, wreaking havoc in our neighborhoods in the downtown core was disturbing.
Who had told you that conversations had broken down?
Chief Slowly.
And is that communications between the PLT and the protesters? Is that
yes.
What you believe he was referring to?
Yes.
So you had this first meeting on January 26th. From January 27th through the first week and the first weekend, through the first week, the board didn't meet again until the next Saturday, February 5th, correct?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
And why is that when you called the next meeting? Why not earlier?
So there was some conflict. I was being advised by some people that I needed to limit the number of meetings that we were calling because police resources were stretched thin, and every time I called a meeting, it took a whole lot of police resources off the street and off the front line, and that they needed to prepare for that. It was a time-consuming endeavor. So we needed to package up the questions that we had and filter them through the communications department at police to try and give as much flexibility to police to do their primary job, which was to try and shut down the occupation of our city. So I was trying to be respectful of that, but also I was in touch with Chief Slowly a lot. I was communicating with board members and with members of council as they requested. But the vice chair of our board, Sandy Smallwood, who's been on the board a lot longer than I had and has connections across the country, one of the things that he was doing was speaking with other experts in the field of police governance and talking about what we needed to be doing as a board. And Sandy and I were talking regularly about that because, we're finding our way in something, I'd never been through something like this before, and it was new to us. And we were very concerned. We're cognizant of what happened in Toronto with the G20, very aware of the Borden report. I read the Borden report again through that process, and we wanted to make sure that we were doing things properly. And so Mr. Smallwood was in touch with Professor Andy Graham at Queen's University. He was in touch with Alec Mukherjee, who had been the chair of the Toronto Police Services Board. He was in touch with other experts across the country. And Sandy and I were talking frequently about this. And on the Saturday morning, we had this conversation about the depth of questioning that we as a board were doing. And I decided at that point that I needed a lot more detail about what the resource requirement was, because the board is an oversight body. It has very limited roles. But what we need, our primary mandate is to ensure adequate and effective policing in the city of Ottawa. And I wasn't feeling comfortable that we were meeting that test. And so I decided that I needed to call an emergency board meeting on that Saturday to put really a simple question to the chief, and that was, what do you need? What will it take to end this occupation of our city? And that was the purpose, that was sort of the sole purpose of that meeting, to get to the heart of the resource issue and what it would take for us to restore peace to our city.
And we'll get to that February 5th meeting in a little bit. Who is advising you not to overimpose on the police by not calling too many meetings?
Well, the police and their communications people. I listened to Serge Arpin's testimony the other day, where he noted he had also suggested to me that we not call a lot of board meetings because it was consuming resources that were needed elsewhere.
So I'd like to go to OPB 401624. So these are notes from a February 1st briefing of the board by Chief Slowly and Deputy Bell. Do you remember this briefing?
Vaguely.
There's a lot of them. Mm-hmm. Was it typical for the board to receive this kind of briefing outside of regular board meetings?
At that point, yes. I mean, we were kind of finding our way in terms of not taking up too much time and making sure that we were getting the information that we felt we needed in the performance of our oversight role.
Okay. If we can just go down a little bit on the first page. Okay, the fourth bullet down says some resources have returned to GTA, but more resources retained from Peel, Hamilton, and OPP, more specific requests to OPP and RCMP. So, my understanding is that whenever the OPS would receive additional resources from another police force, you were responsible for signing the memorandums of understanding.
That's correct.
Okay. And how these resources that are mentioned, and again, this is February 1st, at this stage, can you maybe just describe the numbers and how long they were generally staying for?
Yeah, it varied. There were a lot of police agencies that were offering to assist the city of Ottawa. There was Hamilton and Peel, I think Toronto, Cornwall. There were a lot. And they were coming and going. They were freeing up resources as they could. And some of them would stay for a week. Some of them would stay for a number of days. We were taking what we could get because we were in need of all of the help we could get at that point. And so there were other events that would take them back. For example, the convoy decided to go to Toronto, and that, I think it was the second weekend. And so a lot of the GTA resources that had come to Ottawa got sucked back out of Ottawa to help with the City of Toronto.
Okay. And in terms of the significance of the amount of officers, can you speak to that generally?
Well, we were grateful for the help that we were getting from those other policing agencies. But this was, I think, the first, and it was the 5th, when I had actually really drilled down with Chief Slowly in that meeting that I called a special meeting and said, we need to know exactly what this is going to take to end this occupation of our city. And I need to see detail on that, like what is it, who is it, and you need to lay that out. And I think that was a turning point.
Okay. I'm interested here when it says more specific requests to OPP and RCMP. This was, as you mentioned, prior to that board meeting on the 5th, prior to the letter that you and the mayor sent out to the province and the feds. So what kind of requests at this time were being made of the OPP and the RCMP?
Well, they were, I guess that was my issue. They were more vague in that Chief Slowly, and I can't exactly remember the timeline, you probably have it there, but Chief Slowly had made a comment that there may not be a policing solution. I can't recall what day he said that.
I believe it's the 2nd, but
the 2nd.
I'm sure we'll have that somewhere.
Okay. He had made that comment, and it sort of sent a ripple through the city and the downtown core and a lot of observers of what was happening there, because it wasn't entirely understood, but it was alarming that the chief of police is saying there may not be a policing solution to this situation. And I guess what I took it to mean is that there wasn't a policing solution locally with OPS. I mean, OPS it's a city police service. It does community policing and emergency response and a lot of other things. And certainly it involves itself in large-scale events because we're the national capital and we have over time. But we hadn't seen something like this before. It was clearly different, had a different flavor. The whole thing was not like anything anyone had seen in the city before. And I think it had become clear to Chief Slowly that we did not have the resources inside Ottawa Police, nor did we have the expertise in terms of, setting out a real plan on how you're going to get this tiger by the tail inside police. We just hadn't had much experience with this. And so that's what I took from what Chief Slowly is that we're going to need a lot of help. And that's what I took him to mean from that.
You mentioned needing kind of external expertise. Is that something that Chief Slowly said to you? Or was it just your assessment?
I came to that conclusion. I can't specifically say to you he specifically said that to me, but I got there in terms of understanding that. And maybe it was later, because once the RCMP and the OPP embedded into our command center and they had a joint command structure where they brought with them those kinds of resources, we were starting to see things coming together.
Okay. So coming back to this briefing, so I understand it as Chief Slowly is advising you and the board that more specific requests were being made to the OPP and the RCMP, correct?
Correct.
But you're not clear on exactly what those requests were that were being made?
I think they were just saying we need help. But my issue when I called that meeting later that week on the Saturday was we needed to enunciate what that was.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Is it at this point that that the board was advised that more resources were necessary? Is this around the time, first time the board was advised?
I think so.
Okay, if we can go to page 6 near the bottom of that page. Okay, so just going up just a tiny bit. Okay. So there's a question asked, if there was legal authority issued around a court order for removal, what would be the threshold for removing trucks and people, large conglomerate of people and vehicles? And then my understanding is Trish responds, indicated earlier on that we had a number of OPP commanders involved with previous occupation events. Consistently what we are hearing, an injunction is an option on the table. Everyone we have spoken to, we are not feeling that an injunction is the best way to go. Clear indication that injunction might be the worst way to go. We will keep all options on the table and will be able to justify using or not using them. So do you know who made this statement?
I think it was Trish Ferguson.
Do you remember this discussion about an injunction at this time?
I don't remember specifically Trish answering this, but you know, I know there was a lot of discussion around an injunction.
Okay. And
there was a lot. I mean, it's interesting now you put it in front of us. There was a lot going on here. It was a whirlwind for 20 days, and it's hard to remember every single thing that every person said in order. So it's nice we have notes.
Absolutely. And I'm interested in, here there's a statement that an injunction might be the worst way to go. I'm wondering if you have any insight into what that meant.
I phoned David White, who is the city solicitor, and to talk about the issue of an injunction, because it was one of the tools that occurred to me that was in the toolbox that could provide some help. And I had that conversation with David, and it went a bit like this. It was like...
Well, I'm not necessarily interested in the content of the conversation.
Okay.
Yeah, there's solicitor-client privilege potentially here,
okay.
So just tread carefully, please, Council.
Absolutely.
Just for the Ottawa Coalition, I believe solicitor-client privilege has been waived already on a considerable amount of the advice from Mr. White to City Council. We do have his memo. Wouldn't this be a subject matter upon which there's already been solicitor-client waived?
Mr. Commissioner, the one memo was legal information. Mr. White deliberately did not mark the document solicitor-client privilege because he didn't intend privilege to apply. So there's been no waiver. We have been very reasonable in our redactions where Mr. White was acting as part of the city leadership team, well, not officially, but an important person providing strategic or tactical advice. We have released that. Where there's legal advice, though, there's been no waiver.
Mr. Commissioner. Okay, well, I think we're got into a bit of a dispute here, so we'll try and get it organized in a proper way. So firstly, what is being sought, and are you intending to pursue this?
My intention was with the question was just to understand what was said at this meeting. My understanding is that Mr. White was not the person answering this question. So that was my intent for this particular question.
Okay, so what you're trying to understand is what was the result of that meeting?
Was what the meaning of, an injunction might be the worst way to go, which was apparently communicated in this briefing, what that meant.
What she understood from that, and
exactly.
Not to relate the specific statements by
Correct.
The lawyer.
Correct.
Is that fair? Is there any objection to that?
None, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay. Any problem with that? I see you're standing.
Yes, sir. To my friend's positions, and based on what has been said, I'm probably going to go there in my own examination, but I would just like to point out this. I understand that the police service board or police commission has their own legal counsel. It's not Mr. White. There's no solicitor-client relationship between this witness and Mr. White, and in my respectful submission, as a result, there's no issue with privilege. Further, if it was a personal solicitor-client relationship, if the witness would like to waive solicitor-client privilege, that's her prerogative.
Okay.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. So I think Oh, sorry, yes?
I'm sorry.
You can remain seated. It's probably better for the microphones. As long as I can see you, I'm happy.
I do have a concern in my submission. Privilege, if there was privilege was waived. There is considerable documentation. There are memos from Mr. White. There is a witness statement from Mr. White, and it may be that although this witness may not go further, it may well be a subject on which there will be cross-examination, because once you open that door, you can't close the door again and say, well, I'm only going to give you this, but I won't answer that question.
Okay. I think there's a real issue around this also with respect to the testimony of the mayor. I think you talked about this subject, I believe, also. So what I'd suggest is council can discuss this. At this point, it's academic. I understand what you're saying about it may come up in cross. So I'd suggest council and the commission council discuss this at the break or at the lunch, because it should be discussed before the cross-examination. And certainly there has been a lot of talk about legal opinions, but I'm not going to go much farther at this point. It's a question of what the city is going to, the position the city will take, and if that could be cleared up over the break or the lunch, that would be appreciated. Okay? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Maybe then if I could just broadly answer your question. I think that the part that says there was a clear indication that an injunction might be the worst way to go, I think they were referring to the concern if they wrote an injunction in a way that it was denied by a court.
Okay, thank you. If we can go to the next page, near the bottom of that, page 7. There was a question here, can you put boundaries, protect their right to protest but limit where they can go? And the answer is very little. Do you recall who said this during this meeting?
I think it might have been Chief Slowly.
And what was your understanding of the reason that there was very little that could be done to limit access to further vehicles wanting to enter the downtown core?
There seemed to be a view that there was a charter right to allow those vehicles into that area. And also, I had taken that up with the city manager, Steve Kanalakis, in an email exchange I did with Mr. Kanalakis. And he said that there were no other places for the vehicles to go, basically. So that seemed to be their view, those sort of conflicting views, but the two that I had heard at the time why the vehicles were there.
Thank you. I'd like to go to document ONT 401120. And we'll go to the bottom of that document to provide the context, just the very bottom. So moving up from there. So this is just to kind of provide you the context. So my understanding is that on February 1st, Krista Ferraro, who's the executive director of the board, correct?
Correct.
Had a call with Lindsay Gray. And who's Lindsay Gray?
She, at the time, was the board advisor from the Solicitor General's office.
And there was a call on February 1st and about operational decisions. Were you on this call? Do you remember this?
I don't believe I was on that call.
Okay. If we can just go up to the top then of the document. So this is an email from the Solicitor General's office advisor, Lindsay Gray, to Ms. Ferraro, and it provides some citations, I guess, from the Morden report. Do you remember seeing this?
Yes.
Okay, and so do you know what the context was for Ms. Ferraro reaching out to to the board advisor on this?
The board was very cognizant of our role as an oversight body, and we really had the problems that the Toronto Police Services Board had gotten into during the G20 in the forefront of our mind. We didn't want to go down the same path and make the same mistakes. So we were trying to, in real time, I guess, learn from that and seek as much advice as we could about our role and the art of the possible, what we were allowed to do, where that line was. And, it might be a little bit foggy to some people, but Morden shed a lot of light on it in their report. And it's a valuable document, and we wanted to understand the Solicitor General's interpretation of some of that.
So it's fair to say that during this first week, you and the board were trying to come to a full understanding of what your role was in this kind of situation.
Yes.
And maybe at a high level, could you, what were the key takeaways that you can recall of what the board's role was?
So the Morden report basically is sort of a guideline for what happens in this kind of a large event situation, large scale situation, and where that line between the oversight and the operations is. And I think what Morden was pointing out, and my understanding is the board cannot direct the chief in terms of operations, but the board can certainly ask questions about the plan, the details of the plan. The board can ask questions about the resource requirements, what the service needs, and the board can work to assist the service in those areas. And so, all of that with the backdrop of our mandate is to ensure the provision of adequate and effective policing. So we were in this situation trying to learn from the Morden report and make sure that we were ultimately fulfilling our oversight role.
Thank you, that's helpful. Was your understanding also that the board had a role in setting priorities and objectives in the context of a large event?
Yes, yes.
Great. Saved me time. I'm not having to read a quote, so that's good. If we could just go to ONT 0001112. So this is just an email a week later. Mr. Sueda, I believe, one of the board members, I guess, had heard, if you can go right to the bottom to the first email in the chain, had heard that this engagement between Ms. Ferraro and the advisor had taken place and was asking to be briefed. Do you know why kind of the information wasn't provided to the whole board from the outset?
I would suggest to you that there was, it was just a resource issue. Our board office has an executive director and one administrative assistant, and there was an awful lot coming at that board office during this, and I think it was just a resource issue.
Okay, I'd like to go to OPB 50424. So this is on February 3rd, and it's an exchange between you and Chief Slowly. So if we could go to the first part of the exchange, keep going down to the next, yeah. So this is an email from you to the chief. And my understanding is that you are offering him support in securing additional resources. Do you recall that?
Mm-hmm.
And then if we go up to Chief Slowly's response, he responds that the OPS is making efforts to secure additional resources from the RCMP, OPP, and municipal services, and he's encouraging the board to use their influence to do the same. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And it may be that you've already given me the answer, but what kind of resource requests did you understand were being made at this time?
This was for additional, mostly boots on the ground officers. Yeah.
Okay. And those were requests being made directly from the OPS to their policing counterparts at the OPP and the RCMP?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how many officers were being requested at that time?
See, that was the issue. They weren't providing them with, in my estimation, enough information about the resource requirement. They're just saying we need help and send what you can. And to me, that wasn't good enough. It wasn't clear enough. That's why I ultimately called that meeting on the Saturday.
And how did you know, as the requests were being made police to police, how did you come to know that that was the nature of the requests being made?
I was in constant touch with Chief Slowly. We were talking about resources every day, how many were there, how many were coming, how many were going. What was possible with the resources that we had. I mean, we're getting requests from members of council, especially in the impacted areas, to send more resources. We don't have more resources. We have a police service by now that is very tired. We've had people working overtime. They've been working under very stressful conditions. They haven't had any time off. And we know that there is a real need for more assistance.
And do you know at this time, these resources, were they being requested to maintain kind of a tired police force, or was it to build up to enough capacity to take enforcement action? Do you know?
Well, in one conversation, I can't tell you the day because it's all kind of melded together in my mind, but in one conversation with the chief, I mean, he was saying the resources that we're getting now are just allowing us to do what we're doing. They're not allowing us to advance any further. And, we have a whole city to police out there. It's not just the downtown, and we've pulled resources out of that as well, but, it's not sustainable.
Do you know if that conversation was before your letter went out to the feds in the province?
I believe it was.
So on February 5th, as we've discussed, you call this meeting of the board. And so what, I understand it was called on short notice. What led you to call it on an urgent basis?
It was the weekend. A lot more people had come to town. They were wreaking havoc, honking horns, having parties on Parliament Hill, really terrorizing our residents. And it was just going on. And I felt at that point we were spinning our wheels, and something more had to be done, something had to change. And I was getting frustrated, and we're probably going to talk about this later, but I didn't know that there were issues, that the RCMP and the OPP had, because nobody told me that. But I couldn't understand why the resources weren't coming. But in my mind, we needed to enunciate exactly the resource requirement and what that was for and what it would take. I mean, we'd had the chief say publicly that there was perhaps no policing solution. I took it to mean we didn't have enough at Ottawa Police. So what did we need? What would it take? What did that look like to bring it to an end? And by Saturday, I think I was just, my wit's end, honestly. I was just bombarded with constituents and calls from members of council and calls from board members and people with all kinds of suggestions on what we might be thinking of doing, from bringing in the army to everything else. And I just trying to be rational about this and think we need to lay out exactly what we need, and we need to do it now. And I phoned Chief Slowly and I said, I'm going to call a special board meeting and I'm going to ask you what it would take in terms of resource requirement to bring this thing to an end. And I want you to answer that question. And I mean, he was really busy. I understood that. He didn't want me to do that meeting, but I just felt it had to be done.
If we could go to OPB 401264. So these are the minutes of that February 5th meeting. If we could go to page 5. So in the second paragraph, it says, although the board expressed frustration at the lack of clearly outlined plan that would result in the end of the demonstration, the service noted having articulated a framework aimed at their surge and contain strategy. So I take it at this meeting, the board was pushing to get more information on what the plan was.
Right.
And were you advised at this point that there was a plan to actually bring these events to an end?
We were advised that there were plans in place. There were pieces of plans, and that they were working on. It was an evolving strategy, as I understood it. As things evolved, the plan was evolving and being worked on in sort of real time. But I was looking for more detail.
And were you provided with more detail?
The next day, the chief came back and provided more detail. He provided a list of his resource requirements and what that looked like in terms of officers and other civilians that would be useful in the overall plan.
So the next day he provided you with details on the resources that were necessary, and we'll go to that table.
Okay.
Was any further insight provided on what the operational plan was to specifically bring it to an end?
I don't remember how much information they gave us on like detailing, we're going to do this on this day and this on this day. We didn't get that level of detail until the very, very end. We were starting to see those levels of here it is. But my impression was it wasn't that well hatched at that point.
And here it says the service noted having articulated a framework aimed at their surge and contain strategy. What was your understanding of the objective of the surge and contain strategy? Was it to bring this to an end, or was it to manage the situation?
Yeah. Well, I think the ultimate goal was to bring it to an end. I know that some of their strategies were specifically targeted to specific installations. And, I guess they felt that it was methodical. You had to do things in a certain order and, address one issue before you addressed the next issue. And it was a resource requirement. I guess the more resources we had, the more they could move forward.
Okay. Let's go to page 3, and it's the 4th paragraph down. So it says the service had received supports from the OPP, the RCMP, multiple surrounding municipal services, however, still needed more. I take it again that you were aware of these resources coming in because you had signed MOUs?
Yes. But, I mean, yes, I was aware of them coming in, but there was some creative math around how many resources were actually there and who knew they were there and on the ground, because there were 3 shifts, I believe. One time they were 10-hour shifts, they moved to 12-hour shifts. So to really get a clear understanding of how many police officers at any one time were, in active service was a bit difficult.
Okay. And at this point, again, this is on the 5th, are the resources coming in more significant?
Yeah, it's such a good question because, we were hearing that there were more resources than we were seeing. And Chief Slowly and I, not just this day, but many days, had conversations about who was there and who was saying what and what those officers were, and both from the provincial perspective. I mean, I think Sylvia Jones actually dialed back. She said they had sent 1,500 officers. They had done no such thing. But she did actually walk that back later and said, that's actually not correct. And then some of the RCMP officers weren't under the command of Ottawa Police for the purpose of this demonstration. They were doing other things. So there was some creative accounting when it came to the number of police that were available for this occupation.
And when you're saying the RCMP were attending to other things, I understand some of them were attending to federal institutions, yes. Federal properties.
Correct.
Okay. Maybe it's helpful. So at this February 5th meeting, the board approved the appointment of 257 RCMP officers, which I guess would have been sworn in as special constables. So did that mean that 257 were on the ground? Like, what does that mean in practice if 257 are approved?
Well, in practice, they're not all on the ground at the same time, obviously, because you have shifts, either 2 shifts or 3 shifts a day. So, that many are approved that are available. But in the case of those 257, I believe some of those were ones that weren't under our command. So it sounded like we had 257, but we didn't. We had far less.
If we go to page 3 and the 3rd paragraph. Okay. Sorry. 3rd paragraph from the bottom. So, 2nd sentence, the service later, however, highlighted the need for additional legal supports in both the short and medium term, requesting assistance to find uncharted legal territory. The service referenced the criminal code as being archaic, and both the Provincial Highway Traffic Act and City of Ottawa bylaws as being limited in that they all failed to consider events such as the trucker convoy. Do you recall who said this?
I believe it was Chief Slowly.
And what did you understand this to mean?
Well, that we didn't have the tools that we needed in terms of this specific convoy with large 18-wheel vehicles to be able to effectively address legal issues around that, because this had not perhaps ever been considered in terms of criminal code or even our own Ottawa bylaws in the past.
Did you understand it to be saying that they needed new enforcement authority to effectively end these events?
I don't know that I would say I understood it just to mean enforcement authority. I think I understood it to mean that the actual policies that were in place under those acts were insufficient to deal with this particular event.
Was there any specific type of authority that you understood they were asking for?
I honestly can't recall what those would have been now.
Okay. Let's go to page 5 at paragraph 5. A question was raised regarding whether the service's assumption that the demonstration was only going to last for the initial weekend was due to a lack of intelligence. The service noted having a large amount of intelligence from the time the convoy began its travels cross country. The intelligence indicated that there would be small groups staying into the week, but ultimately it had seemed as though the crowd would be departing. Do you know who provided this information to the board?
Most of the information the board was receiving was provided by Chief Slowly. Some of it was provided by Deputy Chief Bell, and others was provided by Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson, but most of the information conveyed to the board. I mean, really, the police service and the command, senior command, was the board's really only point of information.
If we could go to OPB 401647. So these are the in-camera minutes for this same meeting. Page 2, paragraph 4. The chief reassured the board that there was a comprehensive plan. However, he could not provide all the details of what the service was doing operationally. Why was this raised during the in-camera portion of this meeting?
I think that the board was increasingly becoming concerned that there wasn't enough of a plan. And I can't specifically remember that conversation or who had raised it in camera, but I think the point was that there was some pressure being brought to bear on the chief for more detail around that plan.
And did you understand him to be saying that the board was not entitled to that information?
There's always this little push and pull between an oversight body and the service itself and the senior command. And, if you talk to chiefs across the country, it wasn't just ours, they will tell you that we're only entitled to this much and we can't interfere. And there is some tension between boards and the service in this regard. And I think it's fair to say that as this occupation of our city continued, the board started pushing harder and harder for more details around that plan. And we're perhaps a little more emboldened in recognizing that we needed that information.
Do you recall the chief ever telling the board or telling you that he needed to receive the resources before he could finalize a plan?
I don't remember those words, but I definitely had the impression that we didn't have the resources to bring about an end to this occupation. He'd made that very clear. So, yes, you need to understand your resource availability in having an operational plan.
Okay. OTT 17349. So this is a February 5th email that a resident forwarded to an email between a resident and Councillor McKenney that was forwarded to the board as well. And if we just go down just a little bit, thank you. You see here a response from your colleague, Councillor Meehan, and she was also a board member, correct?
Yes.
And you see she says, so very sorry, Catherine, she had forwarded this resident's email. Wish we had the power to do something besides watch. Did you or other members of the board share in this sentiment?
Well, I think in fairness, there was a lot of frustration and we all wished that there was more we could do. This is Councillor Meehan's statement that she felt that we were watching from the sidelines. I mean, I don't think I necessarily fully share that sentiment that's expressed here, but certainly the role of the Police Services Board in terms of oversight is limited.
So what did you feel that you could do as a board?
Well, I think I've described that to you earlier, that we felt we could push for more details of a plan. We felt we could high level set an expectation. We thought we could assist in the acquisition of resources from other police services and use our political channels to perhaps put pressure on other levels of government to shake loose those resources that we needed.
Okay. So let's go to OTT 10010. So these are notes from Jessica Bradley, who I understand is your assistant, of a meeting between you, the chief, and the mayor on February 6th. Do you remember that meeting?
Yes.
And you've seen these notes before?
Yes.
And they reflect generally, the content of that meeting?
Yes.
So at the top it says, large operation going on at Coventry. Planning has gone on overnight. Operation commenced around 4 p.m. Elevated level of resistance, brought in more resources, not going well. So I take it an operation was ongoing at Coventry to clear out Coventry at that time?
That's right.
And why was it not going well?
Yeah, I mean, a good question for the chief, but I think it boiled down again to lack of resources. I mean, they secured one area, but the plan was to secure the entire area, and they didn't manage to do that.
And was the board advised as to, or you or the board as to why it failed?
Chief Slowly and I spoke about some of those issues around the failure. Again, I think our focus was on the resources that were needed and what was happening there, and a lot of information about did they have more information? Did the Freedom Convoy people have more information about that operation than we anticipated? Did we have enough resources? But it didn't go well. I mean, that was the bottom line. And again, it came down to having a plan that we could operationalize and having the boots on the ground to make it happen.
If we go down just a little bit, you see this heading, pass or enhance existing bylaws, and then there's a number of sub-bullets, and then it says slowly to provide top 3 bylaws we should focus on. Can you maybe just explain what this discussion was about? Yeah,
there were a lot of concerns. By this time, I think there was a growing lack of faith in the city, in the police service, and in just about everyone to get this job done. There were frustrations being spoken about how bylaw services was or was not assisting, and You know, I had heard issues around bylaw services giving our own citizens in those areas tickets, but failing to ticket the Freedom Convoy members. And there was just a lot of frustration. So, you know, we're trying to practically assess, are there bylaws that we could focus on right now in real time that would be of assistance to help with the situation we're in?
And that included the possibility of passing new bylaws?
I think we could have passed new bylaws if they would be helpful, yes.
Okay. And so this final bullet, slowly to provide top 3 bylaws we should focus on, that was kind of the action item from this discussion?
Yeah.
And what was he supposed to do?
Well, just tell us what we're not doing as a municipality. I mean, this is more wearing my hat as a member of council and the mayor wearing his hat as the head of council to say, well, if there are shortcomings in our bylaws that are an impediment to progress here, then tell us what bylaws you need fixed and what that would look like, and we'll take it from there.
And was that list of 3 bylaws provided?
I don't think so.
Okay. And what was the idea here? I guess the question that comes to mind is, if there was difficulty enforcing existing bylaws, what was the reasoning here in identifying additional enforcement power under bylaws?
Well, the difficulty in enforcing bylaws was specific to some of the bylaws we were asking them to enforce. And if there were other bylaws that would be useful, I mean, I think just the exercise of passing a bylaw in the middle of this and bringing attention to it might have been helpful. And there might have been bylaws that Chief Slowly could have assisted, could have identified that were enforceable.
Okay. Then it says at the very bottom of the page there, the chief needs 1,800 officers. Is that the first time he kind of specified the number?
It was on the 6th. I think this meeting's on the 6th. It was on the 6th, yes.
Okay, so let's go to OTT 405590. So the next day, my understanding is that you and the mayor received a table from Chief Slowly setting out the resources he required and substantiating essentially that 1,800 number. You remember this?
Yes.
So let's go just down to see the table. There we go, thank you. And so this was a response to that discussion the day prior?
Correct. Well, it was a response to the discussion the day prior and to the meeting of the board on the 5th.
Okay. And were you satisfied with the level of detail provided in this table?
Generally speaking, yes.
Did Slowly ever brief the board on how these 1,800 officers would fit into his operational plan?
No.
You weren't provided with that kind of level of detail?
I do not believe we were.
I expect that we'll hear testimony suggesting that in preparing this table and this request for 1,800, Chief Slowly instructed his officers to ask for double of what they required. Had you ever heard anything about this?
No.
And so later that day, this, I don't think I've mentioned, I think this email is dated the 7th, if we could just, thank you. So later this day, you and the mayor issued those letters to the feds and the province requesting the 1,800. Was this table ever provided to the province or the federal government? Do you know?
I do not know.
Do you know if they ever receive kind of a detailed breakdown to go along with your request?
I mean, that would be a question I think best put to Chief Slowly.
Okay.
Yeah.
We heard from Mr. Arpin the other day that the mayor was initially reluctant to send out that letter, but that the OPS had essentially told him that their requests were not being heard, and so it needed to be escalated to the political level. Does that align with your recollection?
Can you just repeat that question?
So Mr. Arpin testified that the mayor was reluctant to sign the letters to the province and to the federal government initially, but that the OPS had communicated to him that their own requests for resources, the ones we talked about earlier, were not being received, were not being heard, and so that it required escalation kind of at the political level.
Well, certainly I was aware that the chief was frustrated in being stonewalled and getting the resources he believed he needed. I was not aware that the mayor was reluctant to sign the letter.
Okay. Thank you. And so you sent, and you, I mean, you and the mayor sent these letters to both the province and the federal government at essentially the same time. I expect that we'll hear that the federal government had some concerns that this request didn't follow the proper process set out in the Police Services Act, where it should have essentially, the notion being that it should have gone first to the province and then, if necessary, to the federal government. Were you made aware of those concerns at any point?
No.
Did anyone ever advise you from the federal government or the province that a different process should have been followed?
No.
You weren't advised that this would somehow delay the process or delay the response to the request?
Not to the best of my recollection.
I'd like to pull up ONT 50851. So, do you recognize this letter? This is the response from Minister Jones on February 10th.
Mm-hmm.
If we could just go to the top of page 2. So it says, regarding the City of Ottawa and Ottawa Police Services Board's request for significant additional operational resources, please note that I have shared your correspondence with Ontario Provincial Police Commissioner Thomas Carrique. Commissioner Thomas Carrique and the RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucky will continue to liaise with Chief Peter Slowly to determine how policing partners can provide support based on available policing resources and the operational plan proposed by the OPS. You remember reading this?
Yes.
And what were your thoughts on reading this letter?
I mean, I took it as generally positive that the lines of communication at the police level were open. They were going to continue to discuss it. I guess, you know, we're politicians. We sent the letter between politicians to try and put a little pressure because Chief Slowly was expressing concern that he wasn't getting the resources at the policing level that he needed. And so, you know, my feeling was we needed to exert some political pressure on the process.
Let's pull up OPB 858. So this is a email chain with respect to your approval, this is on February 10th, your approval of 400 RCMP appointments. If we can just go down. So if you so that one in the middle, sorry. So you see this email from Krista Ferraro to yourself and asking you to please provide approval for the 400 officers. And if we just go up to the top of the chain, there's a response from Julia Keese. She's from your office, correct?
Correct.
And she says the chair approves this request. She has asked me to convey her concern that MOUs for new resources articulate that RCMP officers are fully embedded in the OPS and fully deployable. That was in reference to your concerns that you've previously indicated that they would be assigned to federal resources or otherwise not deployable. Is that correct?
That is correct. They were not helpful to us in this situation unless they were embedded in the OPS and deployable.
Can you briefly explain to us, I think it would be helpful if we could understand the process for swearing in these officers. So, you know, and I understand this only happens with RCMP officers, correct?
Now, yeah, you may be correct. I wasn't at any of the swearing in personally.
Okay.
But the swearing in was done by the CEO of Ottawa Police. It was done twice daily, I believe at 9 in the morning and 9 in the evening. And it was flexible, so if there was a need to do it any other time, Blair was flexible to do that.
So could we just walk through, let's say the RCMP says, we're going to give you 250 officers. What's the first thing that needs to happen?
Well,
is it that you need to approve it?
Yeah, so I would do the approval, and then the CEO would do the swearing in. I asked Blair Dunker about this, was there any delay on our end in swearing in officers, and her answer was no.
And then what happens after the swearing in?
Presumably there's some, I mean, that's an operational issue, so probably best to put to the chief, but I presume there's some sort of training that goes with, you know, being deployed under the OPS and, you know, our specific issues, and then they would be deployed.
So is it fair to say your line of sight is just on the approval
Yes.
and the swearing in?
Correct.
And at what, I think the only other element is the signing of the MOUs. At what point did that occur in kind of that sequence?
It was occurring throughout. When they'd send me a pile of MOUs, I would sign them.
Okay. And do you know if that came before the swearing in?
It would come before the swearing in.
Okay, all right. And my understanding is it's necessary to swear in the RCMP officers as special constables so that they can have the authority to enforce provincial bylaws and
Right.
laws. Correct. Okay, thank you. So I think you've already said that we've heard from Mr. Arpin and his communications with Mr. Jones from Minister Mendocino's office that there was a difficulty reconciling the numbers being provided by the RCMP and the numbers being provided by the OPP. You were aware of that, I take it?
I was aware through Chief Slowly that the numbers that he was actually seeing on the ground and the numbers that were being communicated were different.
Okay. And I think we missed one step in our previous discussion. I believe that the Solicitor General's office also needs to sign off on the approval of these officers. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
No. Okay. No. So you wouldn't be aware if there was any delays at that level?
No.
Okay. We heard the other day that Mr. Jones reported to Mr. Arpin that RCMP officers were assigned to Ottawa but on standby because they hadn't been given an assignment by the OPS. Do you have any information that, are you able to confirm or deny that those kind of statements?
No. That information was not shared with me or with the board. And I was actually a little bit surprised to hear that city officials were given information in that regard that was not shared with the police oversight body.
So you were never told that that RCMP officers were assigned to OPS but on standby?
No.
Okay. So from your vantage point, where was the holdup in the deployment of these resources?
I didn't have a vantage point on where the holdup was. It just, the way it was communicated to me was more that there was confusion or, some sort of creative accounting in the actual numbers, but what was being spoken about and the reality were different, but that was as far as it went.
Okay. Mr. Jones also reported to Mr. Arpin on February 12th that there was delays in deploying officers because Chief Slowly hadn't signed off on a plan. Had you heard anything about that?
No.
Okay. By this point on February 12th, had you seen a plan?
We were, we had not seen the full plan.
So let's go to OPB 401272. These are the minutes from the February 11th public meeting. And if we could just scroll down. Okay, so right in the first paragraph, can we just expand that so it fills the screen? Chief Slowly provided opening remarks indicating that there remains sensitivity surrounding the OPS's operational plans. He noted that demonstrators were now subject to higher penalties and fines. The service was aware that more people were planning to return to Ottawa over the weekend, and they were deploying all available resources. The chief indicated that although progress was being made, the key remained resourcing. Do you know, again here, why this was raised at the very beginning of the meeting in terms of sensitivity around OPS's operational plans?
I think this was the real point of tension in the whole thing, that we needed to have a solid plan, there needed to be properly resourced, and there was this continuing tension that we weren't getting the resources that we needed. And by then, the incidents had happened in, I think, Coutts, Alberta, and at the Ambassador Bridge and other places, and there appeared that the resources flowed easier to other locations than they flowed to Ottawa. So it was a point of contention.
Were you beginning to suspect at this time that there was some association between the delay and the plan?
No. And I know, because I was listening to the testimony in the last 48 hours, that city officials were made aware of that, but they did not communicate that to myself as chair of the board or to the board.
So let's go to OPB 401648. These are the in-camera minutes for the same meeting on February 11th. At the outset, it mentions that threats were received by you and your staff. Can you maybe shed some light on what that was about?
Just, I think they were similar threats to threats that other officials were receiving. They were extremely aggressive, mostly by telephone call. I forwarded the most egregious ones to the Ottawa Police Service, who followed up. They offered me security. I turned it down. I didn't think I needed to take those resources, and I believed that some of the most egregious ones, which were, threats of murder, and they were ugly. I mean, some of them weren't even coming from inside the country. So, but one of my assistants, a young woman that works for me and was the person on the front line because she answered the phone, was very, very upset by some of the messages that we received. And I ended up giving her some time off work because she was so triggered by it.
And do you recall these threats? Was there any information provided in them that would associate them with, your response to the convoy or something like that?
Yeah, there were a number of them. And they were definitely linked to the occupation of the city and comments that I had made publicly that they took exception to.
Thank you. Let's go to page, the bottom of this page. Okay. So a question was raised regarding resource supports received from the OPP and RCMP. They had 60 OPP officers and 40 RCMP at that time and had since Monday. That was the total additional officers received or provided. Was this aligning with the number of officers that had been committed by the province and the federal government?
It's a tough question because what they were talking about and publicly was, that they would send more than this. But the commitments that were being made at the police-to-police level, I couldn't answer that.
And do I understand this correctly that there had effectively been no change in the number of resources between February 7th when you made your request and Friday, February 11th?
I believe that is the case.
And again, these numbers were reported to you via Chief Slowly. You weren't seeing these numbers directly.
Right. As I said, almost all the information the board was receiving was through that sole channel.
Do you remember during this meeting a conversation about a possible request to invoke to ask for the use of the National Defense Act?
I know there were starting to be conversations about what tools would be available to assist. I can't recall any details. I know I was actually receiving calls from lawyers who were also my constituents suggesting that we needed to ask for enactment of special, help, whatever that would look like, because this was not being resolved and the anxiety was just growing and the public concern was growing. And it wasn't about people's freedom to protest, it was about the occupation of our city and the disruption of people's daily lives.
Let's go to the top of page 4. It was noted that at the time of the convoy's arrival, there was no intelligence that suggested the demonstration would turn into the occupation that it had become. You remember that?
Yes.
And who made that statement? Do you recall?
I don't know who made that statement.
Okay. Let's go to OTT 3010555.
Is this a good moment to take the morning break? Or?
Sure.
So before you turn to that, so we're going to take a 15-minute break, and so we'll be back at 11:45.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes.
Okay. So we've heard from the chat, people telling me that, or telling all of us, that she's very different in the Zoom court meetings, and I was able to dig those up. So I think we should take a look a little bit at that. Let me see here. What we got. OPS website states chief quotes Peel daily. Sounds like Sully was trying to honor that oath. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, I think he was. I mean, there's some interesting points here. Okay, I just want to kind of review those before we hit the next. Before we look at that. Got 15 minutes. All right, perfect. Sully did not want to use a military aid to civil power because he, not only was it a federal decision, but also all previous instances of using Section 63 of the military aid to civil power had resulted in mass injury. I don't know if that's the same thing. I was able to find this. Let me just show you that. Okay, so I don't know if this is part of this. If anybody knows, I'm doing the search over here. In Canada, military aid to civil power. Section 63. Let's see if we can find that out. Anybody know in the chat? Let me know if you know what I'm talking about. How you doing, Pan? You all right, brother?
Yeah. So essentially, Slowly didn't want to beef up the police forces. He would rather use other means. Is that what we're talking about?
Not beef up the police forces. He didn't want to enact any kind of legislation that would give them special powers to bring in the military. Okay. Because every time they had done that to police any kind of protest or whatever, it had resulted in mass injury. And that's from their meeting notes. So that's a pretty heavy duty one right there. Okay, so he didn't want to do that. And that's, I think, what had happened here. I mean, just from what I'm reading the notes, and of course so much is redacted and the rest, but what it seems quite apparent that slowly, right here from the meeting minutes, okay, on that same day, early on in February, early days, Chief of Police at the time, Peter Slowly, said that the solution required the involvement of all levels of government, that it had to be a political solution, right? Military didn't want to have anything to do with Ottawa, says Canadian Unfiltered. I think they used Section 63 to shovel some snow in Toronto, says Jason McCoy. So that's basically bringing in the military, as far as I understand it here. If anybody knows the exact act, we can look it up. Section 63 is the use of soldiers in cooperation with police. Let me see here. Canada, Section 63. Okay. Is that what it is? Section 63.
So Slowly was against that idea, but there were people in office that were for that idea. Maybe that's one of the reasons he was forced to resign.
That's exactly what it looks like to me. That's exactly what it looks like today. To me, we got Canadian Unfiltered. He says soldiers don't fight Canadian citizens. Yeah, so I don't know where that is. This is not the Criminal Act, as far as I can see here. Criminal Act, Section 63. I don't know what. Now this is all about the unlawful assembly, so I don't know where that is. But anyhow, maybe somebody who knows can tell me. The military said they would not get involved, says Zizor. How you doing, brother? Hope you keep him well. I remember this guy from the protests. And then we've got Margot P. Slowly was trying to keep the peace while he waited for government to negotiate the situation. Military fight an enemy, says Canadian Unfiltered. And he had mentioned that they don't fight the people. It's not criminal, it's federal legislation. Okay, so that's not what it is. Canadian Section 63, military. Let's try that. National Defense Act, that's what keeps coming up. So it must be in here, the National Defense Act. If you know where, maybe that's what it is, let me know, because I don't know where it is. Let me see here. We got, can't wait to hear the Truth Seekers' testimony, says Marie Dorian. There you go. To a hammer, everything is a nail. All right, let's take a look at, quickly, before we have to get back to this, two things before we get straight into the Zoom right over here. Number one, if you want to help us out, you want to support what we're doing here, check out buyvestige.com. Take a look at it. This is our, here, I'm going to show you how to do it. You go buyvestige.com. It takes you to this link right over here. This is where we come from, the war campaign, from the indie comic scene, and really appreciate your support. You want to get a gift for the young and for the old, and this is how you do it. All right, this is how you support us the best way. We're not asking for super chats and all the rest. Really, what I'm asking instead is, if you want to support us and keep us doing what we're doing, and I really ask you kindly to do that, then it's to check this out. It is to support us in the culture war. Okay, there's a link, another link over here. You can go to buyvestige.com. Appreciate that very much. It is something that enables us to keep doing what we're doing. We're taking that time to do this, and then it is back to our regular day jobs. Okay, let me take a look over here at the Zoom calls, because that's what it is. We're going to look at the Zoom calls for the city of Ottawa. And I had just opened that up. Let me just find the right window quickly here. Zoom calls. Okay, here we go. This is it. Okay, so this is off the meetings list from the agenda of Ottawa. If we go over here, we get straight to January 26th, a special board meeting that she called. You got Steve Bell, who became the interim chief. Bell, Peter Slowly, and this is Diane Deans. Let's up the volume here for a second.
Coordination with the other agencies, including the City of Ottawa. Our operational plan.
I'm going to jump to Diane Deans taking the floor. I think she was doing that over here. Yeah.
Lead by example. Regardless of our own political beliefs, we need to protect the safety of everyone involved. While everyone has the right to protest, this protest cannot infringe on other people's right to safety. This includes the police and other essential workers who continue to work tirelessly to keep our communities safe. This weekend could be a busy one on our streets in Ottawa, and I would encourage all of those who don't have business downtown to try and avoid the downtown area. There are lots of places to visit. There's Manotick and VARs and lots of smaller communities that would be good for day trips and lots.
Thank you very much, Just Joe. Highly appreciate that. And yeah, we're happy to cover this. We're happy. We got to cover it. You know what I mean? And a big hail to you from New Brunswick, from Ottawa, and Pan is from Oregon. Here we go. All right, let's see some more.
Fully negate all of those potential risks, and does that through a coordinated way, not just with other police services and national security agencies, but with city agencies, along with other partners in the community. Supporting all of that are communications efforts led by Executive Director John Steinbachs.
Okay, let me go through some more. We got to get all the transcripts to all these meetings, but this is what they did. This is how they came to their decisions, and this is her at these meetings.
Okay, I would like to call the special meeting of the Ottawa Police Services Board to order for January 26, 2022. I'd like to start by recognizing that Ottawa is located on the unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe Host Nation. The peoples of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. The Ottawa Police Services Board honors the people and the land of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe Nation. Today, Ottawa is home to approximately 40,000 First Nations, Inuit names, languages, Inuit and Métis. We are currently broadcasting on Zoom and that there is a possibility of technical difficulty. Remain patient. On that agenda, confirmed?
Confirmed.
Are there any declarations of interest? Of being making their way to our special meeting today. Over the past several days, we have been seeing coverage of a convoy of vehicles and people that are making their way to Ottawa. I would like to take this opportunity to emphasize that we live in a democracy and all people have the right to peaceful protest. We need to create space for those protesting to have their voices heard, and we need to make sure that the environment is safe for everyone, including those protesting and members of the public.
Okay, so we saw that part earlier on. So this is the reason on January 26th, I'm going to pull up my calendar over here. I don't know, nobody else seems to be able to pull out a calendar on these calls at the actual inquiry, but here it is, January 26th, that is Wednesday. Okay, let me make sure, let me triple check everything because I like to triple check. I'm a computer programmer by trade. January 26th, Wednesday, that's correct. So by January 26th, they're already convening a special board. Remember that the first weekend is Saturday, Sunday, the 29th and 30th, Friday, 28th, 26th. This Ottawa special meeting between the city councillors and the police. And of course, we were told by Jim Watson yesterday that it would be highly irregular if politicians spoke to the police. Well, what's happening over here? I don't understand. This is obviously a common occurrence for them. It makes no sense whatsoever. It's different if you're ordering them to do something, but that's not the way he was characterizing it yesterday at all. Let me see over here. We got Kristen Ben says, she implies if we don't create space for you to protest, you have none. I've heard about this in the States. They got something when they were really cracking down. They were calling them freedom zones. That were the only zones where you were allowed to protest. Freedom zones. We got about 4.5 minutes left. And that is exactly the kind of idea of what they wanted to achieve here. If you saw those meeting notes that we were putting up on the screen, those were, they were trying to figure out, and there's a couple things there. They were trying to figure out how they could cut off the insurance to the protesters, driving insurance, gas, and then also the BIA is bringing up the point that that was the reason. It's starting to become clear now that the business associations were asking their own businesses that were part of their associations to shut the doors, specifically to disallow, to starve out. Okay, maybe that's heavy duty words, right? Starve out. But let's say to not service and not sell goods to the truckers, therefore they wouldn't be able to get anything. Imagine if you can't even go and get a lighter, okay? You can't get a lighter. And if you remember, and I remember clearly, a lot of banking, okay, didn't work anymore. People's cards. Now, I'm not talking about freezing accounts. I remember bank cards by the middle of this thing, people's bank cards wouldn't work. Nothing to do with freezing their accounts. All right, so that's something totally different. But that was the methodology, that was the thinking, and they kept hitting these barriers. And what were the barriers? The barriers were that they didn't have any legal way to do that. That in the Canadian, because Canada is a free country, right, by design, and there's all kinds of stoppers for them to have absolute power. Now it's seeming more and more that we actually just elect monarchs, temporary dictators that rule over us for 4 years. Local governance bodies, local government now gaining more and more power. You're seeing that. We got about 3 minutes left. You're seeing the Ottawa mayors set to receive massive new powers. Toronto mayor's same thing. That's coming down from the Ford government. That is Doug Ford. I actually met Doug Ford. Anyhow, he came down to Ottawa over here. This years ago. And see, this is the problem about voting for the lesser evil, okay? I'm not going to look for it right now, but the thing is that compared to who he was replacing, he was a better representative, right? So I thought anybody's better than who he's replacing over here in Ontario. So what happened there? What happened very specifically is I voted for the lesser evil. And what did I get? I get a guy now who's hand in glove with Trudeau, right? We seen that yesterday, that footage. Hand in glove with Trudeau, 2 minutes left. And what did they do? What did they do specifically? Well, they clamped down hard on all of us. And they're now working together as a pair. And they're now, and that's the thing, right? They're saying they're going to be doing it for housing, okay? For more housing. They're going to give the Ottawa government and Toronto government more power, the mayor offices. But if Catherine McKenney becomes Ottawa mayor, guess what that means? It means that effectively she becomes a dictator over Ottawa fiefdom. And they may decide, hey, you know what? There's a curfew in Ottawa. Just in Ottawa, not in Ontario. You live outside of Ontario, that doesn't affect you. You're not going to be put on a curfew, but it could possibly happen given these amounts of control. And that's how they want to run things now. Because the people are rebelling, because you are rebelling. You in the chat, 1,470 yahoos, because you're an armada. Right, Ben? I mean, that's what they are.
Right? That's how they described the convoy, an immovable armada. Well, we have an immovable armada in the chat. So hail and thank you for joining us. You know, I think it's interesting they use this terminology like, the convoy is put Ottawa under siege. Well, that's kind of what they were trying to do to the convoy, cut off all their supplies, the bank accounts, all of that. You know, that's kind of by definition what a siege is. And, one of the things they wanted to do is discourage people from joining the convoy with tactics like that. Another really good way to discourage people is by labeling them racists. So if they tell everybody the convoy is racist, no one wants to join it. So as it was gaining steam, you see Trudeau come out and say stuff like that. I think it was a tactic because they saw, more people joining the Freedom Convoy, and it scared the crap out of them.
Absolutely. I'm just going to keep this open over here just to make sure I don't miss anything. It's in another side window there. I can just got an eye on it. So we do not miss a second of it. There it is, because it is a riveting testimony. And for everybody out there in the chat, okay, listen, if you are having a hard time listening to her raspiness, her worship raspiness, Diane Deans, I would counsel you, okay, that one effective way to block out the pain of one thing is to inflict the pain of a different type on yourself. So that may mean pinching yourself very hard on the buttocks.
Some cold water splashed on the face, double shot of espresso, whatever you got.
Whatever it takes for you to sit through this, okay, is what you need to do. And that's patriotism right there. That's what it is. Patriotism this is a war of attrition. They want you to fall asleep. You cannot allow yourself to. Here at the War Campaign, we will not quit. We will be streaming this every single day. We were fighting the culture war. Here we are in the political arena. And we are never going to quit. Pan, you are a machine. Tell us a little bit about your background and how you maintain that readiness all the time.
Yeah, well, I come from a logging family in the great Pacific Northwest, the state of Oregon. So I identified with the truckers on that level. Oh, here we go.
No, keep going. They're just setting up. Don't worry. Keep going, brother.
Well, we, like Rose said, we come from the comics, and I was kind of known for like keeping tabs on all the hypocrites and cucks known in the indie comic scene, and also the bigwigs from Marvel. And we just kind of keep receipts on these and catch them in their lies and hypocrisy, and basically just fight the culture war that way. So that's kind of the background of where we came from. That's how me and Rome met and formed a War Campaign with our buddy Gat, who's the writer of Vestige. So
that's right.
Thanks everyone for joining us. And
if you want to help us out, head up to buyvestige.com. There it is right there. That helps us out a lot. It helps us keep doing what we're doing. Our man, Gattori Hanzo, who is single-handedly, writing these books and dreaming up the entire worlds, that it truly can change the mentality of the youth rather than be subjugated to Marvel and DC's thinking of what is heroism. Is Superman I'll just put this one up for you, okay, while this thing is loading here. We'll go Superman, DC canceled, 18 issues. All right, check this out right over here. Boom. There's a little bit of, while this thing is loading up, I'm going to show you a nice little picture over here. Ooh la 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 la. God. That's young Superman. What? No, please don't show me any notifications. Right there. Young Superman. Ooh, oh.
Why?
Oh.
Why?
Oh. And that's what they're doing right now, okay? That's what they've done to all your heroes, and you wonder why we started a culture war, because we're pushing back and saying, listen, what is happening over here? Where am I? All right, let's go. You're welcome.
The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Okay, so I'm just going to go back to the minutes of the February 11th meeting that we were looking at. And if we could just expand that. So I just want to ask again about this last paragraph. The board expressed concern that it did not seem as though the service was being provided with the resources required. A question was raised regarding whether the service would be in favor of a number of councillors asking the mayor to request the Attorney General's support through the National Defence Act. Do you remember, here it's whether the service would be in favor. Do you remember how that discussion went? Were they in favor of that?
I don't remember. I don't think I can comment on it because I don't think I have a clear enough recollection.
Okay. Fair to say the request was never made?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so let's go to OTT 1055. This is a text you had with Blair Dunker, who's the CAO of OPS, correct?
Correct.
This is on February 12th, and let's just go to the first page. Oh, sorry, back to the top. The first text exchange there. Down, down, down. Okay. So you say, how many RCMP officers have been sworn in since the start of the demonstration? Are any pending? If we scroll down, Blair responds, 21 RCMP officers are on the list provided to OPS. Of those, 306 are sworn in. There is no delay in swearing in. RCMP asks for 2 swearing in times when shifts change, 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. from the time we get the name from the RCMP to getting it approved by the ministry. And sworn in, it's within a day or less. We are very flexible. It's important to note that this does not mean the officers sworn in are deployed, and it doesn't mean the ones on the list that are not yet sworn in have arrived. So do you know who was deciding whether or not to deploy an RCMP officer that had been sworn in? Was it OPS or the RCMP? Do you know?
I believe it would be OPS. When they come under our command, it would be OPS that would make those deployment decisions.
And when she say it doesn't mean the ones on the list that are not yet sworn in have arrived. So is my understanding correct that they would first have to arrive in Ottawa and then they would be sworn in by Ms. Dunker?
Yes.
Okay. And you asked Ms. Dunker to provide you with a table of daily deployments, correct?
Yes.
So let's look at OPB 401014. This is a copy, you can confirm for me, but I believe this is a copy of the table you were provided by Ms. Dunker.
Yes.
So if we can try to fit the table on, there we go, thank you. And so you've seen this table?
Yes.
I believe it was provided to you the next day on the 13th.
Yep.
Can you describe what it shows?
You'll have to give me a minute. I mean, large scale, it shows the number of deployments, I believe, by shift. And it shows the officers from each municipality, Durham, London, Peel, York, that were here, the numbers from OPP that were here, RCMP, and then other municipal services.
And do you know whether, and maybe we just scroll up a bit so we can see the title of the chart. Do you know, is this showing officers that were deployable or officers that had actually been deployed?
I believe these are officers that have been deployed.
Okay. And what was your impression the first time you looked at this table?
Don't know if I was terribly impressed one way or the other with it. I mean, it was just it's a chart, it's information, it's showing that we have a pretty specific understanding of who's here on shifts and where they're from.
Okay. Would you, so if we can, if I look on the big screen, it's okay. So would you agree that there seems to be some increase, rather significant increase in the RCMP and OPP numbers on the very last day on the 12th?
Yes.
And do you know why that was?
Well, this was getting closer to the end, and the log jam seemed to be breaking. And at the time, my understanding is because the command center had integrated RCMP and OPP into the command. And once they were integrated in the command center and started having more of a senior role in terms of decision-making, they were freeing up more resources.
Okay. And do you know if this trend continued over the rest of your term, kind of 13, 14, 15, 16?
It's a short term. Yes, I believe it did.
Okay. Do you know how many resources were available to OPS when you were removed on the 16th?
I don't have that number off the top of my head, but I do know that when the ultimate climax occurred, that the number of resources deployed were very similar to the number that Chief Slowly had weeks before told us that he needed.
Okay. Let's go to OPS 3011610. We can go down. Okay, so it's the second email there, an email from Jessica Bradley, again from your office, to John Steinbach's. Who is John?
John, he's the communications director for Ottawa Police.
Okay. And so you say, I recognize that this was not part of the initial request for the in-camera briefing, but the chair and the board have been asking Chief Slowly to provide an overview of the plan to end this occupation. Specifically, the chair would like to know the methodology behind the request for 1,800 additional resources and how they will be deployed. We recognize that some information with respect to the plan will be confidential and cannot be shared. However, as an oversight body, the board should be apprised of the general priorities and objectives of the plan. The chair would like to be able to put out a statement similar to the one Toronto put out last weekend. And then if we go down, you say I've highlighted the relevant sections. Sorry, let's go back up. Okay, so the third paragraph under the bold heading there, board members were briefed on the details of the operational plan, including the priorities and objectives of the operation, and had opportunities to ask questions of the chief and obtain further information. So you remember making this request on February 14th?
Yes.
Okay. And was your, and so why did you make this request?
I was a little frustrated that Toronto City Council seemed to get more, or Toronto Police Board seemed to get more information from their senior command than we got from ours, and we had been asking, and so I just got to the point where I want the whole thing laid out.
So when you read this, what led you to conclude that they were getting more than you had?
Well, the line that you just read to us, the board members were briefed on the details of the operational plan, including the priorities and objectives for the operation, and had opportunities to ask the chief and obtain more information. I mean, I never felt that we were briefed on all of the details of the operational plan. I mean, even there was one day, sort of melding together in my mind, but there was one day when there was an intention to go in with an operation to take out the installation at the corner of Rideau and Sussex. And the chief had not given me the details of the plan, but he told me that there was a significant operation to occur that evening, and it didn't happen. And so at that point, I just felt like we weren't getting the whole story. We weren't getting enough information. I just felt the board, as the oversight body, needed to understand more about the operation. So I was pushing harder. I was, from the beginning to where we are now, 2.5 weeks in or whatever it is, and maybe my patience is running a little thin, but I wanted more information about what was happening, what we needed to do, and how this was going to end.
So the Toronto Police Services Board has actually provided us with an institutional report, and that's tpb.ir.701. I won't take you to specific passages, but they relay that in applying the lessons from Morden, they had integrated a board representative into, there was one sitting at the executive management table for the event. One was invited to attend the services executive command center, and that this allowed ongoing board access to operational briefings and updates in real time. Was anything similar offered to the Ottawa board?
No.
And do you know why that was felt not to be possible?
No, I didn't know it was possible. I mean, I hadn't been around that long. I was in my first term as chair of the board, and so this was a bit of a learning curve for me too.
So you were requesting a greater, more insight into what the plan was. Yes. And what the operational plan was, and you were not receiving it. Correct?
I'm getting little snippets, but we weren't getting a whole plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How did the board push back? Presumably when it was not getting what it was asking, how does the board push back?
Well, I think you can sort of see it in the flow of information and in just the information you've put up here this morning, that it was getting like, okay, now I want it. I want the number. I want the resource requirement. I want the plan. I want to see the details. And it was like that. I think it was growing as we went along, that we were realizing we weren't getting information. And I have to say, through this commission, I've realized there was a lot more information the board was not privy to that the city was. It was very frustrating.
And did the board ever formally direct Chief Slowly to produce additional information? My understanding is under the Police Services Act, there is authority to direct the chief. Was any kind of formal direction ever issued in that respect?
I would have to look back at the motions that we did. I know we certainly were asking for it. Were we directing it through motion? I'm not sure.
Was it, did you understand that would be that would be an option?
We were working together. This was a tough situation. It wasn't, it wasn't that we wanted to create any more angst for the chief than he was already under. We're just trying to assist him in bringing about an end to this and be as useful as possible and ensure that as the oversight body we were doing our job. So it wasn't a relationship that I would describe as we're going to tell you what to do because you're not doing it. I mean, it was more conversational. It was like, we're all working together here and we need to get this done.
In your witness statement, you say that when you requested to see the plan, you would receive wiggle words. Can you explain what you mean by that?
Well, I think just what I've been describing here this morning, that we'd see parts of a plan, we'd hear little bits about, there's going to be some form of an operation, but, I recall at one point Chief Slowly telling me that he couldn't share the details because, obviously the element of surprise is important in these operations, and if you start sharing the details, this city has a way of that not becoming a secret for very long. So, at one level, I kind of accepted that because I know that to be true. But on the other hand, I just felt that we needed more.
Can we go to OPB 401646? So these are text messages between yourself and Amanda Galbraith. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. February 12th. If we can just go down to February 12th at 10:59 a.m. So who is Miss Galbraith?
She's a principal at Navigator, which is a crisis communications firm that the Ottawa Police Service uses to assist in communications in lieu of having a full-blown communications department at OPS.
And so she was advising you on communication matters?
She was advising the service, but I was also speaking to her.
Okay. And so here, February 12th at 10:59, these are texts again between yourself and Ms. Galbraith. You say, I wish I thought there was a plan. Yeah, I hear you. Ignorance on operational matters, while appropriate, only provides so much comfort. And you respond, not much at all. Joanne Cianello from CBC sent me a message last night and asked if I think there is a plan. I didn't respond. I think we've already talked about you not being satisfied with the disclosure of the plan to this point. Had you concluded by this date that there was a possibility that there wasn't yet a plan on how to bring an end to the occupation?
I was worried that I knew they were working on a plan. I knew there were pieces of a plan. I knew there had been some operations. But I was just increasingly becoming concerned that there wasn't a soup to nuts plan to bring this thing to a peaceful, expeditious end.
So from what I heard from you earlier, it sounds like the reason that the board didn't direct the chief more formally to provide that information is because you wanted to maintain a cooperative relationship. Would that be accurate?
The chief was under intense stress. Throughout this, I was just doing wellness checks with him. I was just phoning to say, are you okay? I mean, he had the weight of the city on his shoulders. He was getting it from every corner, from the public, from council, from the board, from internal sources inside police that were, I think some of them using it to get to Chief Slowly. There was a lot going on, and I was concerned for Chief Slowly. He was our coach, if you will, and we had a crisis, and we needed to see this through. And it was not my goal to add to his anxiety level. It was my goal to support him and to support the service and to assist them to get the resources they need to get this job done.
Do you know, during the relevant period, did the board issue any formal directions to Chief Slowly?
I would have to check through the minutes. I just can't recall offhand what the motions that we did were.
And did the board adopt any policies during that time?
Pertaining to the Freedom Convoy?
Yes.
Not that I specifically recall.
So I just want to get your understanding here of kind of the tools available to you in the exercise of that oversight function. If you were to have directed the chief to provide additional information and that was not done, were there any tools available to you to enforce that request to the best of your knowledge?
Well, we are the employer for the Ottawa Police Service, and we are Chief Slowly's employer. So to the extent that we have an employee-employer relationship, there are tools available. Some of them are hammers. One is suspension. I don't think that's a big hammer in the middle of a crisis. So, the tools that are available in my mind, it wasn't about that. I wasn't focused on that so much as I was focused on working together. My view, we needed to be in the same boat. We needed to be rowing in the same direction. We didn't need to be infighting or fighting amongst ourselves or, calling each other out. We needed to be working collaboratively every step of the way at all levels to bring this thing to a peaceful end. And I still believe that to this day. One of the issues I think at play here is that it was new. It wasn't like the G20. We didn't have a lot of preparation time to really get our ducks in a row, but we didn't work as smoothly together. It wasn't a well-oiled machine, and there were a lot of people, in my estimation, working at cross purposes here. And everybody, with the best of intentions, let's assume, but not necessarily working at their very best. And when people aren't working together, I don't think you get the best result, and I think that's what we saw.
Were you aware that OPS had arranged for an in-camera briefing by the OPP on February 15th that would include a briefing on some of the intelligence that had been provided to it?
I believe I was aware of that.
Okay. Had you requested that kind of a briefing? How did that come about?
Yeah, and it's so hard to remember the details of, who asked for what, when, but I can't tell you how it came about, but I believe I was aware of it.
Do you know why that kind of briefing was not provided earlier?
With the OPP?
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a clear recollection of when they were fully embedded and taking more of they took more of a leadership role coming near the end, which I think was very helpful. But I think it was at that point when they started providing this kind of information.
And I understand that briefing was canceled, was put off because of Chief Slowly's resignation that same day, correct?
Yeah, yes, that's right.
Did you ever have any briefings with OPP or RCMP?
Well, it was scheduled, I think, for the next day or day after, but then I was gone, so I never saw it.
A lot changed in those few days.
Yeah.
Let's go to ONT 401116. So this is a PowerPoint that the OPSB prepared for the February 15th meeting. That's my understanding. Have you ever seen this document?
I saw it in the documents that were provided in the run-up to this hearing, yes.
Previously, had you seen it?
I don't think so.
Okay. Is it possible that it was also part of that kind of canceled briefing on the 15th?
Yes.
Okay, we can take that down. Thank you. Could you please tell us how Chief Slowly's resignation on the 15th came about?
Yeah. So as I was describing to you a little while ago, there was increasing anxiety in this community at all levels, and a lot of the concern was aimed at Chief Slowly. And, I told you I was doing wellness checks with him. I was, checking, make sure he was okay, because he's a human being and he was under intense stress, and I felt that that was important to do. And I'd had a conversation with him the week previous, and I had made some comment along the lines of, Chief Slowly, there's a lot of people in the city that want your head. and he sort of surprised me with the reply that he made. His reply was, well, cut me a check and I'll be out of here. And I didn't expect that, and I didn't know if it was kind of just said in passing, if it was flip, it was just, frustration in the heat of the moment. I didn't know I didn't really understand the context necessarily of that comment. But in the days after that, in the next week, there was a lot going on. And one of the things that was going on, and you heard it in some of the testimony from the witnesses that came before me, is that members of council were considering a motion to ask Chief Slowly for his resignation. in a public forum. I was very opposed to that. That, one, it's not City Council's job. And I know they were under intense pressure too, and they wanted to look like they were doing something, but they were not members of the Police Services Board. Chief Slowly was not their employee, and it was not their job. It was also, in my mind, constructive dismissal. To ask a public official like that in the heat of a crisis for his resignation is tantamount, in my mind, to constructive dismissal. And you know, if I can take a moment to explain the sort of culture that exists at City Hall, the mayor has a group of councillors that are very supportive of his agenda and, generally speaking, will deliver to him any vote on any issue at any time. And so, and that's a reality. And I know that no motion of that magnitude would ever see its way onto the floor of council without the mayor's consent. And so when I got wind that this was being contemplated, I started asking the mayor's staff if this motion was coming, because I was very concerned about it. I didn't share it with Chief Slowly. I thought he had enough stress, frankly. And if it was never going to see the light of day on the council floor, I wasn't going to tell him about it because he didn't need that stress. But if it was going to see the light of day on the council floor, then I felt that I needed to let him know. So there was that happening. And then there was what I would describe as some sort of insurrection from within that was happening. And there was always some tension in the ranks with Chief Slowly right from the beginning. The honeymoon for Chief Slowly in this town was short-lived. And there was always, I don't think he ever felt, and I shouldn't speak for him, he can speak for himself, but I don't think he ever really felt entirely supported by his senior command or by the rank and file inside police. And so in the midst of a big crisis like this, it all comes to a head. That's what happens. Crisis sort of beget crisis. And I don't think he had enough support from within. And then I was contacted by, I believe his name is Stephen Hoff, producer at CBC. And he told me that there was a story coming out about Chief Slowly and his behavior inside police. And he offered to share with me the highlights of that story, and they were extremely damning. And they were also disturbing in that, I mean, we at Ottawa Police, and the board is the employer of Ottawa Police, and, you know, we have spent a lot of time on the issues around workplace sexual harassment and violence. And, you know, I really take seriously the notion of having a positive working environment. And so these kinds of serious accusations against our chief, I mean, if I describe them to you in broad strokes, it's like he's yelling at people, he's sort of tyrannical dictator. I mean, I might be overstating it slightly, but not too much. I mean, it was that kind of accusations that clearly came from within the service. And Chief Slowly had been intimating to me that there was infighting occurring inside Ottawa Police. I didn't ask him for a lot of detail on that, nor did he share a lot of detail. He did tell me that Deputy Chief Trish Ferguson had gotten caught up with some of the wrong elements in that, and he had to send her home for a number of days, which was in the middle of a crisis, so obviously extremely worrisome. He had told me that the incident commander had changed more than once during this crisis. And so there was obviously this other problem that we had that inside Ottawa Police, probably not well known to the public, but inside Ottawa Police, there's a bit of an insurrection going on, and there seems to be an intent to use this crisis to undermine the chief further. That was my assessment of what I saw in that situation. And that story, they gave me a heads up, CBC gave me a heads up that they were going to be breaking that story within hours. Believe that was the evening of the 14th. So I called Chief Slowly about 9:30 at night. I asked him, I talked to him a little bit about the CBC story. I asked him if he was aware of it, which he was. And I just said to him, I said, Chief Slowly, last week when I spoke to you, you said if we cut you a check that you would be out of here. And I just wanted to ask you if you meant that or not, or if you wanted to stay. And Chief Slowly said to me that, that he's the chief of police. He's put his heart and soul into this operation. He's worked very hard. We're getting close to bringing this thing to an end. He had every intention of seeing it through to the end, and that he wasn't going anywhere. And I said, okay, fine, Chief. I just wanted to check with you because, it's going to be a little bit of a rough ride. And I just left him with saying, if you sleep on it and change your mind, let me know. And the next morning, I think it was about 8:30 in the morning, he called me and he said, I want to leave.
Thank you. Did anyone reach out to you ahead of his resignation to suggest that you should put pressure on him to resign or anything like that?
No, I heard all the talk about, my council colleagues wanting to push him out and interfere in all of that, but no, not directly.
I understand, from your witness statement, that the board had some conversations about his leadership. Did it consider whether it had the authority to remove him?
Yes, because in light of the CBC story, the board felt that we needed to understand our options and expectations that would be upon us and what would be the right thing for the board to do. And so yes.
And you concluded that you did not have that authority as the board?
We concluded we did not have the authority to remove the chief. We did conclude that we had the authority to suspend the chief.
And is it fair to say that the concerns that the board discussed about his leadership were related to what you previously have talked about in terms of infighting and those kind of issues?
Yes, and it was related to the allegations that CBC were going to run with.
Thank you. Did your personal interactions with Chief Slowly give rise to any concerns about his leadership?
My personal interactions or my interactions as the chair of the board?
As the chair of the board, yes, sorry.
There were some occasions, there had been two issues raised about Chief Slowly's performance that the board had referred to the OCPC for follow-up. Neither one of those, I believe, have been dealt with. One was an anonymous complaint, and one was a complaint from an inspector at Ottawa Police.
And I guess what I meant by my question is, in your own interactions with him, in your role, did you have any, did anything arise from those communications that gave you concerns?
I mean, Chief Slowly is a very passionate person. Chief Slowly was under intense pressure, and I saw the emotion in him, and I know that he could get very excited. And when I spoke to him about, some of the things that were outlined in that Ottawa, in the CBC story, he didn't deny that, he had raised his voice and perhaps acted in a manner that he would prefer he had not acted in. But I think he also, his defense was it was very stressful at all levels.
And coming back to the plan to end the protests in Ottawa, did the board ever lose faith in his ability to accomplish that task?
The board never stated that they had lost faith in Chief Slowly. I do not believe the board had lost faith in Chief Slowly. As the chair of the board, I publicly stated my support for him. I did it willingly. I did support the chief. I did not agree with my council colleagues interfering. I understood that there were a lot of questions that were being raised, and I believed that there would be time after this incident had ended for a post-mortem where we could, we could consider all of what had happened and hopefully learn some lessons from it and make some determinations if any changes had to be made. But in the midst of this crisis, in my opinion, it was not the time to be questioning the actions of our chief.
Turning to the February 15th meeting, once the announcement was made that he had resigned, but then there was a briefing from OPS. Would you agree that during that meeting it was clear to the board that the OPS, the wheels were in motion to now bring this to an end? Can you maybe describe that?
It was clear that things were improving. I could not tell you that I understood how imminent the end was.
Do you know what led to this change in tone?
I've contemplated that so many times since this. I really feel that integrating the OPP and the RCMP into the command center and giving them more of a role in developing a plan was important, because I don't think OPS really had the skill set inside OPS to really build a plan like that. I just don't think they had the experience. So I think having those senior police agencies integrated into the center had helped a lot in developing a plan. And you started seeing in the stuff you're showing me, you start seeing more of the development of the plan as they integrated. And as they integrated, they started sending more resources, and it was always that. We were never going to end this thing without a clear plan and without the resources that Chief Slowly had said early on that he needed.
Turning to the 16th, and I don't have much time left, and so I'll only briefly touch on the events on the 16th. Let's go to OTT 8842. This is the draft letter that I discussed with Mr. Arpin the other day, that he drafted on behalf of the mayor to explain their perspective on what occurred on February 16th. Yeah. And specifically your decision to sign a contract with Mr. Turigian?
Turigian.
To replace former Chief Slowly. So if we go to the top of page 2, is the section that I'm most interested in. Just a little higher, sorry. Just the overlap between the two pages. Okay. So it says here, no votes were taken and no authority was delegated that would allow the chair to finalize an arrangement. Board members believe that they had mandated the chair to undertake a search for an external chief of police. Board members insist on the fact that the board chair did not seek delegated authority to execute a contract for a new chief of police. And Mr. Arpin told me the other day that this information was provided to him by some of your fellow board members. I'm just interested in your response to this information.
Well, it is absolutely 100% false. Mr. Arpin did not ask me about this. There are in-camera board minutes available that refute this. It was the authority was delegated, unanimously delegated. And Mr. Arpin discussing this issue with board members, frankly, was putting them in a conflict of the code of conduct because this was in-camera information not to be shared. So it's wrong. He should not have been asking them about this in-camera meeting. And I mean, if a member of the board, and I wish perhaps you had asked who, but if a member of the board did provide that information, I would suggest to you that it was probably a board member that does not have a lot of governance experience and perhaps did not understand delegated authority. But it was a unanimous vote of the board.
Mr. Arpin and his testimony the other day in the mayor's witness statement say that you told the mayor on the morning of February 16th that you wouldn't sign a contract with the new chief without his approval, and that you then did it anyways later that day, and that's when he lost faith in you. Did you tell the mayor that morning that you would not sign the contract without his approval?
No.
What did you tell the mayor?
I had a conversation with the mayor. I told him that the board had come to a decision to hire a new chief, Matt Trigian, and that I would be signing a contract that afternoon. The mayor expressed his concern, I think from a place of not fully understanding all of the internal issues that the board was aware of, but nonetheless, he is the mayor of the city, and I provided that information in advance of the announcement to him out of respect for the office of the mayor of the city. I said to the mayor, if you are telling me not to sign that contract, then I will go back to the board. But the board decision had been made. Let's be clear. The board had, that was done. And I said, if you are telling me not to sign the contract, I will go back to the board. But the mayor stopped short of giving me that direction. So we proceeded. In the intervening time, I mean, the mayor was on the telephone to my colleagues, who in turn were letting me know that he was asking them to unseat me as the chair of the board. And by the way, you also heard some testimony in the last couple of days that when I was asking about the council looking to constructively dismiss Chief Slowly, they were also looking to unseat me as chair of the board. And I was aware of that, asked them about it, and they said they didn't know. But nothing comes to the floor of council without the mayor's knowledge and consent. So it was pretty clear to me that that was the event that was unfolding. As soon as I left that room, the phone call started to set up the votes to unseat me, and a member of the media, I recognize it's hearsay, but it's a member of the media that I hold in high regard, that told me that it was the mayor's office that leaked the information about the hiring of Matt Trigian. And the problem with the leaking of that information was that it created, in my estimation, a false narrative about the hiring of a new chief. I mean, they were suggesting to the public that we had abandoned our own process, we didn't go through, the normal process, and this was a short-term hiring designed to shore up the senior command. We were flying with one wing in our senior command. Senior command normally has 2 deputies, a chief, and a CEO. We'd hired a brand new CEO. We had one of our deputies was suspended from the service. Our chief had just resigned. We were bare bones senior command in the middle of our biggest crisis ever. And so there were a number of considerations that the board had made in coming to the conclusion that it was in the best interest of the police service and our citizens to go outside. One was to shore up the senior command, to give the resources. Frankly, one was to protect Deputy Chief Bell, because in my estimation at the time, anybody that was going to assume that role, if it didn't come to a positive conclusion quickly, was probably going to, take some of the criticism for it. It might, and I would have expected that he would, in all probability, be a prime candidate to be our next chief, and I didn't want to damage Steve Bell through this process. And frankly, we were looking for more depth of experience in these types of issues than we had internal to OPS at the time. And it was basically those 3 reasons that said, okay, we need to shore up our senior command, we need to get more help from the right people, and we need to protect Deputy Chief Bell. And it was for that reason that we thought hiring someone on an interim basis from outside the service made sense. And with all due respect to the mayor, I do believe that the board and the chair of the board were in a better position to make that calculation than was he.
Thank you. My understanding is that your assistant made an audio recording of this conversation with the mayor.
She did.
And that recording was disclosed to Commission Council this morning.
It was.
Just hold on a moment.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
I have a concern. We received a copy of that audio recording 10 minutes or 13 minutes, I believe, before the hearing commenced. I was surprised that it had not been disclosed previously. The Ottawa Police Board disclosed a number of other documents. It was clearly something that they believed was relevant. It was not put to Mayor Watson yesterday, and I guess what I'm concerned about is the integrity of the process when we get these kinds of things 10 minutes before a witness is about to testify. I need to obtain instructions with respect to this. I have not been able to do so, and I guess what I worry about is what else is not being disclosed, or what are we going to see after witnesses have already testified. It's unfair to Mayor Watson, and it's unfair to the process, quite frankly, to have this kind of recording come up 10 minutes before the witness testifies.
Okay, well, thank you for the comments. Firstly, as you, I think, was noted, is you received it maybe 2 minutes after the commission received it. So it's not a question of the commission, it's a question of the documentation coming in. I think it's been generally explained why it was not produced, but I think that could be explored further. I do share, obviously the Commission shares the concern about fairness. Fairness is fundamental to this process. So if there are fairness issues, I will entertain them, whether that's required or not at this stage. I don't know, and nor do you, I gather, because you don't have instructions. So what I'd suggest is that we explore a little further why this wasn't produced so that the record is clear at a minimum. And then once you get instructions, we'll see where we go from there.
Yes, that's fine. I think I'm the first person to cross-examine, so I'd like to get those instructions before. And I just want to make clear, I wasn't suggesting that the Commission hadn't disclosed it. I appreciate that they only just received it as well. My concern was it hadn't been disclosed.
I think your concern was clear. I understand it. I was simply putting for the record that, and the reality is, and I think it was clearly put in my original statement, is that, you know, we are pressed for time. So are all the parties. But first, let's start why this was late disclosure. I think that's important it be on the record, and maybe that can be explored briefly. And if it's any comfort, you're not the first on the list to cross-examine, so you'll have the opportunity to get more time on that. And but be assured, the Commission is concerned to the degree that we want to be fair, and not knowing what's in the recording, me either, I'm not in any position to say much more. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I think the Commissioner framed the question. Can you tell us why the disclosure occurred this morning?
Sure. So when I provided documentation to the Commission, I might be a technological midget. I don't know a lot about getting all of this stuff off my telephone, so effectively, or off my devices. So I handed over my devices to the city to take whatever they wanted from any of this. And then yesterday when I was listening to the mayor's testimony on this point, because in my estimation it was quite inaccurate, I sent a message to my former assistant, who is now on a leave of absence from my office, but I said, did they get that document? And she said no, because it was on my phone, not your phone. And so Mayor Watson is aware of the existence of this recording, because I had shared it with the city's integrity commissioner. So I sent a message to the city's integrity commissioner yesterday and asked if that recording was still in her possession, and it was, and she sent it to me. So I disclosed it this morning to you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think that's helpful, I assume, for your getting instructions in terms of the process and the fairness issue. And we can deal with it after lunch if there's follow-up on that.
Mr. Commissioner, would it be appropriate for me just to state for the record the document ID for
yes,
that audio?
Go ahead.
So it's POE, and I don't know. POEOPB 701.
Okay.
I have two short questions before I wrap up.
Yeah, you're going to have to make it quick.
Yes, they'll be very quick. You were the chair of the OPSB for one day after Chief Slowly's resignation. Did you notice any change in that short time?
Sorry,
I'm sorry.
There's another objection.
No, my only concern is now that we have assigned it a number, my understanding was that it would then be an exhibit at the hearing. And I would ask that if my understanding of the rule is correct, then I would ask that we defer making it an exhibit at this time, at least so that we can get instructions and speak to that issue.
Mr. Commissioner, Eric Brusso, Commission Counsel, that's fine. Mr. Majakowski is correct. Typically, when we refer to a document ID, it is made an exhibit. Those are the rules we've set up, but in the circumstances where There may be objections, and you haven't ruled on the sort of admissibility. I think my colleague was just reading it out for the benefit of counsel in the room, and it won't be marked an exhibit until we've dealt with its admissibility after lunch.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
In that one day, did you notice any changes?
Yes. We saw a lot more detail around the plan.
Thank you. And did the board ever consider making a request? I understand under Section 9(5) of the Police Services Act, there can be a request by the board for the OPP to provide assistance. Did the board ever consider making such a request?
I don't recall.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay, so we have a little bit more time. The first to cross-examine, I think, is the counsel for the former chief, Mr. Slowly.
Good afternoon, Councillor Deans and Commissioner. I'm Rebecca Jones, and I am part of the council team for Chief Peter Slowly. I will not be able to complete my examination of you, Councillor Deans, before the lunch break, but why don't we get started, and then we can come back after the break. So I'm going to start with the hiring of Chief Slowly by the board. Councillor Deans, after you were appointed to the board in January 2019, part of your important work was to hire the new chief.
Correct.
Okay. And Chief Slowly was recruited and asked to apply for the position?
He was.
And he had been a deputy chief in the Toronto Police Service for many years?
Correct.
And he was known as a national police leader at the time?
He was.
Okay. And one of the areas he was particularly known for was his progressive, community-based approach to policing, right?
Right.
And that is exactly what the Police Services Board was looking for, right?
That's correct.
At the time that Chief Slowly was hired, the Ottawa Police Service was facing a lot of challenges.
Yes.
Okay. And they were facing challenges both in their relationship with the community and in particular racialized members of the community.
Yes.
Okay. And the Police Services Board was also facing challenges internally within the police service.
Yes.
Okay. And there had been audits done of these issues within the police service, correct?
Correct.
And there was very low morale.
Yes.
And there was very low morale among racialized members of the police service in particular.
Yes.
And when Chief Slowly came in to the city, he was given a change mandate, right?
He was, yes.
And not everyone was happy about that. And you've talked about that, right?
Right.
Okay. And the police association wasn't happy about that?
No.
Okay. You agree with me?
I do.
Okay. Chief Slowly was not their preferred candidate?
Well, I don't think so, but I had the impression that the police association would have liked to choose their own candidate. I don't think they were pleased with who our second choice would have been either. From messages that were sent my way, I don't know if initially how much information or knowledge they had of Chief Slowly, but I can tell you that the honeymoon was short-lived.
Right. And part of the reason the honeymoon was short-lived was because Chief Slowly published an op-ed after a black motorist was stopped by the Ottawa Police Service, correct?
Don't recall the details of that, but I'll take you at your word.
You won't disagree with me that the police association, the head of the police association, said it was a failure of leadership, or that he had failed the leadership test in raising this issue publicly?
Right.
Okay. So that was the circumstance faced by the chief before the convoy arrived. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And you've talked about Chief Slowly and his deputy chiefs briefing the board before the convoy arrived on January 26th, right?
Right.
And you made a statement at that board meeting about the importance of the right to protest, right?
Yes. Yes.
And it was important to do that because Ottawa is the capital region, right?
Right. And I happen to believe in the right to protest. I've participated in some of those protests.
Right. And the citizens of Ottawa are very respectful of the right to protest.
Yes.
Okay. And so you talked about the priorities for this protest that you had and that the police service had, right? And the priorities were shared, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And those priorities were to provide a space for protest and to protect the right to protest.
Yes.
But to ensure that this protest happened without any loss of life or serious injury.
Correct.
And that, of course, is what happened, right?
It is.
Okay. So you also gave evidence about the information that you had available to you from Chief Slowly. And we've heard a lot about Chief Slowly this morning, haven't we?
We have.
And Chief Slowly wasn't operating on his own, was he?
What do you mean?
He had a command team, right?
He did.
Okay. And Acting Chief Ferguson was in charge of operations. You knew that?
Yes.
Okay. And Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson, I should have said, and Deputy Chief Bell was in charge of intelligence.
Yes.
Okay. And this is a team effort, of course, but led by the chief.
Right.
Okay. Now, you talked about the information that you were provided, and Commission Counsel showed you a snippet of a situational report. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And that situational report referred to the fact that certain people were saying they weren't leaving until whatever demand was met, right?
Right.
Okay. And your expectation, though, for your police service, for Chief Slowly, for the head of the intelligence effort, Deputy Chief Bell, would be that they would take all of the intelligence into account, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't have access to all of the intelligence. You rely on them for that.
I didn't have access to any of the intelligence.
Well, let me ask you about that, because a lot has been made about that today. You understand, Councillor Deans, in your role as the chair of the board, that you are not provided with intelligence reports.
Yes.
Okay. You hadn't been provided with intelligence reports in the past either, correct?
Correct.
And the reason for that is because intelligence reports are highly confidential.
Right.
And if we actually look at the Hendon reports, which we can do now or after lunch, we'll see that on each page of the Hendon reports, which came from the OPP, it specifically states that they are not to be shared. Okay, is that fair?
Makes sense.
Okay, it makes sense. So when we're talking about what intelligence reports, and you didn't see the intelligence reports, you said you relied on Chief Slowly for telling you that that was normal, right?
Correct.
But you also knew, based on your own experience, that intelligence reports are not given to the board, right?
Right.
Okay.
I think what I was saying is we relied on Chief Slowly to provide us that information.
The information he could provide.
Right.
Legally.
Right.
Operationally.
Right.
Okay. So if we can put up a document now, please. It's OPP 1024. I just referred to Project Hendon reports, and this is an example of one, Councillor Deans. And if you scroll down to the bottom of the page, you'll see the reference to the third-party rule, and that's a rule that when one intelligence agency shares information with another, that agency they're not to share it outside of the police service, right?
Right.
Okay. And if we can go to page 4, please. Here we see, actually, if you scroll down a little bit more, here we go. At the last paragraph, it says, although the stated intent of some convoy participants is to remain at Parliament Hill until the convoy rescinds all COVID-19 related restrictions and mandates, this goal is likely to prove unrealistic in the long term, right?
Until the government rescinds all COVID restrictions, not the convoy, but yeah.
The government, thank you.
You're
Until
welcome.
the government rescinds all COVID restrictions. And then, but says, even a small number remaining would be disruptive, right?
Right.
And this is actually the information that you obtained from the Ottawa Police Service, that the expectation was that people would leave, but there could be some people that hung on, right?
That was much more the information that we were getting.
Right, so you agree with me.
I don't know how much I really understood the part about there would be some hangers-on, but I guess there's always some hangers-on, so.
Right, because we've heard that Ottawa has 99 or 100 protests a year, and it's very common for there to be some people that hang on at the end of a protest, right?
Well, we would hope to enjoy what Ottawa has to offer, not to continue the protest.
Right, but sometimes they're there to continue the protest, right?
Yeah, I suppose.
Okay. And so this information that the goal to remain in any numbers was unrealistic, this is the kind of information that you would expect the OPS to put together with all the rest of the intelligence information to share their assessment with the board, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We can take that down now. And Mr. Commissioner, I don't know the time, but if this is a convenient time for the lunch break.
We certainly can. It's a little early, but if it's a good time for you, we'll take the lunch break and come back at 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
The commission is in recess for 1 hour. La commission est levée pour 1 heure.
All right, we see right over here. This is interesting because these are missives. Okay, this is a letter from the Ontario Provincial Police Provincial Operations Intelligence Bureau. All right, coming out on, and we've got the date over here actually, so we can. It was the 20. There it is. This information. This report is current to 2022-01-20. So on the 20th of January, they already knew this was going down. They put out an intelligence report. They knew why this was happening too. Ontario Provincial Police puts this out. And they say this in the background, and I'm going to elide a few of the words here, obviously, because of issues not being able to say certain words at certain times. On 2022-01-15, the Canadian government implemented a requirement for Canadian tractor-trailer drivers returning from the U.S. to be fully procedured against if they wish to avoid quarantining and testing. Let's see here. The requirement, the medical procedure requirement, has been met with opposition, resulting in the organization of slow-rolling blockades on major Canadian highways, including at or near border points, designated as Freedom Convoy 2022 and Operation Bear Hug. So this is on the 20th of January. Let's pull out our calendar, our trusted calendar, of course, because without a calendar, do you even know what time it is? All right, here we go. Here's our calendar. So on the 20th, which is the Thursday before, if you remember Diane Dean, she actually calls that emergency meeting on the 26th, Wednesday, the 26th of January. So this is from the 20th. All right, so it's about 1 week, 6 days before. Thursday, the Wednesday they call that meeting. These people are protesters are set to come by the weekend, the 28th. All right, so they know what's happening and they know why, and yet we keep on hearing it over and over. Someone in the chat noticed this. They keep talking about having to respect the charter, except the fact is that the charter was not being respected, and they wonder why. Well, they don't actually wonder why. It's known very, very well why this is happening. And rather than address root causes, which is what Peter Slowly was saying, that there's probably going to need to be a political solution. It's not going to be one of policing. We can't solve this by policing. And then the other thing too is that this whole CBC issue, right, where she's communicating. All right, so Diane Deans, Councillor Diane Deans, she is the chair of the Ottawa. I'll give it exactly. I don't want to mix it up. I'm going to say it exactly. She's the chair of the City Council chair of Ottawa Police Board, the OPSB. So Ottawa Police Services is OPS. OPSB is Ottawa Police Board. Ottawa Police Services Board. During Freedom Convoy, she was removed by City Council on February 16th. She said here, interestingly enough, that Chief Watson has his own gaggle of geese who vote, no matter what he does, they vote with him. And in internet parlance, that is a simp. She was briefed daily by Chief Slowly, updated the rest of the police board and rest of City Council. Let's read the chat, see what you have to say. Old Man McGowan, you need to treat individuals as individuals. The cops had to look at the crowd and stand ready to stop these kids from grabbing their guns while also protecting elderly and children in the crowd. Okay, well, there was no incidences of that, of anybody attempting to grab any guns. And elderly and children in the crowd, elderly were actually assaulted at the protest. Right, we have video evidence of that. There's an old man whose his arm is twisted. He falls over, being arrested by a young punk cop. So that we have video evidence to the contrary of your statement there. Let's see what else we go. We got BK home lunchtime. Time for Diane Deans to go and devour more gremlins. What is with that laugh? What laugh is he talking about, man?
Oh, is that the soundbite you were playing? I think people thought that might have been me, but actually that's a soundbite of our buddy JB, Johnny Boy. You want to play that real quick, Ro? That is not me. That is Johnny Boy. He's one of the mods in the chat. If you see him, give him a big hail. He's one of our brothers.
That's right, man. He's overseas, working hard out there. So big hail, brother. Thank you for what you do, and he's got a sense of humor, which is what we need in this life, right? Free American says, I remember everyone dancing and having a good time. Hail, brother. Minnesota Fats. We the people don't see color. We see character and judge a man/woman by their character. That's it. That's correct. Absolutely, brother. We got Canadian Citizen. Inquiry has exposed Ottawa councillors and liberal clown bandits incompetence enabled by media clown clients. Absolutely. Paige says, I thought it was your wife. No, my wife, no. Wallflower, first time I did law until Ro highlighted the audio clip. You got it. We got... So here you go. Jacob Durant, Chief Slowly, or Bell, don't remember which, admitted in a hearing in the Senate that no weapons were found in Ottawa convoy. That has been debunked. There were no weapons. Absolutely. What else we got over here? Their intention was to reach for their guns, says Danny Kimbrell, and remove those detestable freedom lovers. They had no idea that they'd only create more. And I think it's really interesting. It's becoming quite apparent to me that, Chief Slowly was his lawyer, this lady, his lawyer, his second lawyer. She raised the issue of him, something to do with being his race or something. I can't remember exactly. Progressive.
Racialized.
So that's the one. And I think it was going according to plan. You know what I mean? We're going to hire the diversity guy. Not saying that's why he was hired. I'm not saying he's not fit for his job or whatever. In fact, I think he had more sense. He definitely had more sense. That's for sure. It's coming out from their meeting minutes that he was against abrogating the rights of the citizens of the people. And also they noted that's another thing there to note, that there was a lot of internal division within the police service itself. Right, so this is now coming to fruition. It's coming out, and that's what I think the great part of the inquiry is. It's the fact that we're getting the information. It's all. Hold on a second here. My kids are acting up.
We're seeing how disorganized they are internally. I think Dean's referred to it as a insurrection. She said within the group.
Sorry about that. Kids are acting up. They're supposed to be washing dishes, and they're just bad sometimes, you know. Daddy has to get his belt. I mean, Daddy has to do an inquiry. That's what I mean. I have to do an inquiry. You know, and then the audio recording. Ooh, oh, it sent shivers down my, you know. And she's just sitting there. She's licking her lips, you know. And she's just rich. She's like, yeah, I have a recording. It's just like over there, Jim Watson. He has sibs, and I have a recording of him. I'll just like bring it out. And today was brought out in the morning. You know that Pan in the morning, they're sitting there, and he gets sprung on them that there's a recording.
Right.
Ooh.
And they have to take a break before they even begin the session, you know, first thing. And then you have, was that Twitchikovsky that was, had some questions?
Twitchikovsky is a famous, he created, what did he do, Twitchikovsky? He's a famous composer, isn't he, Twitchikovsky?
Do you mean Tchaikovsky?
Whatever. What's the difference even, you know what I mean? This is my favorite. This picture, it reminded me of actually Hillary Clinton. You know?
Yeah, people were typing Hillary in the chat.
Yeah, it reminded me exactly. We got, hold on, we got eWatch 2. He says, Rowan Pan, I have a friend in the OPS that can confirm it's a political show in there. That's right. Oh, yeah, it must be a mess inside. And that's what I love about the inquiry. Like, I didn't think it would be, I don't think, oh, we're going to have this massive, you know, justice will be done and we're going to trot out Trudeau and he's going to War Tribunal, War Crimes Act, you know. Oh, no, what is it? Right. Nuremberg Code. None of that. I don't see any of that happening. Let's be realistic here. You know, these guys are, but they're rats on a sinking ship. That's what's happening here. And the rats are trying to all jump off and get the life jackets, right? There's only about a few life jackets, and not all the rats are guaranteed to get a life jacket. Yeah,
they're blaming each other. You know, these different groups. You know, no, you did. You did. You know, that type of thing. And yeah, that's being exposed. So I mean, if there's no greater good or like true change that happens right away from this, it might be the start of some change because people are going to notice how dysfunctional it is.
Absolutely. And I think that if she's pressed, she will crumble. And she's also,
oh yeah,
you know,
I mean, people should like, you know, place bets in the chat. Like, is she gonna last the day without cracking? You know, is she gonna make it through the cross-examination without losing her mind? I don't know. I could see her having an outburst or two.
We've got Canadian citizen. He says Ottawa Hillary, it's a basket of police deployables. That's right. That's right. Exactly. We got Mad Pieman. Yep, bro, they're all scuttling off the poop deck. That's right. You got it. Lisa Jean. Phantom testicular fortitude here in Niagara. Hail. Hail, sister. Yeah, absolutely. She just got here. Who is she? She is Diane Deans. Okay, let me put up the info that I got over here. Diane Deans, City Council, Chair of Ottawa Police Board, OPSB. During the Freedom Convoy, she was removed by the City Council on February 16th, 2022. But she seemed instrumental in relieving who she calls him Coach Peter Slowly. And there was some kind of weird, like, mention of some kind of sexual impropriety or harassment of women or something that she had indicated. There was some kind of weird allusion to that. It's not clear. It was very vague. That a Stephen Hoff from CBC, this guy right over here, was going to put together. He is a producer for CBC News Parliamentary Bureau. He can be reached. So let's do a quick search here. Stephen Hoff, did any of that ever come out? Let's see slowly. All right.
CBC cucks.
Absolutely. You know, but this guy he was supposed to put out a video, and I think this is possibly what happened here. Like, I'm just trying to fill in the blanks a little bit, okay? So get me, I mean, I'm going to do a little bit of conjecture now, all right? My idea is this. I'm just going to put these two here so we can appreciate everybody in their beauty at the same time. There you go. Okay.
Yikes.
Yeah, that's a hot picture right there. Okay, so my conjecture, and I put it to you, the chat, and I would love to hear your opinion on this one. Okay. So Diane Deans wants to get rid. Diane Deans and her little cadre of counselors are unhappy with the. What word did they use? They used. There was a term that she used. Not vicious. Anyhow, it was a wreaking havoc. That was the word. They were wreaking havoc. She wants to get rid of these demonstrators, protesters wreaking havoc. So Peter Slowly is not doing his job. Right? He's not doing his job. So she approaches or is approached by, or they know each other already, or it's some kind of introduction is made to Stephen Hoff, where they've already have some kind of information flow between the two of them from the CBC. And she says, hey, coach, listen, you sure you don't want to reconsider? Like, take my offer. My offer is just get out of this, you know, go and resign, go and play some golf, relax. Meanwhile, Stephen Hoff is putting together a video, a whole documentary about Peter Slowly's alluded to sexual improprieties, or at least romantic. She used the word passionate. He was a passionate in relation to that whole talk there. And then the night after...
Passionate man.
Right? A passionate man. And then the day after, all of a sudden, Peter Slowly decides it's in his best interest actually to resign.
Wow.
Now, am I reading too much into that? I'd have to replay that whole section. The section there where she's talking about Peter Slowly.
I remember her saying something about him like raising his voice or something, and but she was kind of like, but it wasn't as bad as people said it was. That was kind of the tone of what she was saying. I don't know exactly what instance she was describing, but
can we get a more calmly picture of Diane's face up, please, if there's such a thing? Yeah, we can. Absolutely, there is. Here, I got a better one for you. Here you go. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
There you go.
I mean, ask and you shall receive. We're in the business.
Looking good.
We're in the business here of making your dreams come true. Every time. So
please the people.
Yeah, we're here to please you, the chat. Hail, brethren. Let's see what else we got. We remember Diane has Diane, I don't know, how do we say her name anymore? Diane Deans has let me hold on a second. I got to refer to it. Diane Deans, that's her name. Diane Deans. She has a recording that shows the mayor of Ottawa lied. Why is that upsetting you at a war campaign? That's not upsetting us at all. We would love to see it here. We'd love to hear it. We want to hear it. We've got no spam man. Read the CBC and Globe and Mail articles about the Ottawa City Council resignations. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Should we do that? Ottawa City resignations. Let's do a search here. Ottawa City resignations. Ottawa City Council resignations. Okay, and he mentioned, what was it? Globe and Mail and CBC. Okay. How a city meltdown led to a city in crisis. Oh, here she is. Let's hear her.
Since the mayor has a different vision of police governance in this city, I will be tendering my resignation forthwith. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
There you have it, Mayor. You just saw Ralston King resign from the police board because of your actions and your club's actions here. Really what you're doing here is
it's not his kitchen. That's not his kitchen, by the way. That's a green screen.
Police board in order to insert your own people that'll be loyal to you like you've been doing all term on every other committee. Did the OPSB have the authority to appoint an interim chief during this crisis?
We have the only authority. City Council does not have any authority to appoint or make decisions about the senior command. That rests solely with the Police Services Board.
The proposal in front of us right now is to appoint Councillor El Shantiri as the new chair of the police board, as well as Councillor Harder to replace Councillor Meehan. What is it that Councillor Harder can bring to the position that you think is so important to replace a person who's been asking tough questions at the police board, like Caroline Meehan or like Ralston King?
When it comes to Councillor Harder, she's already been on the Police Services Board. We're looking for stability in the interim, and then circulating interest for being on the Police Services Board for the remainder of the term.
Okay, so it sounds to me like this Councillor Harder and Diane Deans were in some sort. Is that? Do I have it right here? They were in some kind of power struggle. Let me see if I can get this. No, we don't have it here. No, we don't have it here. Let me see if we can do this one more time. I want to hear the name.
What's happening to
Looking for stability in the interim. Comes to Councillor Harder.
Councillor Harder. Councillor Harder. Okay, Jan Harder. There you go. So this is Jan Harder. I know that Jan Harder. And then we got Diane Deans. And then we'll type in meltdown. How about that? How's that for a keyword?
There you go.
Right? Oh, here we go. See that? I'm a pro, man, at this YouTube.
Wow, we've been busy watching.
Right? Let's just jump ahead. Here we go.
Diane Deans on the top left. We've got Carol Ann Meehan on the bottom right. And so these two people have been very, very aggressive towards the Freedom Trucker Convoy, saying that they should basically just be, eliminated, taken out. I mean, we talked about Carol Ann. She was literally begging Slolly to go out there and just start rounding people up. And so they were very excited when they were making this announcement, saying that Slolly was getting out of there. We're going to listen to this, and then we'll take a look at what else they're doing to sort of reconstitute the entire board.
On behalf of the Ottawa Police Services Board, I am announcing that today, Chief Peter Sloley and the Ottawa Police Services Board reached a mutually agreeable separation, and as such, Chief Peter Sloley is no longer employed with the Ottawa Police Service. We thank Chief Sloley for his service to the City of Ottawa. As this is a labor relations matter, no further comment will be made. Deputy Chief Steve Bell will be the interim chief until further notice. The board is already at work to put in place a new command structure and will be appointing a new chief very
interesting. So it looks like this has been a real contentious city council. Okay, let's continue watching over here.
She's already been on the Police Services Board. We're looking for stability in the interim, and then circulating interest for being on the Police Services Board for the remainder of the term.
what's happening tonight, this motion that we are debating tonight is political. It is a power grab by this mayor in the middle of a crisis. Here we are Wednesday night at 7:30. You don't care. You do not care, Mayor, because this meeting would have happened Monday so that we could get answers in time for people to know what they need to do to prepare for the weekend. Because every weekend gets more and more dangerous for people who live on Lisgar and Metcalfe and Cooper and Queen and Bay. Every hour matters. But here we are Wednesday night because
we're under siege.
McKinney. You okay?
No, I'm just. She lives in an alternate reality to me. It's like it's an alternate reality. It's a totally different, another world that I live in. That I was there. We have footage. A lot of people have footage. If you just do searches for all those days, right? Walking down Cooper, getting free bacon sandwiches everywhere, getting free food everywhere, and she's making it out like you're gonna get. Like, let's be reasonable, right? They say that LGBTQ, BBQ, they were targeted. Okay, how do you know if I'm gay? How do you know what sexual relations I've ever had? Do you even know I'm gay? I might be gay. I'm probably. How do you know? You can't tell by looking at someone if they're gay. How do you target someone and say that those people are? First of all, are even identifiable? Are they even an identifiable group? It doesn't work that way, especially in February when you're bundled up. You're wearing layers of clothing, right? I can understand if you're one of those flamboyant kind of gays, you know what I mean? And you got a thong and you're thrusting in the middle of the street like Thong Man. I don't think
probably more flamboyant in summertime, though.
You know what I mean? How do you even know? You know what? I might be gay. I'm just putting it out there. That's it. How do you know?
Metcalf and Cooper and Queen and Bay. Every hour matters. But here we are, Wednesday night, because you wanted to see if your failed attempt to deal with illegal occupiers was going to work. Well, it didn't work.
I'm astounded by what's happening here tonight. I'm sorry. I'm an emotional person. But I can say that I'm truly disgusted with the cheap political stuff.
She's crying. She's crying. This is a city council person. Women got to vote in 1920 something. When did they get to vote, Pat? I can't remember.
Oh, I don't even know.
I don't know. Okay, but
I don't
mean,
know women's history.
There's women who are so tough out there, very tough, and she's crying. This is the person that you choose to be on city council. How did they even get? You know what, man? This is what I feel. I feel like, man, haven't been paying attention. Meanwhile, the clowncelars are running the clown circus over here. Let's back up to this. This is Meehan. Her name is Meehan.
I can say that I'm truly disgusted with the cheap political stunt that is being played out here tonight. And I think that this mayor of the city of Ottawa should resign tonight because this city is in chaos and it doesn't need to be. And this is the last thing we need right now is this motion.
What we are facing right now is an unprecedented siege of the city of Ottawa. We have become
She's really pretty, actually. I like her look, but she's crazy. Do you know what I mean? She's totally crazy. Yeah.
She said siege.
She said siege.
Yeah.
This is Laura. Hold on, I want to get her name here. Her name is, because I want people to know the names. I think it's Laura Dudas.
Siege
Dudas.
of the city of Ottawa.
Dudas.
We have become an international laughingstock. What we need is action. What we need is a change of leadership in all of the key positions to make sure that the police are doing their jobs. Our residents deserve nothing less. And I do not have confidence that the people around the board right now are fully capable of ending this siege. So to me,
I just want to stop here for a second. We got Valerie, and she put out a great point, okay? Canadians were under siege for 2.5 years. Let's put this into context. We got Clyde in the chat. Hail, brother. Canadians were under siege for 2.5 years. Okay? I still right now, all the jokes aside, right now, my wife, she's been dropping weight. She's not doing as good as she has been doing the last couple months. She's holding tight still, and we're praying, and she's doing everything she knows to do. But if she goes back to Ottawa Hospital, I don't know. That's the general or the civic campus. I don't know if I'm going to be able to visit her. You can hear the little baby crying. We got our hands full, and that's the problem here. You want to talk about a siege? You're telling me that I can't be a patient advocate for my wife, and you wonder why people are pissed off. And that's just not even the half of it. You know how many people? I'm very lucky. I live in my mother's basement. But imagine these people who have mortgage payments and then they're fired. Okay? I just pay the bills. That's about it. Buy food. My mother's relaxed now. But there's a lot of people who've been damaged. And forget about the people who watched their parents die through a Zoom or a tablet. It just goes on. You want to talk about siege? Why do you think people came out here? And just like that Ottawa police intelligence report from the 20th of January, they already knew 6 days before the 26th. That was on Thursday that report came out. And on Wednesday, that's right, on Wednesday, there was a special meeting, the 26th, by Diane Deans. They already knew why this was happening. They knew that on the 15th of January, they had imposed absolutely atrocious restrictions on a huge class of working class people that just wanted to get their work done and put food on the table. And you wonder why this happened. And frankly, if it wasn't for them, all the white collar people that I know, right? I'm white collar. I just write computer code. My hands are like pianist hands. They didn't do nothing. They went along with the plan. They went along with it. We had to get real salt of the earth people, by the way, who when they came to Ottawa, they put up amazing structures, a kitchen, full, everything they could within a very short amount of time, I'm telling you, these guys could build an entire city. They were so capable. I can use tools because my father, he taught me how to do this and that, but I was his helper. I'm not somebody who could do the planning, but I seen these guys. They are extremely capable, and it was inspirational, and that's Canada. That's the salt of the earth right there. Clyde, do something. Rohan, it was the counter-protesters that were using the Ram Ranch meme to try and gay shame convoy protesters. That's homophobic. Convoy didn't bite. I don't care about gay colors. I don't care. There's some people that have been saying to me too, they're like, hey, Ro, we should put up a video about all the colored people, the non-whites at the convoy. Right, they're talking about it. I don't care. I don't want to play their games. You can never be gay enough. You can never be black enough. You can never be that identity politic enough. Pan, what's your opinion, brother? We've discussed that kind of thing before.
Oh yeah, you can never be diverse enough for the social justice warriors. Don't even play their games. It's not even worth it. Like, there's no reason for you to signal how, quote, diverse the convoy is. We all know it was about freedom, and there's no color to freedom. So, I mean, we all know that. Like, we don't need to prove that to them because they're never gonna believe it anyway. Politically, they hate you. They want you dead. No virtue signaling is going to change that. So yeah, don't play their game.
Absolutely. We got Lisa D. She says, I feel sick to my stomach remembering my grandmother and uncle dying alone down the hall from each other last year. They didn't even allow them to see each other down the hall, her grandmother and uncle. I mean, I feel blessed that my father died in January 2015, so he didn't have to witness this. I had a friend of mine, she died of breast cancer very, very close friend of mine in October 2020, just as all this was ramping up. And this whole cancer had metastasized. She had breast cancer, was in her bones and everything. It was an excruciating death for her. But I'm glad that she went and not having to witness all this. She was a free spirit. Anyhow, let's watch a little bit more of this.
This motion and this vote is not about raking people over the coals or politically calling people out. And it might be perceived as such. And I'm sorry that that's the case. But the situation as it stands is we need to end the occupation of the nation's capital. And we need to make sure we're doing everything in our power to see that happen.
I have no doubt that this motion is coming from your office, Mr. Mayor, and it is entirely political. And I share the frustration of the councillors around this table for whom the last thing we want to be doing is hashing out council fractures and having squabbles when I'm looking on social media and I'm seeing the hill become harder by the day. This is not what our residents elected us to be doing.
Councillor King, you're a friend, you're a colleague.
This is Mathieu Fleury. Let's listen to him.
Councillor King, you're a friend, you're a colleague. You do a lot of great work in your community, but you played a really important role on that board. You have been the moral leader.
Is he crying as well? Can we get some city councilors that do not burst into tears? Is that possible? Can we do that?
McFlurry in tears.
Role on that board. You have been the moral leader of an entire community. I would really ask that you reconsider. We have a lot of things to heal. And
bro, by the way,
he really is crying. Like, I thought it might just be like a quiver in the voice or something, but no, this guy's in full-on tears.
I'm just saving that
McFlurry.
picture. I'm saving that for my collection. I gotta
There you go. Oh man,
come on,
that's
man.
a good one.
And by the way, that's not a real wall behind him. He's actually in his
green screen.
He's in his kid's bedroom, just like the other dude was. I mean, this is, look, and I'm not trying to make fun of anybody who's got emotions and the rest. I got emotions, you know what I mean? I just drink a little bit of liquor when I feel them.
You're not going around crying on Zoom meetings, though, I mean, come on, bro.
Well, I got feelings. Most of them are just, sometimes I feel jorny. That's the honest truth. So,
There you go.
Yeah, and then look, I got a very simple way never to get me too'd. Okay, like I've been using it my whole, well, at least for the last couple of years. It is the number one way, okay, not to get me too'd. You just say whatever message. If you don't know how to respond as a woman and you feel jorny, just say one word. Just say angel. And then that's it. That's it.
When you feel jorny, just say angel.
Just say
Hail,
angel.
brother.
Hail, brother.
It's good advice.
And then I just walk away. I just like angel. I get a message from a
like
girl.
drop the mic. Like angel, mic drop.
Exactly. I get a message from a lady. She's saying, "Hey, bro, I haven't spoken to you in so long." Da, 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 da. And I'm like, "Babe, yeah, I've been busy. I hope you're doing well." And then I just write angel, and then I don't answer again for at least a couple hours. You know what I mean? That's my methodology.
Cool off. Take a cold shower.
You have a lot of
mic drop.
A lot of things to heal, and although there is divisive votes tonight, I think we could 100% all vote for you and the work that you've done on the board.
The board made a decision to go with an interim that would bolster the senior command and assist with the plan to end this crisis as soon as possible. You're all very worried about the instability of having an extra set of hands in the senior command, but you don't seem to think that there's any instability of replacing the board. Your actions here today, you have destabilized the police service. You have destabilized the police services board. You have played ugly, dirty politics in the middle of the biggest crisis in the city's history. And I hope every single one of you who votes with Mayor Watson on this today pays
burns in hell. That's what she's about to say.
the price.
I hope every one of you who vote for mayor, all of you and your Sims, you will burn. You will burn. That's what she's saying, man. That's how I see this.
The polls in October, because you surely should.
No matter what Chair Dean says, this stupidity by the board has destabilized this place more than slowly resigning. It was absolutely irresponsible to hire some random guy who hasn't policed in 8 years. It's incredibly important to have the right person for Ottawa. I think in this time, at this moment, in this freaking city, Acting Chief Bell is the person to have. I can't even imagine what he's thinking right now as to what has happened to him in the space of 24 hours. It is absolutely ludicrous. And it's such a bad decision.
Yeas and nays, please, Madam Deputy Clerk, on Eli.
Okay, so just over here, just so you can read what it says here, I'm just going to zoom in here. All right, here we go. Okay, be it resolved that the City Council, the Old Biddy Committee, says that we are going to replace current City Council board members on the OPSB, that's the Auto Police Services Board. It's going to be, instead of Diane Dean, so removing her and putting in a guy named Ely L. Chantry. Going to replace Jan Harder with Carol Ann Meehan. Suzanne Valiquette replacing Sandy Smallwood, and Councillor Jeff Leeper replacing Rolson King. So I think that's what he was talking about. He's like, Mr. King. That was Fleury, right? He's like, Mr. King, I just want, stop. This is worse than a comic book, okay? And someone just asked in the chat, can we get the link to your comic book again? Yes, you absolutely can. It is buyvestige.com. I'm going to just drop it into the link. Really appreciate your support. See, this is where we start from, right? What we're looking at here is worse than any media, TV show, drama, entertainment drama. It is a story of absolute incompetence writ large that really led to what I consider to be a historical event, something like this over here. So my mother gets the newspaper every Saturday, okay? The Globe and Mail, actually. And if you see this over here, let me just show you what I'm talking about here. Okay. Hold on, where's it? This is over here. There we go. Fix that up a little bit. Okay, so what is that? That's a convoy of the disillusioned, right? You see that paper? This is from June 18th, 2022. A convoy of the disillusioned. Look at that right there. Okay, so this is the last time we had a major convoy coming into Ottawa. 1935 onto Ottawa Trek. And the Regina riot that ensued offers some parallels with the protests that paralyzed Ottawa last winter, along with some stark contrast. And it's very interesting. It's very interesting. This is 1935, and that's why, if you notice, they keep saying this is the largest protest in 2 generations. Because they don't want to talk about what happened before. Every time that people lose their rights, okay, and they're abused, at some point there's a breaking point for the population, and there's a peasant revolt of 1318, or there's the 1935. In this case, they're terming it, what is it? The official name for this is the Onto Ottawa Trek. That's what they called it. And these people jumped on trains to go to Ottawa. Onto Ottawa Trek. I'm just going to show you this over here. 1935. Onto Ottawa Trek. Okay, so people know this is what happens when you do this. You eventually get a reaction. Right? People hop into rails at Kamloops to get to Ottawa. Look at this over here.
Wow.
Yeah. All right, jumping aboard the train to get there so that they can make their voices heard. They jump freight trains, says Tim Burns. Absolutely. David Gregg, they go against everybody's charter rights and then they act like children. Exactly. They act like children crying about it after they've gone against the Bill of Rights. And I don't like to even say the charter rights. That's my own personal opinion. I don't like the notwithstanding clause at the top of it. And I don't like... My rights are from God, okay? That's where my rights are from. My rights are from God. They're not from a charter. They're not from a Bill of Rights. I'm born free. I teach my children that too. They're born free. I don't need any paper. And you can see just about as much as they respect the paper that it's written on. They don't respect it. I don't care about the paper. I'm not a lawyer, right? When I was going to school, I applied to criminology, and I was going to go to law school, or I went into computer programming, and I got into both, and I went to programming because I loved it. It was interesting, and I liked to program. And my rights just don't come from paper. They just don't. You know, I'm a believer. I mean, what about you, Pan? What do you think, brother? I mean, I don't think these guys don't respect the paper, obviously.
No, I mean, I don't trust politicians to uphold, here in the United States, we have the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. I don't always expect them to uphold those things for the good of the people.
Absolutely, brother. In April 1935, 1,500 men from British Columbia relief camps went on strike and congregated in Vancouver. This was the simmering tensions of the Great Depression boiled over in Canada as police and jobless protesters clashed in the streets of Regina. And then they went to Ottawa. The Regina riot was a culmination of months of protests as thousands of unemployed men moved across the country in what became known as the On to Ottawa Trek. The men wanted to coerce the federal government into finding them jobs. Well, that's what's written today. Now, what really happened, maybe they didn't want them, whatever economic decisions they were making were destroying the people on the ground. The trek originated on the West Coast as a local demonstration. Just like here, we've had a lot of small protests that finally culminated into a big one. In April 1935, 1,500 men from British Columbia relief camps went on strike and congregated in Vancouver. I'll tell you what, for me, it's like everybody's got their own breaking point where they say, hey, this is it. Like, I am done. I am done. For me, it was when I saw that Costco video in November, and then I did a video on YouTube. That was it for me. That was my line. When they put out this vaccine passport, that right there, and the government's, I'm staring at this, and they're asking me now at work what my status is, my medical status is. I don't know. I got a really hard time, man. Look, I got no police record whatsoever. I keep myself to myself. You know what I mean? Now, at this point, I don't even have a drink if I'm out of my house because I don't trust the government. You know what I mean? If I drink half a beer or I have a sip of beer, who knows? They're going to run a breathalyzer on me, and then what are they going to do? Well, look what they've done to everybody. Anybody who's on their list, and we know they got these lists. We know that for a fact. I'm not saying I'm special. So many people here, trust me, you're on a list too. Especially if you gave money at the for Give, Send, Go or the GoFundMe. There's so many people. We're all on lists. That's what the government's doing now. They're creating lists of their own population, their own people. I don't give them an excuse. That's what I'm trying to say here. And you have a breaking point, and after that breaking point, well, hey, you know what? Let me just hop on a train. That's what they did over here in 1935. I'm just going to hop on a train. The men resented the federal work camps set up at the height of the Depression to offer jobless single men subsistence living. Men earned 20 cents a day. I don't know how much that translates to today for a 44-hour work week in the remote camps spread around the country. The Tory government of R.B. Bennett had decided to roll for the single unemployed, striker Ron Liversedge noted. They were to be hidden away to become forgotten men, the forgotten generation. How naive of Mr. Bennett. Never were forgotten men more in the public eye. And that's what we've seen here today. We've seen the exact same thing in Canada, the government flailing. Why? Why are people... I don't understand why there's so many people here. I can't believe this. What's happening here? It's a siege. It's an occupation. They're yahoos. They use a lot more violent language than that, right? And,
oh yeah, you know that even today, Dean's described it as terror. She said.
Where did Royal Bank and Farm Credit Canada get their data list? Says In Darkness, and that's the other thing. Nobody's talking about this. The lists of your names who donated to the Give, Send, Go. That was hacked information. And yet every governmental agency has been using that data.
Yeah. Where's the integrity there?
And now I'm going to say something else here. I'm a computer programmer, and I'm sure everybody else here has common sense. You've all got common sense. So think about this. So if I now, let's say, someone hacks into something, and you gain a database, what's to say that you don't alter that database before you put it public to put your own personal enemies on that list? It makes no sense. Mm-hmm. So just that idea even that they're using this data from a third-party hacking event, it doesn't even make logical, rational sense. No, my conjecture, okay, hypothesis, totally unproven, all right, may totally be wrong, is that that was possibly, potentially and possibly could have been gained from other means. Not necessarily the person that we are being told it was gained from. Let's put it there. I'll leave it at that. I'm not going to say more than that. So here we are now. That information, which supposedly was hacked, which right there contravenes all law, that you're using that data to target your own citizens. It's completely contrary. And like I said so many times before, I wouldn't be doing this. Pan and I wouldn't be doing this. We'd be talking about comic books and TV shows and the media. We'd be talking about Lord of the Rings right now as they remove all cultural authenticity from J.R.R. Tolkien's works. Because we are nerds. Pan collects Ninja Turtles.
That's right.
You know, you live in a turtle cave.
Yeah, I got a pretty sweet man cave. One part of it's like a gym with a heavy bag and wrestling mats, and the other part is all Ninja Turtle action figures and memorabilia. So
that's the stuff. You know, Pan is a guy who's very passionate. Not passionate like Chief Slowly, but passionate about his collections. And you're a fellow, you've collected, you told me so many times about the blues, right? You've got an affinity.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of, old blues and jazz music, and, know a little bit of the history on that. I play a little bit of blues harmonica, and, very passionate about certain things, music. And, I like Ninja Turtles. If people wonder why Ninja Turtles, I thought about it. I loved it as a kid, and I didn't really know why. And then I got older and I realized it's because they're brothers. It's all about brotherhood and them having each other's backs, and, them against the world. They're mutants in a non-mutant world. So yeah, big Ninja Turtle fan. I see, a lot of themes of brotherhood in that.
Hail, brother. Absolutely. And that's the thing. Those ideas, that's why at the war campaign here, I'm going to take myself off the screen for a second here, and you can see what I'm talking about. Right there, it says on the side of the screen, Rowan Pan and the chat. Okay? Because the chat is a key component over here, because we need your help to notice things. We need the help of all the people of the world, of the Canadians, of the Americans, every country out there, British, Australians, all the countries of the world, to fight for freedom and to notice things, and then to, to bring that out there so that others can know. So we say H for honor, A for accountability, I for integrity, and L for loyalty.
Absolutely. Yeah, the chat is where it's at. Quite literally, you guys are what, make it move on YouTube, and you guys are the eyes and the ears. You guys are the truth. So a big hail to the chat.
A big hail to the chat. I'm going to show you something here. This is the war campaign, the ideology, the ideas. We want to have a resurgence. We want to bring that back, those old ideas. These are old ideas that now have been maligned. Honor, accountability, integrity, loyalty. I mean, we're comic book guys. That's what it is. But here we are thrust into this. Why? Because we can't just live our normal lives. We can't live our normal lives. They've corrupted the culture. I can't send my kids to school. We got to homeschool them. That's my personal belief, because the schools are so bad now. They're so bad now. You see, it's interesting. You can take that idea here of this Oakville teacher. So that's just west of Toronto, Oakville. Well, it's a Toronto suburb in the west, and west part of Toronto, Oakville. A nice, rich neighborhood, nice houses, and then they got that teacher with those great big bazungas.
Wow.
And that teacher, these are prosthetic. It's a prosthetic costume at the end of the day. But why? It really sheds a light. Forgetting about the person, I'm not totally convinced that that's not just an effort to bring attention to the topic. It very well could be. It could be one of these tongue-in-cheek things. It's so clownish, right? I'm not convinced. I don't see everything. I don't immediately think, hey, this is just somebody who's confused or mental. I think, no, maybe they're playing a joke here. Maybe they're doing a trick. Anyhow, but it's amazing that the school boards themselves are unwilling to call out that behavior, because the culture is a culture now where up is down, down is who knows where down is, and we are unable to speak the truth. And that's what we see here with our city councilors. We see people who are unable to speak the truth, and now who are eating their own. And I think more information is going to come out here during these inquiries. More information is going to come out here. It's guaranteed it will. And this stuff is more,
no doubt.
Yeah, it's more epic than the comic books. Well, maybe except for our own. All right, maybe except for our own. Yeah, exactly. He was trolling, says Bozena. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Maria says, thank you for streaming Ro, Pen, and the team. You're bringing us all together. Camaraderie in the chat. Like-minded, safe space. Hail. Hail Canada. Hail the States. Hail. Absolutely. This is what it is. This is what we love, because anybody can watch the Public Order Emergency Commission, but the information and then analyzing it and then doing that together.
Maybe do something in their own communities to, change the way it is. And it could be a slow process, though. So get ready.
That's right. I've got some buffering messages. Maybe try refreshing. It's looking a little bit better here. It looks fine here. Let's take it. I mean, it looks good to me. I see full
buffering.
Yeah, I see
buffering.
I see. Yeah, there you go. Refresh worked. Okay, back. Are we back up? We're back.
It's back. It's back.
All right. Let's take
hail the chat.
Yeah, hail the chat. Hail, brethren. Thank you for being here. Let's take a moment here. I'm just going to tell you, hit buyvestige.com. You want to help us out, keep doing what we're doing. I'm just going to put how to type it in here, because you probably don't know. I'll put the link in here. But this is the best way to help us. Like I said, we're from the comic world. You want to help us out, this is how you do it. You keep us doing what we're doing, and our third founder of the war campaign, Gat Hanzo, who is the author of this, doing what he's doing. He's coming up with a new book idea, and it's to get the word out. It's called Crash the System. That's the next book we're doing, Crash the System. It's really cool. It's really, really cool.
Nice.
Yeah, we're professionals at this comic book stuff. Pan is the first investor in the company. And there it is. Check that out. I really appreciate your support. Epic fantasy. You know, youth finding their way. Charles Gamel, who starts out as a dock worker. He drinks ale, he gambles, and occasionally he chases women. However, a chance encounter with a beautiful siren will soon change his life forever, plunging him headlong into a visceral nightmare and upending his reality. That's kind of nightmare that we've been living in. Beneath the veil of his shattered worldview, a worldview where we believe we had freedom, that's how I feel, lies a fantastic realm filled with magic and intrigue, but also great peril. It's just, you know what? I feel like we're in a comic book at this point. That's how crazy it is. We had to read comics to be in an outside world in a fantastic place. Now we're living in that Zexi Li Chinese curse. May you live in interesting times. Yeah, here, let me give you a little bit of background so you know what it's about. Okay. Introducing the premier historical fiction fantasy universe. Welcome to the world of Vestige. This series of graphic novels seamlessly blends historical accuracy with folklore from around the world to create a unique fantasy experience. This is where the war campaign comes from. This is what we've been doing. When you support us fighting this culture war on the level of comics, it's very hard to make your own independent movie or TV show. It takes tremendous resources. But comics is one that's a hobby that I want to impart on for my kids, and it's one specifically where an independent person can put together a business, you know, assemble some capital, pay your artists, pay your writers, pay your letterer, the person, you know, the printers, and then the layout and the rest. And you can do it. It's doable, okay? It's doable for under $20,000. Let's put it that way, which is amazing. You can't put a movie together, you know, for that amount of money, realistically, that can compete with Hollywood. But you can here. And we're trying to compete with DC, with Marvel, that have turned all of our loved characters into, what would be the word? I don't know, Ben, what the word is, man. Let me show you what the word is over here.
They just turned them into degenerate symbols of a crumbling society instead of heroic figures that you want to look up to.
Exactly. You know, take a look what they've done to Superman. This is what they've done to Superman.
Oh my God.
Yeah, this is young Superman. So everything is twisted, right? Every single thing is.
Oh my, no, what is this?
There's no more Lois Lane, guys. That's finished. Lois, it's
Lois Lane.
That's the one. It's Lois Lane. There you go. This is where we're at. Why is this in comics? Explain this to me. And this is where we started, and that's what the war campaign is. It's a war in the culture. It's a spiritual war of the culture. It's not a physical war. We're not calling for any violence at all, ever. But it is one that is the cultural upheaval of a society that doesn't know itself anymore, that doesn't understand itself, that is subject and is suffering from moral relativity to such an extent that they do not know who they are and what is correct, what is righteous action. What do you want to put out there for kids? And I'm not saying that, you know, that people who are gay don't exist. That's not what I'm saying. It's that you're taking our characters and then you're that tiniest minority of people who live those lifestyles, who live those ways of living, whatever you want to call the wording, who have those feelings, sexualities, and you're taking our heroes and you're applying that to them when 99% of the people that you ever meet in your life, what is the ideal that you want to give to your children? I know for myself, I want to give to them that you should be as good as your dad. You know, you should love your wife. You should take care of your wife. You have responsibilities. My father said to me, I still remember, he said to me, son, I was very young at the time I wanted to get married to my wife. And he said to me, if you ever divorce her, you better know what you're doing, because if you ever divorce her, I'll never talk to you again.
Oh.
So, yeah, that's it, man. That's how I was raised. That's how I was raised, okay? And I'm not saying that I'm not somebody who, you know, I love women. There's no doubt. But my wife is I have to, everything. You know what I mean? That's all your responsibility. And marriage is a pain in the ass. Let's be real, right? It's easy to quit out. It's easy to quit out. But no, instead we want our heroes to take upon the ideals of the day, whatever they are, right, that are given to us by these large global multinational interests. And then these are supposed to be our ideals. No, Superman is supposed to save people. He's supposed to show us what we can be. In a world where people have lost their moral core, religion no longer has as much or even close to a tenth of the standing that it did. And sometimes for good reason, because of how organized religion and all kinds of religions has worked. It's not always been the best. But now people are lost. And even our own heroic ideals and these heroes, even they have become lost. So that's what we seek to do. That's the culture war. That's the war campaign. That's why the name is the war campaign. That's why the logo is very aggressive. That's the posture. That's the stance that we take. I want to act in a certain way and do as good things and say as good things as I possibly can to be an example for my own children, Pan, as well as a father, and our moderators here that we've known for many years, Nick, Dan Marshall, Terry. You know, there's quite a few people here, and I'm sure I'm forgetting tons, but these guys are all people that we've known for years and years and years, a lot of responsibility in their lives, and have been with us shoulder to shoulder, fighting in this culture war, to the point where it got real. Pan got involved in a court case for 2 years. They tried to throw him in jail for memes. A city councilor from Washington. And then you wonder why we are so radicalized, not radicalized in terms of violence, never, but radicalized in terms of our commitment to freedom, our commitment to those ideals in the civilization that we live in, the society that we respect, that we're thankful, and we're blessed to live in. And we want to see those things come back today. And that's why we say hail, hail, brethren, and hail freedom. H for honor, A for accountability, I for integrity, and L for loyalty. Help us, support us, check out Vestige, take a look. If you're in a place to support us, do it. If you're not, I understand completely. You can share the link. There it is. The link is in the chat. Buy Vestige. Vestige is VESTIGE.com, right? So buyvestige.com. Appreciate it. Let's take a look if this public order emergency commission is back on. What are they doing now? Okay, we'll be back soon. I don't want to miss a second of it. Let me see here. What do you want to see? Let me know. We got Pure Night. He says, Pan, the only person I know fined for littering on the internet. Epic.
That is true. Yeah, it was wild. It's kind of a crazy story. If you want to hear part of it, at least the short version, you can check it out. It's on our site here, War Campaign. Type in MERZ, MERS, and KLAMA, Kalama, and it should come right up. Yeah, it was weird. You know, we were influential promoters in the indie comic scene, and not everybody liked some of the people we promoted or didn't promote. A lot of people were jealous. And one of the ways they tried to curb our influence was by taking me to court. So, yeah, it was like what we call a gay op, like a big operation and stuff. So, yeah, we've seen a lot of these silly tactics that the left tries to use in the comic books scene. So, you know, I feel like we're well versed to kind of see things here in the freedom scene and, you know, call it as we see it.
Hell, brother, there it is. Mertz Kalama War Campaign. That should do it. If you type that in, let me see if that works here. Just double check while these guys get ready. Looks like they're just getting ready for, yeah, that's it. Mertz Kalama War Campaign. That should take you to the video. Take a look. It's a crazy story. It's just wild. You'll be like, what is happening here?
Yeah. We're talking about, like, you know, truth is stranger than fiction. Well, there you have it. We've seen it before.
I'm going to turn now, Councillor Deans, to planning. And we heard a lot of evidence this morning about the plan. So you testified that there is always some tension between the police and the Police Services Board about the sharing of operational planning details, right?
Right.
And we spoke before the break about the sensitivity of intelligence information, and I suggest to you that there are very similar sensitivities involved in sharing operational information.
Yep.
The information of police operations is considered highly confidential for safety reasons,
Right.
Including the safety of officers.
Right.
And as chief of police, the safety of officers would be of the utmost importance, right?
Of course.
And like in the case of intelligence reports, it was not the practice of the board to demand operational planning information prior to the convoy, right?
I don't think we demanded operational planning information. I think we, inquired about operational issues in accordance with what we understood that limit to be under the Act.
Fair. So prior to the convoy, you wanted some high-level operational information, but you weren't asking for tactical plans, for example.
No.
You agree with me on that?
I do.
Okay. But here with the convoy, everyone was under a tremendous amount of pressure.
A lot.
Okay. And you were under a tremendous amount of pressure.
Yes.
As was Chief Slowly.
Yes.
And you and the board started wanting more information about the operational plans, right?
That's fair. Yep.
And you'll agree with me that it was a highly volatile situation during the Freedom Convoy.
I will.
And there were threats, as you testified this morning, to members of the board, right? There were threats to Chief Slowly. There were threats to the mayor, right? Yes?
Yes, yes.
And you also testified this morning about leaks of sensitive information from the board, right?
Yes.
Yes. And that there had been leaks of information from the board in the past. Is that fair?
It is fair.
Okay. And Commission Counsel also showed you an email from one board member, Mr. Swida, asking for more information about the planning, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sorry, if you can just say yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank
Sorry.
you. I know that's fine. And Mr. Swida, a few weeks later, stepped down from the board. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And he stepped down from the board after evidence emerged that he had attended the Freedom Convoy protests on 2 occasions, right?
I don't know if that's why he stepped down. My impression at the time is he stepped down the same day the other 2 provincial appointees stepped down, and I was left with the definite impression that they got pushed out.
Okay. Were you aware of the media reports at the time that he had attended the convoy protests and wouldn't answer questions about whether or not he had donated food to the protesters?
Yes.
Okay. An example of the lack of operational detail that you felt you were getting was in relation to the operation at Rideau and Sussex, right?
An example of it? Yes.
Yes. And you told the commissioner that you were told there was going to be an operation in advance, right?
Yes.
And you were told some details of that operation?
Not a lot, but a very, very high level.
Right. You were given high-level details of a police operation, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that is the kind of details that the board gets about police operations, right?
In Ottawa, that's the kind of detail we were accustomed to getting.
Okay. But you didn't get, as you put it, the full plan for the operation, right?
No. Or even as much information as after I had seen that Toronto report, I thought they were getting.
Okay. Well, I think this is before the Toronto report.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
But no, okay, carry on.
Okay. So you've been following the evidence in this commission so far?
Yes.
Okay. So I take it that you've heard the evidence that the operation at Rideau and Sussex was seen to be a particularly sensitive operation,
Yes,
right?
correct.
There was reports that there were people involved from criminal organizations in Quebec.
I heard that evidence.
Right, okay. And so you would agree with me that with a board with a history of leaks, may be a little bit concerning to share the full plan of operational details of going into Rideau and Sussex. Is that fair?
No, I don't think I would agree with you on that. As chair of the board, any highly sensitive information that was being shared with the board, I would have really, read the riot act to the board members about confidentiality and reminded them of their oath that they took when they joined that board and the sensitive nature and the potential for putting officers in harm's way by leaking that information. So no, I don't think I can fully accept your premise.
Okay, well, maybe you'll fully accept this, that for Chief Slowly, he would be concerned about his officers going into an operation like that.
Absolutely.
Okay. And you were asked by my friend for the commission whether you were ever offered by Chief Slowly to have a member of the board embedded within the police service, like we heard about in Toronto, right? And you weren't asked whether you could be embedded or someone could be embedded within the police service.
I don't believe we asked.
Okay. And in terms of your evidence about the plan and your concerns about the plan, just for the benefit of the public and for the commissioner, I take it that you are not commenting on the sufficiency or the appropriateness of the plan. That would go beyond your expertise.
Correct.
Okay. And so what we can take from you was your concern solely about the level of detail you and the board were given about the plans.
I'd like to have seen more detail. I'd also like to have been able to greater satisfy ourselves that there was a plan.
Well, you were assured there was a plan and you were given details about that plan, I suggest to you, daily by Chief Slowly.
What days are we talking about? We were seeing more details of a plan as we went on, but for a lot of those 20 days, I did not feel that I was getting detailed information about a plan.
Right, and I hear you about that.
Okay.
And what I'm trying to establish here is that what you were not satisfied with was the information you were getting, the level of detail you were getting about the operational plan, correct?
Yes, and for at least a considerable amount of the time that there was a full plan.
Well, you understood, as Chief Slowly said repeatedly, in board meetings and council meetings that are recorded, that the plan was well in hand and was evolving as information evolved, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to talk now a bit about resources. I think you gave evidence that you first heard about the OPS requiring more resources around February 1.
Yeah.
Okay. And just to refresh your memory about that, and I can put the documents up if you'd like, you were actually signing memorandums of understanding for additional police officers from before the convoy arrived in Ottawa.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So you knew from before the convoy arrived that Chief Slowly was making efforts to secure additional resources.
Yeah, I think that was sort of standard practice in some large-scale events that the city hosted in the past, that there was sharing of some resources at that level.
Exactly. And actually, that's exactly what I wanted to get to with you, which is that is how resources are in the ordinary course obtained, right? For big protests or big events.
Yes.
Okay. They're obtained by Chief Slowly drawing on his police relationships.
Yes.
Okay, and that's what he was doing from before the convoy arrived, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you have no basis, I take it, to disagree with me that he was doing that on a near constant basis during the convoy, reaching out for additional resources.
Yeah, it amped up as time went on.
And it amped up,
Yes.
exactly. And what was exceptional here was not that Chief Slowly was asking for additional resources, although the extent to which he was asking was exceptional. What was exceptional here was that he was asking for so much help from the board in getting those resources, right? We saw the February 3rd email where he wrote to you and said, I need your help getting resources. Yep. Right. And that wasn't usual, correct?
No, it wasn't usual.
It was unusual. And so that when you get to the February 5th meeting where you say to him, I want to hear what you need, he had already been asking for help from the board.
He had been asking for help, but he hadn't, it's like, send more resources, but I didn't have the information, what that actually looked like, how much.
The numbers.
The numbers.
The numbers.
What would it take? And he had made that comment, as you will recall, he had made that comment about not being certain that there was a policing solution. So, yeah, with all of that, it's like, yeah, we need to understand this better.
Right, and you understood his comment about there not being a policing solution, or there may not be a policing solution, to be a call for help, right?
I did, yes,
Okay.
very much so.
And the call for help was, we cannot, as the local police of jurisdiction, do this on our own.
Yes.
Okay, and you understood it that way, and he also explained it that way. We saw it up on the screen, right?
Yes.
He explained, we need the help from all levels of government.
Yes.
And people, you say, didn't understand that comment, right? When he first made it?
Yes.
Okay. But you've said publicly, and we all know now, that he was right.
I believe he was very right.
He was just right earlier than a lot of other people.
He probably had more information than everyone else, but yeah, I think the way this all ended actually did prove that Chief Slowly, what he said early on, was in fact correct.
Okay. Now, Chief Slowly, after getting the board's request on February 5th for a number, more details about resources, the next day he provided that number, and you were satisfied, and the mayor has given evidence that he was satisfied with the level of detail of that request.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And my friend asked, was it ever suggested to you that he asked for twice as many resources as he needed? What you weren't asked was to confirm that he was right about that too, wasn't he?
What he asked for?
Yes.
I believe that he was right about what he asked for.
Okay. Now, I'm going to turn to Chief Slowly's resignation. You gave evidence that a week before his resignation, you called him as part of a wellness check.
Well, I was in constant touch with Chief Slowly, but we were chatting about, we had a lot of stuff to talk about, but I also wanted to make sure that he was okay and that he was aware of, what was happening in the broader community. And so we did speak about that.
Okay. And during that conversation, you expressed to him that a lot of people wanted his head.
I don't know if it's those exact words, but in a broad sense, he knew that. I knew that. There were calls for his resignation, and I probably crassly described it, but I think the sentiment was clear.
Okay. And just to be fair to you, I'm going to suggest to you that he didn't say, cut me a check, I'm not resigning, but rather, I'm not resigning, so if you want me out, you're going to have to buy out my contract.
No, might be what happened the next week in terms of like closer to what you're suggesting. But the first week, I mean, I think it, as I said this morning, I wasn't certain of what he was trying to convey. Was it just the frustration of the moment, or like, is it something he actually had in his mind? I didn't have a sense of that. I didn't pursue it. I had just heard that comment, and it may have been, and I said this morning, it may have just been off the cuff, and he may not have meant it at all. I didn't know. I didn't pursue it, so I didn't know. I followed up on it a week later.
Right. And then, so a week later, you called him again, and we're right now in the middle of the crisis, right?
Yes.
And you asked him about resigning, right?
I asked him if what he had said the week previous was what he was thinking about.
And you testified that, as far as you saw, he was never supported by the senior command?
There were problems in the senior command.
Okay. And is it fair to say that that call on that evening of the 14th, asking him about resigning, would have felt to him like a loss of support by his board?
It wasn't intended to be that. It was, I don't know how he would interpret it. I was concerned for him. As I said this morning, I was concerned for the story that was going to be coming out from CBC that was casting him in a particularly dark light. I didn't know how much he could withstand, and I wasn't doing it to suggest in any way that he should leave. And when he said no, he was going to see it through that evening, I said, that's fine, Chief. Like, I didn't want to leave him with the impression that we were pushing him out. That wasn't the case. It was a conversation. I probably knew more about some council motive than he did, because I hadn't shared that with him. And I just thought it was going to be a tough few days.
Okay. Very briefly on the CBC article, the article you're referring to refers to confidential sources, including within the OPS, about tension, raised voices during the crisis, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair that we've seen footage, for example, of the February 16th council meeting, that there were a lot of raised voices to go around in this period?
Oh my goodness, yes.
Everyone had difficult days during this period?
Yes.
Okay. And I can see from the commissioner that I'm out of time, but I do have, Mr. Commissioner, some more questions for this witness. I would ask for leave for a few more minutes to continue my cross-examination.
Make it very short, please.
Okay. If we can pull up, please, OPB 1649. And if we could go to page 6, please. These are the minutes, in-camera minutes of the Ottawa Police Service Board on February 15th. And this was the day of Chief Slowly's resignation, correct?
Mm-hmm.
If you can scroll, oh, there we go. So in the first big paragraph, we see at the top, a point was raised regarding Mr. Slowly having struggled to be accepted within the organization, given that he was considered an outsider, and you've given evidence about that, correct?
Yes.
And then the last sentence of that paragraph reads, in conversation with Chair Deans the week prior, Deputy Chief Bell had advised that he would not have done anything differently if he were in charge, right?
Yes.
And Deputy Chief Bell told you that?
He did.
Okay. You've also publicly stated that in your view, Chief Slowly was the subject of racism,
Yes,
and that he was the subject of scapegoating,
yes,
and that at the end of this, there were a lot of finger pointing and a lot of blame, right?
yes,
And a lot fell at the feet of the first Black police chief in Ottawa, right?
exactly.
And you'll agree with me that it would be very unfair to lay blame for the events of the Freedom Convoy on the feet of Chief Slowly alone.
Alone? Absolutely.
Right.
There's a lot of blame to go around.
A lot of blame to go around, a lot of things that we can learn about how things could have gone differently, correct?
Oh, correct.
Okay. But as you've confirmed, you never lost confidence in your chief of police during this entire event.
I did not.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Next on the list, we have the Ottawa Coalition.
Thank you, Commissioner and Ms. Deans. My name is Paul Champ. I'm legal counsel for the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses. Just have some questions for you further to your testimony this morning. Ms. Deans, I just want to ask you first about the context or the environment with the Ottawa Police Service immediately preceding the Freedom Convoy. This was a bit of a tough time for the Ottawa Police. Would you agree?
Yes.
There had been a series of scandals. You had a Deputy Chief Jaswal had been suspended due to sexual harassment allegations. There'd been a termination of the COO, the Chief Administration Officer. There were workplace reviews that were coming out of low morale and harassment and discriminatory attitudes in the police. These were all the things that were going on just in the previous year. Is that fair?
That is fair.
And when you referred to this morning about the Ottawa Police was flying with one wing to some extent, you meant that there was only one permanent deputy chief, that being Deputy Chief Bell, and then the other deputy chief position had a number of rotating superintendents. Is that what you meant?
That's what I meant.
And we know that acting Deputy Chief Ferguson, who was in charge of this operation, was one of those superintendents, was just acting deputy chief at that time.
Correct.
So presumably had a bit less experience than others who would have been in that role otherwise.
Right.
Now, turning to the Freedom Convoy, and just before the arrival, as a layperson, I think you told us this morning that you were following the news, you were following some social media, and you saw the huge number of trucks that were rumbling across the country, and you saw the millions of dollars being raised in GoFundMe. And on that basis, you had concerns that these protesters looked like they were planning to stick around for a while. Is that right?
I was concerned. Mm-hmm.
And were you aware that some police intelligence at that time, I think we're going to hear about that evidence later today, were that some of these protesters were saying they planned to stay in Ottawa until their demands were met. Were you aware of that?
I don't think I was aware of that.
But notwithstanding all of this, Chief Slowly was reassuring you that in their assessment, based on all the other inputs they had, that they believed that the Freedom Convoy protesters were going to be moving out by the Monday. Is that right?
Yes.
But did he give you any indication whether the Ottawa Police had a contingency plan in the event that didn't happen?
Yeah, I don't believe I was aware of a contingency plan.
And Councillor Deans, looking at one of the documents that's referred to in your interview summary about some texts that you were having with Deputy Chief Bell on January the 31st, just after the weekend, where you asked him how we can ensure that no more trucks are allowed into this city. We had all these trucks that were gridlocking downtown, and you want to know that there were no more trucks allowed in, and Deputy Chief Bell told you that no more trucks could drive into that area now. Do you recall getting that assurance?
If it's in a text message, I guess I got it. There was a lot of text messages.
I think, yeah, for sure. Not with the mayor, but we'll get to that one in a moment. But there were more trucks coming in after that first weekend, correct?
Yes, there were.
And did you ever get any answer to that from either Deputy Chief Bell or Chief Slowly about why more trucks were being allowed into downtown Ottawa after that first weekend?
Yeah, there were a number of questions being asked about that because, at one hand, first they were telling us that there was a constitutional right, there was nowhere else to put the trucks, they were allowed to come, then it was like, we're going to try and keep them out, and then they're coming in. It was a fluid situation.
Just a brief question about your telephone conversation with City Solicitor David White about the potential for an injunction. I've had some conversations with council, and I'm going to ask you a question that doesn't get to the substance of what Mr. White was advising you, but Mr. White did express to you that they did not have a plan to go for an injunction, correct?
Yes.
And now, did he say it was because of one of two reasons? One, that there was concerns that the Ottawa Police would be unable to enforce an injunction, or was he suggesting that they would be concerned about their reputation if they were unsuccessful, that they might be embarrassed if the court denied their injunction?
Well, I think it was the latter and perhaps partially the former too.
Is that what he expressed to you?
Yeah. I don't know if I'm allowed to tell you what he told me.
We've been permissive. I think that's the end of the discussion.
Did Mr. White tell you who would make the decision or who was responsible for making the decision?
Mr. Kanellakos.
The city manager. And Mr. Kanellakos, he's the city manager, later on referred to Ms. Exley, the person who did get an injunction, as some 20-year-old. That's the same city manager?
It is. It's the only city manager.
Now, you testified this morning, Councillor Deans, that you weren't aware that the OPP and the RCMP were perhaps delaying deployment of officers or resources because they had some concerns about the OPS operational plans. You never had heard about that before, is that right?
No, and I listened to the testimony, and I have to say I was angered by it. I really believe that the oversight body could have usefully used that information in the performance of our duty. And I listened to the testimony from Mr. Kanellakos, where he said, well, it was operational, there was no need to give it to Councillor Deans or the board, and I respectfully disagree with that.
What could the board have done with that information?
Well, we certainly could have questioned. We could have asked, what is it about the plan that is insufficient to gain resources? What do they need? I think there was a lot we could have done. I think our focus would have perhaps shifted to that plan and what we needed to shore up the plan to get resources rather than just asking for resources. But we didn't have that information.
And had you heard concerns that the OPP were raising concerns that their officers at times were being misdeployed, sent one place and then sent to another, and time was being wasted, and they had concerns about that? I think we're going to hear about that from a minute.
Yeah, no, that information was not shared with the board.
And Ms. Deans, did you, when we were getting later into the protest and there was all these concerns or this or that happening, did you ever speak to either the deputy chiefs about what was happening, whether they had concerns about how things were unfolding or what the how the Ottawa Police were responding?
I phoned Deputy Chief Bell one day. I felt that I had a pretty good relationship with him, and it was just between him and I conversation, which obviously it's not now, but I intended it to be then. And I just said to him, Deputy Chief Bell, I just wanted to ask you one question. If you were the chief right now, what would you be doing differently? And his answer was very simple. It was nothing.
And so from that, you drew that there was no concerns at the senior command with Chief Slowly's leadership per se.
I don't know if that's what I drew from it. I just drew from it that they wouldn't be doing anything different.
Fair enough. Now, I want to turn just a bit to your relationship with Mayor Watson. If you, while you were chair of the board, if you ever wanted to have a private conversation with Mayor Watson, could you just call him?
No.
And why was that?
I asked Mayor Watson early on in my tenure as chair of the Police Services Board if he would share his phone number with me in order that we could converse. And I mean, in times like this in particular, it was actually during the protests of the Black Lives Matter, and you probably recall that there was a lot of tension during that particular protest, and I had gone through his chief of staff to get to him, and I said, could you just give me your phone number? Because like, it would just be easier if I could phone you when there are issues that are, you know, on the front burner and urgent. And he just said, no. He said he doesn't answer his phone. He doesn't usually have it on. Nobody has the number, and no.
With some of these other key players that we've heard about, Chief Slowly, Deputy Chief Bell, Mr. Arpan himself, City Manager Kanalakos, you had all of their numbers and communicated with them,
Yes,
right?
yes.
And is it fair to say over the years, Councillor Deans, you've had a number of political disagreements with Mayor Watson? Is that fair to say?
Yes. Yes.
You've both been on City Council in one fashion or another for 2 decades or more?
Yes.
And just prior to the Freedom Convoy, or around that time, you had been, you'd indicated an intention that you planned to run for mayor this year at that time?
In December, yes.
Okay. And did Mayor Watson ever speak to you about that, about whether he thought it was a good thing for you to run for mayor or not? Did he say anything to you about that?
No.
And notwithstanding your political history with the mayor, did you believe that all of Ottawa needed to respond as one team to this crisis?
Absolutely. I think I described that this morning. Like, you know, you can have disagreements with someone at any point. We're not all going to like each other, but you have to be able to rise above that and work together. And especially in a time of crisis, that has to be entirely set aside. You have to be, as I described this morning, in the same boat, rowing in the same direction.
And in retrospect, Councillor Deans, does it now seem to you that this political rivalry to some extent did in fact interfere with the ability of you to work collaboratively or effectively with the mayor? Or your ability to work together during this crisis?
I mean, certainly it was impeded. I guess I take a little bit of issue with the term rivalry. I was always willing to work with Mayor Watson, always. And, you know, I mean, we have political disagreements. It doesn't have to extend to a personal animosity, and I didn't want that. I had spoken to Mayor Watson about that on a number of occasions. I didn't see the benefit of it. So I don't know if I was feeling any need to carry on a rivalry. I was just feeling a need to do my job.
But did you perceive that he had some animosity towards you?
Yes.
Just turning to then after Chief Slowly resigned and you and the Police Services Board took steps to find a temporary replacement for him. We'd heard Mr. Arpan testify that he had a lot of criticism, or even Mayor Watson, you know, they didn't follow a process and so on and so forth. Why didn't you follow a big, lengthy, extensive process like the 8-month period that we're seeing the Police Services Board now following?
I mean, it's just, to me, the suggestion of that is kind of ridiculous. I mean, you can't go through a protracted process in the middle of an emergency when you're trying to shore up your senior command and make sure that that senior command has the tools in place to address a crisis in your city. And so there was never an intention to hire anyone to be the ongoing chief of police in Ottawa without a process. And I was frustrated that it was characterized. I mean, the mayor's office got ahead of that story in the media by leaking it, which it was confidential information, it was leaked. And they got ahead of that story and characterized it as something quite different than it was intended to be.
You felt they were playing a bit of politics with you in the midst of this crisis in the city?
Yeah, I guess to a certain extent, that old maxim about never wasting a good crisis, it also presents an opportunity to settle some old scores, and I guess that's the way I view that.
Yeah, that's how you felt.
Yeah.
I'm not getting into the reasons why. You've already explained quite well the rationale of the board about why they were preferring an external candidate. But just to be clear, without Mr. Turigian taking over as chief, as a result, left the Ottawa Police Service with an acting chief and 2 acting deputy chiefs. Is that right?
That's right.
So the 3 top positions in the Ottawa Police were all acting.
Senior command is 2 deputies and a chief and the CEO. And as you mentioned, we had released our CEO in the past year, and we had just brought in a new civilian senior member of the command team, Blair Dunker, and she had only just started. So not only did we have everybody in an acting position, we also had a brand new hire in the civilian member of that senior command.
And just taking just a half a step back, you told us about you got wind over the weekend of a potential motion by City Council to call for the removal or resignation of Chief Slowly. And when you heard about that, you contacted Mr. Arpan. Is that right?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor Watson's chief of staff. Now, Mr. Arpan testified that he communicated to you that such a motion would be a bad idea. He didn't, that you needed to work together to try to stop such a motion. Is that what he told you?
We had some text exchanges. I know that they've been provided to you about this, but yeah, I think, he intimated through that at that point, they weren't going to agree to it. But there was a lot of room for that to change in the conversation. And there was one text, he said, I forget what he was referring to now, but he said, if Peter's that stupid, then it's his own funeral. So, he didn't give me any confidence that the mayor's office, and I described before the strong mayor model before Doug Ford even conceived of a strong mayor model. We had one in Ottawa that was devised by the mayor at the beginning of the term, and that our mayor could really win any vote and, have any resolution put on the floor of council or not have a resolution, as the case may be, put on the floor of council. So it was always with the consent of the mayor that what council was dealing with.
So if I understand what you're telling us, is that notwithstanding Mr. Arpan saying to you, reassuring you that, the mayor wouldn't necessarily support such a motion, you yourself had concerns that he might flip suddenly and then support a motion like that without notice?
I didn't hear anything that was telling me that motion wouldn't come forward. There was some hesitation there that didn't give me relief. And when I say that any motion wouldn't come to the floor of council without the consent of the mayor, I'm talking about with his 15 members of council that, always vote with him. There are other more often referred to as the Watson Club. But the independent members of council may well have brought a motion, but that group usually worked with the mayor in lockstep.
Now, turning to your telephone call with the mayor the morning after Chief Slowly had resigned, and you were about to later that day announce that a new chief had been hired, correct?
Correct.
And so we've heard testimony from you already and Mayor Watson about it, and we've got this recorded conversation. I just want to ask you, did you record that conversation with the mayor because you didn't trust him completely? Is that fair?
Yes.
And, oh, by the way, incidentally, were you aware when you were having that conversation with the mayor that the mayor's staff were already working on a motion to remove you? Were you aware at that time?
I'd heard it, yeah.
But he didn't tell you that that's what he was trying to do?
No, I knew it.
Yes, Machiavelli had nothing on our mayor. Thank you very much, Ms. Deans. That's all I have.
Thank you. So the next up is the Ottawa Police Service.
If I might raise this matter, I understand that there is going to be, that the audio recording was going to be played. I understand that that request has been made, and we are not opposed to it. And I would suggest that if it is going to be played, that it be played now before I start my cross-examination.
Okay, so just to get confirmation, is there any objection to the recording being played?
No, Mr. Commissioner, the city consents.
Seeing no objection, we'll sit back and listen to the witness in her own words and the witness from yesterday. Okay, is that has been lined up? Are we able to do that now, or is that a problem?
I believe we can. This has sort of just been dealt with on the fly, but I believe the hearings clerk has it. It's POE.OPB 0000001.
This is very efficient, eh? Okay, Madam Clerk, if you could play it.
Jessica and Serge. Hi, John.
Hi, I've got Serge in the room with me.
Hi, Serge.
Hi there.
Okay, well, go ahead.
Sorry, no, so I'm hoping that I can get a briefing on next steps with respect to chief, acting chief, and what those steps are in terms of bringing some stability to the organization.
So basically, I'm going to sign a contract with a new chief today, and I believe he will start on Monday. And
today?
Pardon me?
You're bringing a new chief today?
Monday. He's going to start on Monday.
Who is this, and how did you find him or her?
So his name's Matt Trinigan, and he's former chief of Waterloo. You might actually know him, Jim. He was a deputy minister, maybe when you were in Ontario. But he is extremely well respected in the police world. And the Solicitor General's office helped us, gave us a short list. We called the people on the short list. And he's going to bring a team with him, basically of some former chiefs with a lot of depth of knowledge that are going to come in to assist him in getting this thing to an end. And it's a short term, like, the way the contract is going to work is it's going to be somewhere between like a couple of months and the year end. I'm thinking probably the year end so the new board can choose the new chief, but it's basically a sort of a semi-permanent contract. It's for sort of 3 months to 10 months.
So this is obviously a surprise.
That's why I thought you might want to know. Yeah.
Well, what happens to Steve? He's
the deputy chief. I mean, the way I see it is that this is probably going to save Steve's opportunity to become the next chief, because you know the poison environment that we have right now. Anybody we put in there is not going to last very long, and Steve's going to get blamed for this. So he will be deputy chief and continue that way, and then I think we'll have the opportunity to become the next chief.
Well, this is, I guess the problem I have with this is there's been no process. There's no transparency. There's no sending out a call for people to apply, and we're in the midst of a crisis, and he's been the acting chief for one day, and he's going to be replaced tomorrow.
I mean, I feel like he knows that, because I had a conversation with him yesterday, and I sort of intimated to him that we're looking to bring someone in with, you know, knowledge and experience and a team with them to bring this thing to an end. And, you know, I said to him, I recognize if we were to put you in there right now, like, you own this. I phoned him last week, by the way, Jim, and I asked him what he would do differently if he was the chief right now, and he said nothing, which didn't instill a lot of confidence, actually. But I think in the long term that he will have a lot better chance of being able to be the chief of police in Ottawa if he doesn't own this right now.
So are you bringing this to the board today?
The board's already approved it.
When did they have a meeting to approve this?
Yesterday?
I'm reading your press release saying it's already at work to put in place a new command structure. We'll be appointing a new chief very soon. My understanding was that we were going to get through this with Steve. So it's a done deal, basically.
Well, I haven't signed the contract. I mean, if you want to tell me that you don't think you want me to sign that contract, I mean, I can go back to the board and tell them that you would rather not. But I actually believe this is the right thing to do, Jim.
Well, I this has come as a big surprise. We're in the eve of some potential action. Obviously, something's going to happen. We think, I don't have any inside information, but one assumes in the next couple of days. I think this would be very destabilizing to the organization to have someone who knows nothing about Ottawa, who's, I don't know, this guy, don't recognize his name. Maybe he was a deputy when I was there, but it doesn't ring a bell.
He is very well liked. The Solicitor General told me that the Solicitor's office, our advisor on our board, is a guy named Graham White. He told me that he called it an elegant solution. He thinks it's a very good solution on an interim basis for Ottawa.
Anyways, I don't support this. I think this is the wrong approach at the wrong time. We're going into the midst of what could be a very serious operational activity. And the sideshow becomes, oh, by the way, Steve, we're shunning you aside to a guy who doesn't know where Queen Street is.
I respectfully disagree. Like, I really believe that this is, one, in Steve's interest, and two, in the community interest, to get some people with a lot more depth in this kind of stuff than we have internally to Ottawa Police right now to get this done. And, Steve, there's a lot of internal angst. I don't know how familiar you are with it, Jim, but there's a lot of internal angst in that organization. I was just talking to someone right now that was telling me how they've been called off, and Steve's part of it. So there's internal angst in the top ranks right now. And they're infighting. You probably know a little bit about the infighting that's been going on in the top ranks. But I really think actually bringing someone that rises above that wouldn't be a bad idea.
Well, I guess the process has been obviously secretive. You've had no opportunity to consult the BIPOC community or other members.
No, it's only a short-term solution. It's not the next chief of Ottawa. It's an interim until we do a search for a chief. I mean, I can't put Steve Bell in there to be the new chief without a search either.
No.
This is protecting him.
Well, no, listen, he's entitled to apply like anyone else is who has the qualifications. I don't think there's a conflict because he's the acting chief that he can apply. But right now, it's basically a sole source contract that we are about to sign, which I fundamentally disagree with. Anyways, it's your call, but I won't support that, and I think it'll destabilize the organization.
Okay, well, That's why I raised it. I mean, I thought you should know you are the mayor. So if you're telling me not to do it, then I will not do it. I'll go and have another board meeting and tell them we're going to have to change again. And I'll say, I don't know what I'll say right now. Is there a vote of non-confidence in me or the board coming to council?
I haven't seen any motions. I think you're frozen, Diane. Hello?
Let me just text
Can you
her.
hear me?
I'll text her, see if she's disconnected.
I've just got a picture of Diane that's frozen.
Yeah, I think she might be frozen. I have it too.
Hold on.
Wait a minute.
I'm just going to rejoin, Jessica. Tell him I'll rejoin.
Oh, you're good now, Diane. You're good now.
Am I back?
You're back.
Okay, Jim, what do you know about what's coming that impacts me today or the conversation that's happening? I think I've worked really hard for the last 20 days. I think it would be a courtesy to at least let me know what's coming at me.
Yeah, I'm going to talk to some councillors today, as I try to before every meeting, and see what their plans are. And if I get any sense of what's going on, I'll try to give you a heads up.
Would you support a vote of non-confidence in me?
Haven't decided that yet.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Well, listen, I appreciate the heads up. As I said, I hope that there's that you don't rush into this, because I think it would be a mistake at this point. And I think it would undermine Steve Bell to have someone to come in literally 2 or 3 days after what could have been a police action to try to solve this nightmare we're all living through.
There are a lot of people in the upper ranks, just so you understand, that do not support Steve Bell right now, and it's part of what's happening inside. Do you know? Never mind.
What's the changes? The changes to the command structure that you're making? Your press release talked about.
It's the advisory body that would come with this new chief that has OPP and everyone else with that kind of experience in terms of organization to get this done. It's actually a really good plan, Jim.
Yeah. Okay. Well, listen. Thank you for the heads up, and we'll see you on Zoom later.
Yeah.
Take care. Bye.
Okay, so that's 10 minutes of your time. So go ahead.
That's what I was trying to avoid. Good afternoon, Councillor Deans. My name is David Michikowski. I act for the Ottawa Police Service. Councillor Deans, am I correct that while Chief Slowly was the chief, he had asked for an increase in the number of officers?
Yes.
And officers had been hired over the last several years, but just to cover attrition. There was a hiring freeze, correct?
Yes.
And as of 2022, I understand that Ottawa Police had less officers, sworn officers, than it did in 2019. Is that correct?
I'll take your word for it.
Could I ask you, please, to turn up OPB 01278? And if we could please go to page 4. You'll see that this was the meeting that you were at, correct?
Yes.
And at this point, Interim Chief Bell was in command?
Yes.
And a question was raised regarding the service's operational plan. And then you got some information from Interim Chief Bell, correct?
Yes.
He provided a briefing. And is it fair to say that you'd got a lot more information as a board on operationally what was going on at the time when Chief Bell became the interim chief?
There was definitely more information provided this day, so yes.
And I believe on page 4, if we go to the paragraph that starts, a question was raised. Yeah, thank you. You'll see a question was raised regarding the ineffective policing having been seen in the city. And it was suggested there were instances in which police could have engaged in enforcement but did not. Am I correct then? The minutes accurately reflect Interim Chief Bell noted that the service had committed to a review of all actions having brought them to their current situation.
Yes.
He indicated he would review it. And then if you look 2 paragraphs later, if you go down to the paragraph, a question was raised regarding why roadblocks had not been installed prior to the arrival of any convoys. The service again noted they were supportive of a full review being conducted to identify any mistakes made or laws that required updating. However, their focus at the time was forward-looking, correct?
Yes.
And if you go to page 5, there was a request in the 3rd paragraph for twice daily updates from the service to the board. And this is because the board wanted to get more information than they felt they'd been getting from Chief Slowly. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, things were really heating up, and I think the board was getting more assertive in demanding information. So, yes.
And Interim Chief said he supported increased communications with the board, but twice daily updates wouldn't be possible because from a resource point of view, that's taking a lot of command staff away from time that is needed operationally, correct?
That's right.
And that seemed reasonable to you?
It did.
You talked about not trusting the mayor. Is that correct?
I don't think I talked about it. I think I confirmed in answer to a question that I had recorded that conversation.
Right. And in fact, the person who recorded it, we can hear at the beginning, is Jessica, correct?
Correct.
That's Jessica Bradley?
My executive assistant.
That's Jessica Bradley?
Yes.
And you asked her to record it?
I did.
And that was a Teams meeting, correct?
Right.
Right. And so Teams has a function in which you can record a meeting, but if you do that, it will show that the meeting is being recorded. So that's not what you did, is it?
That's not what we did. I don't know if I knew that or not. As I said earlier to the commissioner, I'm not the leading most expert in anything technical, but I just wanted to make sure that we had an accurate reflection of that meeting.
And you didn't tell the mayor that you were recording that phone call?
I did not, nor did the mayor mention to me that Steve Kanalakis, the city manager, was a silent observer in that room. You heard at the beginning, he said that Serge was in the room, but he failed to mention the city manager was also in the room.
And are you saying that by way of justifying why you recorded it?
No, I don't feel a need to justify why I recorded it.
You don't have any problems with the ethics of recording a conversation and not telling somebody that you're doing it?
I didn't understand there to be any reason not to, and I could see in this particular tense situation where I was hearing rumors that I was going to be unseated, that there might be a reason for me to file an integrity commissioner complaint later, and an accurate record of our conversation might be in order.
And wouldn't you be able to file an accurate record of the conversation by saying, hey, Mayor, I'm taping this conversation?
Yes, I wouldn't have had any problem with that either. I just failed to do it.
Right.
I don't think it was calculated.
And is that something you do regularly, tape
No.
conversations?
It's not.
So this just seemed like a good idea to you at the time?
This was a very tense moment. I've been a member of council for 28 years. I take pride in my reputation. I think I've worked hard for this city and for the citizens of our city. And I could see that, my feeling was that at this point, there was a lot of information that was possessed by senior city officials and the mayor that had not been shared with the board. And they felt no reason to do that, even though we had the political oversight. And the only time we seemed to come into their orbit was when they were looking for a scapegoat.
I take it, Councillor Deans, you support openness and transparency.
I do.
And you would agree with me that openness and transparency doesn't include doing a secret recording of a conversation with the mayor, does it?
I would suggest to you, Council, that openness and transparency is providing to a commission a fair and reasonable and accurate description of a conversation. And what I said to the mayor is that if he told me not to go ahead with a motion that had been approved by the board, I wouldn't, but he fell short of that. He said he hoped I would reconsider, but he never told me not to. And so if you want to talk about openness and transparency, maybe we could start there.
Could we go back to my question?
Sure.
My question was, would you agree with me that openness and transparency doesn't support doing a secret recording of a conversation with the mayor?
No, I don't think I would.
You don't agree with that?
No, I think these were tense times, and I think that, I felt a need to do that.
And openness and transparency isn't a problem for you?
I think I've been very open and transparent in my career.
And what I understood when I listened to the recording was what you said to the mayor was, if you don't want me to sign the contract, I won't. I heard those exact words on the audio.
Yes, and then you also
Sorry,
heard,
I haven't asked my question.
Okay, sorry.
And am I correct that that at the end of that and Mayor Watson's response to that comment was, quote, I think it would be destabilizing. I don't favor it. I don't want it to occur. Was there any doubt in your mind after that conversation that Mayor Watson did not support what you were doing?
No, I agree. Mayor Watson did not support what I was doing, but Mayor Watson does not direct the operations of the board. I'm the chair of a board that had taken a decision. And unless the mayor of the city was directing me not to, then I was going to proceed. And I think I made that clear. I mean, I can understand there's some nuance on the tape. I understand that. But I thought I was quite clear. If you're telling me not to, then I won't, and I'll go back. But he fell short. He said he hoped I would reconsider at the end of that message.
Well, aren't we playing word games?
Oh, no, I don't think so.
Well, let me finish my question, if you don't mind. What you said was, quote, if you don't want me to sign the contract, I won't. And my question to you was there any doubt at the end of that conversation that he did not want you to sign? He can't direct you to not sign it.
No, and I said...
Ask the question. Don't add the editorial.
Sure.
Yeah, I think there were two parts, but perhaps we'd have to play it again. But I said, if you are telling me not to, I won't.
Okay, so...
And I understand there's some nuance on the tape, and perhaps he misunderstood what we were saying to each other. But I thought it was quite clear that unless I had a direction for the mayor of the city of Ottawa to overturn a decision of the oversight body that had been taken, then I would proceed. I report to the board, not to the mayor. I informed the mayor out of courtesy and out of respect for the office of the mayor.
You indicated, I am correct, by the way, when I say the mayor cannot direct you as chair of the Police Services Board to not sign a contract, correct?
Yes, I told him if he did direct me, at that point, I would go back and have another conversation.
One of the things you indicated was that Graham White
Yes.
said that your suggestion of Matt Torrigan was an elegant choice, correct?
An elegant solution, he said.
If I could ask, please, to turn up document ONTO 01121.
Can you repeat the number, Counselor?
I'm sorry, it's ONTO 01121. And you'll see there's an email from Graham White. Graham White was the Police Services Board advisor.
Yes.
And so if you'd be good enough, please, to scroll down. And so, sorry, if we can go up to the first paragraph. Just there, perfect, thank you. Chair Dean stated that Matt Torrigan had tentatively agreed to take the role and asked if the advisor, me, thought that was a good idea. I stated that I could not endorse any person for the role, but that the board needs to have a chief in place ASAP because Chief Slowly's agreement expired at the end of the day. I stated clearly to the board that they are prohibited from not having a chief in place and should take steps to appoint a chief of police as soon as possible. That is what Mr. White's advice to you was?
Yes.
And you talked about the various complaints that you heard about in the Ottawa Police Service, which you described as a poisoned environment, I think?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And I take it, in spite of those concerns, you took no steps to investigate whether that was true or not true.
We had taken a lot of steps to delve into the significant issue of workplace sexual violence and harassment inside Ottawa Police. We hired Janice Rubin from Rubin Tomlinson in Toronto. We conducted a 10-month investigation into what was happening inside Ottawa Police with a view to improving the work environment and the culture.
Sure. That related to issues of sexual harassment and sexism in the workplace, correct?
And harassment in the workplace.
Right. And so you did nothing to investigate the specific poisoned environment that apparently you heard about from others and from Chief Slowly. And in your capacity as board chair, you did not investigate.
We forwarded specific concerns to the OCPC for investigation.
And you had not, and there had not yet been any investigation, is that correct?
We had not received a report from the OCPC as to the outcome of their investigation, but it's not the board that investigates themselves. They forward it to OCPC for investigation.
And so, of course, until you have some sort of investigation, you don't know. You're operating on rumors and innuendo and hearsay, right?
Well, you're operating on perhaps allegations, but they're unsubstantiated until the outcome of an investigation.
And so you indicated that you heard that there was some issue with respect to Deputy Chief Bell. No particulars were provided, and you never investigated that, correct?
Well, we didn't have time to investigate that, but I had heard that Deputy Chief Bell was involved in some of that. Yes.
And so you thought it was okay to tarnish his reputation and what he had done without any investigation into that.
I don't think I was tarnishing Deputy Chief Bell's reputation, with all due respect. I mean, I felt that we were making a good decision at a very difficult time, and the way I saw it at the time is we were preserving Deputy Chief Bell's reputation.
And you indicated that ultimately Chief Slowly was right, proved to be right?
I believe he was.
Right. And so, and yet when you spoke to the mayor, you recounted that when you spoke to Deputy Chief Bell at the time, and he said to you he would not have done something different, you thought that was a mark against him. And yet you're saying Chief Slowly was correct in what.
Well, it turned out that what he had identified early on as the resource requirement to end the occupation of our city was quite correct. In the midst of that chaos that our city was facing, I was wondering if there was more that could be done, and I phoned Chief Bell. He had a lot of experience inside the Ottawa Police Service, to ask him, frankly, what he might do different, and he said nothing.
And in fact, what he said was that changing the leadership would not be a good thing to do at this point. You phoned him before you'd made the deal with Chief Slowly. You asked him about it, and he showed that he was loyal to the chief. And he said it would be destabilizing to now change leadership, correct?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
And you talked about allegations of racism.
I don't think I talked about it. I think I answered a question about it.
And again, am I correct that you had no particulars of it? You weren't faulting anybody. It may be a systemic issue in policing. Is that fair?
Yeah, it was just my observation of what Chief Slowly faced when he got here, racist memes, other things I'm sure you're familiar with that made it very difficult for him early on in his tenure.
And as a result, you entered into an agreement to pay Chief Slowly how much money to terminate his contract?
So Commissioner, I'm sure there are 1,000 people who want to be heard on this issue. I have no idea how that could possibly be relevant to the mandate of the commission.
I don't see why it isn't.
That's not the test.
Well, the test is, it's a pretty broad mandate, Commissioner, that you have. You're looking into all of the circumstances. We've looked at whether the service had enough resources. You're going to look at how they expended their funds, the decisions they made during the convoy. I submit that it may indeed be relevant about an expense that the board occurred at a time when this was going on, and it was a rather, I suspect, significant expense.
I'm sorry, I've missed something. You say the commission is to look into the expenses of the city?
No, sorry, perhaps I wasn't clear. What I said is that or what I intended to say was that the commission will be looking into the circumstances that led to the Emergencies Act. You're looking at what was going on in the Ottawa Police Service. You're looking at what happened at the Ottawa Police Services Board. And it seems to me that in looking at that issue, it may be relevant to determine what funds the board expended at this time.
I don't see it as any having any relevance. The amount that was paid, I think it's been in evidence that he was paid severance, and I don't see the relevance of going any further.
That's fine, thank you. You indicated in one
And
of
by the way, your time is up.
If I might just have 2 more minutes?
I'll give you a minute and a half.
One of the things you said in your conversation with the mayor was a lot of people don't support Steve Bell, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that a lot of people did not support Chief Slowly either.
Yes.
And so those kinds of things are not really things that you can take into account in making decisions. Fair?
Well, I think what I was referring to in that conversation is the reason that the board had decided to go outside with the temporary hire.
And finally, my question to you is, in retrospect, because we have not had the full review that Chief Bell indicated would take place, you would agree with me that we really do need to examine what went on, why it went on, and ultimately how to prevent it for the future. We don't know who is responsible for that.
Yeah, I would agree with you that there needs to be a full examination. We need to learn from this, lest we repeat it.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. You came under time. Okay, next is the convoy organizers.
Good afternoon.
My name is Brendan Miller. I'm counsel for Freedom Corp, which is an organization that was incorporated to represent the protesters who were in your city in January and February of 2022. First off, though I am not from here, thank you for your service as the police commissioner, or we call it the police commissioner back home.
Fair enough.
Thank you very much. I just want to start off, of course, we didn't get the recording until this morning. In that recording of your conversation with Mayor Watson, you said you had been contacted by someone within OPS who had been called off under the interim chiefship that was then in place of Steve Bell. Can you kind of explain that for me?
Yeah. A senior officer inside police had phoned and shared his version of events with me, sort of just informing me from his perspective what was happening. He said that the day of that particular planned event, that the incident commander was changed that day, and that there was some internal disagreement, and it led to the end of that particular operation.
Okay, and so I'm just going to have to ask you to clarify what is the event and what is the operation you speak of?
It was a planned takeout of the intersection of Sussex and Rideau.
Okay, so the plan that got canceled so that my clients could move on and then, oh, well, that confirms what I was looking for. Thank you. Did you know about the tripartite meetings that the mayor was having with federal government elected officials on February 7th, 8th, and 10th of 2022 at the time?
No.
He didn't tell you about that?
No.
Okay, and so obviously you weren't invited.
I was not invited, no.
Right, and of course that meeting was about police resources.
Yes.
Right, and you're the chair of what you'll call the commission, the Ottawa Police Service Board.
Correct.
And so you run that board that decides how to dole out resources to the police, right?
Right.
Okay. And did you know that on January 30th, 2022, Chief Slawley had asked the city, and the city somewhat agreed to get an injunction. Were you aware of that?
On what date?
January 30th, 2022.
It's all a little foggy. There was definitely discussions about injunctions that didn't move forward. I don't think I can confirm for you exactly the dates.
Okay. The injunctions that you did discuss, did you ever discuss that the terms of that injunction would be to both remove the trucks and get the honking to stop? Is that fair?
I don't think I had that level of detail, no.
Okay. Did Chief Slawley ever tell you in any of your conversations that on January 31st, 2022, RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucky told him not to get the injunction because it would be an official movement to another stage, that it would involve the whole country, and that anything official will spark a national response? Did he ever say that to you?
Not to the best of my recollection.
I'll ask him and Commissioner Lucky then. So you did not know that, but you did know that the Federal Police Service, the RCMP, had been involved in the matter in dealing with the protesters?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, after January 31st, 2022, did Chief Slawley ever advise to get an injunction still after that point?
There were, I believe, I mean, the timeline's just a little bit all meshed together in my mind, but I believe there were still ongoing discussions.
Okay. And to your knowledge, I just want to make this clear because I know that you were in sort of a vacuum. So, but you did know that from January 25th to February 14th, 22, that there were multiple police services involved in dealing with this matter.
Yes.
Right. And that included the Ottawa Police Service, the Ontario Provincial Police, and the RCMP.
Yes.
Among
And
others that you
among
subcontract.
others, yes.
Right. And I take it that you know as well at the federal level and the provincial level, it's not politicians that decide where to execute or carry out and apply police resources with respect to events and investigations, but it's the police agency itself because they're independent. Right. And to my knowledge as well, and I wanted to put this to you, is there any prohibition on yourself or members of the Ottawa Police Service Board of Council contacting someone like Commissioner Lucky or the Commissioner of the OPP to have a discussion about resources?
I don't believe there's any prohibition doing that. I think the protocol, though, would be that politicians speak to politicians and police officers speak to police.
Right, but is it true with the commission that you do invite sworn members of police agencies like the OPP and the RCMP to meet with the Ottawa Police Service Board at times? And you have in this case too, I believe.
Yeah.
Right. So is it fair to say that there was nothing stopping the Ottawa Police Service Board from asking for any of the commissioners from the OPP or the RCMP to come before them in order to have a conversation about resources?
Yeah, I think that's fair to say.
Okay. Can I ask, just, and I'm not trying to poke, but why wasn't that done?
Yeah, I've been asking myself that question too. I mean, I don't know. I mean, if I were doing it again, would I do that? Probably yes. But at the time, we were receiving information through the channel of the police service, and that was our primary source of information.
Okay. And you'd already discussed the company Navigator a little bit, and it was in the news, and I know they contacted you. When was Navigator retained for the Ottawa Police Service? Do you remember?
Months and months previous to this event. I mean, the board had given a direction to the police service to amp up the communications function because we felt that it was quite inadequate. But they came back to the board with mean, I'm not going to get this entirely right, but the sentiment was, we don't have time to amp up because we don't have enough people to do that. So we just need to hire some help for now. And they wanted to hire Navigator because they had some relationship with Navigator. And so they chose, I know they're a crisis communications firm, but they were also providing regular communications advice to Ottawa Police.
Okay, because how it was seemed to have been spun in the media is that they were hired specifically due to Chief Slawley not being able to deal with this.
Yeah, no, that was not the case.
That was done way in advance.
Way in advance.
Okay, that's good. I just wanted to know that. And then I understand that when the retainer did happen, and it's good to know it was that far away, if what I'm about to ask you is correct. I understand the retainer with Navigator was $75,000 on a fee-for-service basis, but it was maybe not paid up front, but it was a $75,000 cap, which is usually less than what their normal retainer of $100,000 is. Is that about accurate?
I don't know if I actually knew what the details of that retainer were.
Okay. Now, I also understand the Ottawa Police Service had retained the assistance from a company called Advanced Symbolic Inc., also known as ASI.
Yes.
Are you aware of that? When was ASI retained?
Certainly in advance of this occasion. Chief Slawley had brought a representative from ASI to the board, basically to talk about the benefits of ASI, and he felt that there was that their services could be useful.
Okay. And what was ASI doing for the Ottawa Police Service exactly? Could you explain that? I have an understanding, but I'd like you to explain it.
I'd like Chief Slawley to explain it, if you don't mind, because I mean, I think my very, very limited understanding of ASI is that it basically searches many, many, many sites and sort of pulls out key words to create an impression of public opinion, if you will.
Right. Would it be fair to say when the ASI was discussed with you, did they refer to the phrase data analytics?
Probably, yes.
Okay. So they get all this stuff and then they give you in a report or to Chief Slawley the public perception of what's going on so that Chief Slawley and his team know how to react, right?
I think generally speaking, that's correct.
Okay. Now, I want to take one part, and I'm wondering if you're aware of this, and it's come up in some of the production. Do you remember when it was announced, I believe the Ottawa Police Services had mentioned that they had been in touch with Provincial Child and Family Services about apprehending children in the protest? Do you remember that?
Vaguely.
Were you aware that it was Navigator who told them to do that?
No.
Thank you. Now, I just want to get into sort of your, what you had said. You stated that you had an intention to work together and put aside political differences, and it's good to hear that, and I'm sure the public is happy to hear that as well. I'm just going to have to ask you, can you tell me about your relationship between yourself and Mayor Watson?
I mean, I don't know what there is to tell. I have worked with Mayor Watson for a very long time. We have worked on many files together over the years. I think I enjoyed more confidence in the mayor until relatively recently, until this term of council, when I detected just perhaps a change in Mayor Watson's general approach, and that goes far beyond me. He had, for whatever reason, at the start of this term, decided to build more of a coalition approach to governing than he had in the past. And I wasn't part of that coalition, so I suppose in some ways became a bit more of an outsider than I had been before. But when I had worked with him on Transit Commission, for example, we were landing a Presto card that didn't work. We worked very well together.
Okay. Could you agree with me that the tension also started when you decided you announced, at least to him, maybe privately or maybe publicly, that you intended to bring a motion to fund litigation as against Bill C-21? Do you remember that?
Well, I don't think that's when it started. That was just one of many, many, many disagreements politically we had. And listen, I don't think there's anything wrong with political disagreements. I think it's actually quite healthy for our democracy. So we don't have to agree on every issue. I think the issue is when it becomes personal.
Okay. And so moving on to the issue with the hiring of the interim chief, you heard yesterday, and in the recording we heard, that Mayor Watson claimed that he had concerns about your and your council's appointment of the proposed new interim chief, Matthew Torgan, because there was not enough consultation with stakeholders, right?
Right.
Before Steve Bell became the interim chief, how much consultation was there?
You mean at the very end when he...
Right at the beginning. So when Steve Bell took over as interim chief, how much consultation did Mayor Watson do?
I don't think he did any.
Right. So it's fair to say that the issue that Mayor Watson took with your council or your board appointing a chief on the basis that there was no consultation, it's fair to say he went about it and did no consultation and had his own appointed. Would you say that?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, I just wanted to cover one point, and I believe it was covered, but just not with the specific association, because there's two police unions, correct? There's the one for senior officers and then the other one. I also understand your evidence that it was also the Ottawa Police Senior Officers Association, which is those with ranks of inspector and higher, who also did not want Slawley as their first choice for mayor or for for chief back in 2019. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't think I really knew that until, sometime after he was hired.
Okay. And with respect to Chief Slawley's relationship, in your statement, you specifically mentioned he had issues with the relationship with the Community Health Resource Center. Can you elaborate on what that was?
Yeah, it was just an observation that I had made through the budget process in the setting of the 2022 budget. The Ottawa Community Health and Resource Centers came forward with a proposal really for some alternative service delivery in terms of addressing mental health calls and addictions calls and housing crisis calls. And there was a lot of tension through the budget process between those organizations that I observed.
Okay, and was that organization, the Community Health and Resource Centers, I take it if there was issues in the budget, it had to do with tension between funding that the Ontario Police Service was getting versus funding they were not, or et cetera? Is that what it was?
Ontario Police Service?
Oh, sorry, Ottawa Police Service. So the Ottawa Police Service was getting a lot higher funding, I take it. They wanted more funding, and was that the tension?
No, I don't think it was that. I think it was that there's a growing perspective in our community that police are responding to calls for crisis situations, like someone experiencing homelessness or someone having an addictions crisis or mental health crisis, and that isn't always the right response. And there are growing cries in the community to set up a new system where if you called 911, you might be calling for a paramedic, you might be calling for fire, you might be calling for police, or you might be calling for a mental health worker. And so I think there are a lot of voices in the community, including community health and resource centers, that would like to see, at least an opportunity where, if you might be dispatching more than one, you might dispatch fire and police and a mental health worker. But right now, police are the responders because they take up that space, not because they're necessarily trained in crisis response of that nature, or not because they're necessarily the best response. And so I think there was some tension between Chief Slowly and the community that would like to see a change in, some modest change in police response to those types of calls.
That was very detailed. Has anyone ever told you maybe you should be the chair of the police board? You know?
Not recently.
Yes. So my last question is this. Is it fair to say that one of the biggest contentions with respect to getting information from Chief Slowly wasn't so much just with the information based on everyone's public statements within your council? What they wanted to know is, can you give us a date when the protest will end? And can you give us a date if it's not going to end, how you're going to remove them? Is that fair? That's really what you wanted to know. That's what your constituents were bugging you about in all the emails.
I mean, in broad strokes, I think that's fair.
Right. And Chief Slowly, and to no fault of his own, and he couldn't tell you that because he didn't even know.
No, and if those resources hadn't arrived, or perhaps if we hadn't had extra tools like the Emergencies Act, they might still be here.
Well, and I understand the extra tools, and I guess we can argue about that. But
sure.
Would you agree with me that if there was a like order to the Emergencies Act to remove the protesters, et cetera, as long as you had the resources that, you know, based on your knowledge as a former chair of the police service board, the police could have removed these protesters simply with a court order on the same terms. Is that fair?
I don't know if that's fair. I don't think that I'm the person to assess that.
Thank you. I'll make the pitch to him instead. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. The next is the Government of Canada. And as you come up, if I can just be clear, I'm sure you know this, Mr. Mijikovsky, is that if it becomes relevant, the question about salary with another witness, or you somehow becomes irrelevant to this commission, you can of course renew the question. I'm sure you know that, but I just want to be clear about that.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you, Ms. Deans. I'm Brendan Vinny, and I'm one of the lawyers for the Government of Canada on this inquiry. I'm just going to try to ask you some hopefully less controversial questions about your experience and your capacity as the board chair for this jurisdiction at the time.
Sure.
And I'm going to do so by reference to some of the documents that you've looked at already, but I'm going to focus on some particular facts that come out of them. May I ask to pull up OPB 401624? This is the February 1st board update document, Councillor Deans, which just to situate you, February 1st was the Tuesday after the initial convoy weekend. If we could go to page 7, please. And if you could just move down a little bit into that paragraph that starts chief there. Just to confirm what the chief was reporting to you already by February the 1st, a few days into this, was the international dimensions of this matter. Is that fair?
Yes.
And that this is going to have provincial, national, and international consequences, and he's referring to demonstrations already being seen in the United States stemming from this one?
Yes.
And he points to the fact that this is coming out of a global pandemic and is a very different scenario than what you saw in November of the previous year, right?
Yes.
Could we go now, please, to OPB 401264? And this will be several days later, Councillor Deans. It's the February 5th meeting of the board, and that would have occurred, am I right, on a Saturday of the second weekend?
That's correct.
If we go to page 3, please. I think this is the initial occasion on which Chief Slowly, both in this board meeting and elsewhere, indicates his view that there may not be a policing solution alone to the demonstration. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if we look further down the page on page 3 to the third last paragraph, just a little further down, thank you. It's that paragraph that starts in the medium term there. Do you see that there's an indication that the service in the second sentence is highlighting the need for additional legal supports in the short and medium term and is requesting assistance to find uncharted legal territory?
Yes.
And you appreciated that you were being informed that the criminal code powers, the Highway Traffic Act and the City of Ottawa bylaws were somewhat limiting in respect of their application to the trucker convoy?
Yes.
If you could just go over the page to page 4 in the third paragraph. The service pointed out to you and the rest of the board, did it, that there was an ability of the demonstration organizers to spread a narrative via social media? Yes?
Yes.
And that this was connected to the need for additional legal resources to advocate for legislative changes that would provide for increased powers of enforcement in these kinds of situations. Fair?
Fair.
And did you take that as a suggestion that existing legal authorities at the time were, at least in the view of the service, not adequate to deal with the situation already by that second weekend?
I took that they believed there was a possibility that through legislative changes, we could create a better situation.
Okay. Can we go to OPB 401647? This is the continuation of that same meeting, but the in-camera portion of it. And if you could go to page 3 of the in-camera minutes. If you could just move down the page a little bit and just stop there. Do you see the paragraph in which Chief Slowly is speaking and comparing the situation to that of the 2011 Stanley Cup riots in Vancouver?
Yes.
And here he characterizes a distinction here in the last two sentences. He says the demonstration ongoing in Ottawa consisted of thousands of people convinced that the pandemic approach has been wrong, right?
Yes.
And that's an approach that was taken by not just municipalities, but by the federal government and, of course, by provincial governments across the country.
Yes. Yes.
And he suggests that the service's intelligence at that time suggested that some participants, for them, being arrested, injured, or even killed was viewed as achieving a level of martyrdom rather than a deterrent.
You said that?
Yeah. Was that a serious concern when the board heard that?
I think all of this was taken seriously by the board, yes.
Okay. Could we go to COM 50641? This is an article from the CBC website that appeared on February the 5th, and I take it this was the same date. Well, that would be the same date as that board meeting, so probably prior to that meeting. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
If we could go to, I think it's the second page. Just continue on downwards. We're looking for a quote from yourself, Councillor Deans. If you just keep going down the page, maybe a bit further. Okay, so just at the top of the next page, which is page 4, you see you're quoted there as saying the city's under siege.
Yes.
And looking for a concrete plan.
That is how I felt.
Yeah. Could you go to the top of the next page? You're quoted here, Councillor Deans, as saying people can't go to work or open their businesses. They can't sleep, walk, shop, go to medical appointments, or enjoy their neighborhood. This group is a threat to democracy. What we're seeing is bigger than just a City of Ottawa problem. This was a nationwide insurrection. This is madness. Is that a fair attribution of your comments?
That is exactly what I said.
And is that how you viewed things that second weekend already?
It is.
Could we go to, well, I don't need the document. I just want to bookmark the timing. 2 days later, on February the 7th, which would be the Monday after the second weekend, you co-signed a letter with Mayor Watson to the Prime Minister and to Minister Mendicino, right?
Yes,
Requesting more resources from the federal government.
yes,
And that same Monday, February the 7th, you sent a similar letter, or you signed a similar letter with the mayor that was sent to the Premier as well as to Solicitor General Jones, right?
that's correct.
And we've seen those before, so we won't go back to them. Could we now go to OTT 406610? This will be the minutes of the council meeting, the special council meeting that was convened on the Monday evening of the 7th,
Yep.
or afternoon rather. And if we just ask that we turn to page 10, it'll be the bottom of the page, a motion at the bottom of the page, and just so you can see the mover and seconder, but go to the top of page 11 and you'll see the output. This is the motion that asked the Government of Canada to take responsibility for policing, in effect, in the parliamentary precinct, right?
Yes,
And you were in favor of that motion.
yes.
And if you go then to page 17 of the same document and carry down the page, you'll see this motion moved by Councillor Meehan and Councillor McKenney, referring to the Federal Emergencies Act and resolving that the city should enter into discussions with the Minister of Public Safety to see whether the Emergencies Act could be invoked, right?
Yes,
And that's because you saw the need already for additional legal measures from what the service had been telling you to date.
yes,
And you voted in favor, did you, of this motion?
I did.
February 8th was the Tuesday. If we could go to OTT 405837. And I don't need to spend a lot of time on this, but this is a note from Chief Slowly the next next evening rather. And he's writing in reference to that motion, the first motion we'd looked at with respect to the RCMP assuming jurisdiction over the precinct.
Right.
Right. And if you just scroll down the page, in fairness to you, you recall Chief Slowly providing you this information to remind you, I'm sure you're familiar with it already, but that under the Ontario Police Services Act, the RCMP is not defined as a police service, right?
Right.
And for that reason, some of these steps that you've spoken about earlier, had to be taken, such as having each of the RCMP officers formally sworn in groups.
Right.
And another one of the steps that had to occur was the signing of a formal memorandum of agreement to define their roles, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you signed that on February the 8th as well, right?
Right.
And if we could go to OPB 50858. This is on February 10th. It's the Wednesday now, ahead of the third weekend after the second. This appears to be an email from Julia Keast of your office.
Yes,
And you are one of the addressees, and it is approving a request. If you want to scroll down the page, it reflects you approving a request to delegate the authority to swear in up to 400 members of the RCMP, correct?
correct.
And the last thing that would need to happen in that regard was the approval of the Solicitor General for those officers as well, right?
Right.
Okay. If we could go now to OPB 401272. This will be February 11th, the minutes again of the board meeting. And these will be the public minutes. That will be the Thursday ahead of the third weekend, right?
Yes.
Oh, excuse me, the Friday.
Friday.
If we could go to page 3, to the second last paragraph. It was emphasized again to you by the service, if I'm understanding this right, that there was a number of different reasons that individuals were demonstrating and no one particular line of thinking, right?
Right.
The demonstrations had become, or continue to become, a local, provincial, national, and even international issue.
Yes,
And the service was concerned about money and supports coming in from other countries, including the U.S.
right.
If we could go to page 4 in the third last paragraph. There you'll see the note that the service had been in conversation regarding the mitigation of risks associated with counter-protest. Do you see that?
No?
It's right
Oh,
at the
right, okay, yep.
And what that's referring to, if I understand right, is the fact that Ottawa residents by now were awfully tired, angry, and frustrated, right?
Very.
And there was a real concern that citizens would start to take matters into their own hands in a fashion that could lead to real violence, right?
There is growing evidence of that.
Yes. And that was a concern to you and your colleagues on the board?
It was.
Lastly, and I see I'm almost out of time, so I'll wrap this up very quickly. If we could just go to the in-camera minutes for one item, it's OPB 401648. And to the top of page 4. Thank you. And I just want to point out that again, here you're informed by the service in camera that national and international security blind spots were being pointed to. And due to the cumulative blind spots, the OPS lacked the capacity to address the unfolding situation, right?
Yes.
Did that refer in part or a substantial part to the awareness of the organization of the convoy online and the impact of social media on those who'd come in to occupy Ottawa?
I believe it did.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Next is the Democracy Fund and JCCF.
Caught a little off guard there. And for the sake of the sign language interpreters, who I'm sure I tortured a little bit yesterday, I'll try and go a little more slowly today. Good afternoon, Councillor Deans. I'm Rob Kittredge. I represent the Justice Centre for Constitutional Freedoms. As someone who is caught up in, as you put it, what happened in Toronto during the G20 and in some of the more egregious events addressed in the Morden report, I was encouraged to hear that you did your best to prevent similar mistakes and overreach in Ottawa. And in furtherance of that goal, you felt that you and the OPSB might have been able to intervene to help with OPS requests for assistance from other police forces or various levels of government. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You understood the OPS's expressed need for, quote, additional resources to mean that they needed additional police officers, correct?
Yes. After that February 5th meeting, when Chief Slowly outlined his resource requirement, not all 1,800 were uniformed officers. Some were civilian, but he made that clear at that time.
Right, but it was essentially people on the ground that
Yes.
he meant by resources.
Skilled resources, yes.
Did he use the word resources to refer to anything other than people on the ground?
You mean like weapons, or what are you
No,
suggesting?
like I guess I'm just getting at the point that we've heard the word resources a lot today, and I just want to understand what that means.
Yeah, I think by and large it means skilled, trained people.
Right. While we've heard that the criminal code, existing bylaws, et cetera, may have been somewhat limiting, the OPS didn't express to you any specific need for any specific additional legislated powers, did they?
I do not believe so.
And your understanding was that while legislative change may have been useful to police, it wasn't required, strictly speaking. Is that a fair characterization?
I don't know the answer to that question. I mean, it may well be required, and it might be some things very useful. But in the moment, it probably wasn't going to happen.
Right. Do you feel that OPS was making effective use of the resources, personnel, and equipment that they had available to them at all times during the protests?
I'm probably a question much better put to Chief Slowly, because as we've made pretty clear, I'm not involved in the day-to-day operation.
Right. As a citizen of Ottawa, were you satisfied with with the use that they were making of the resources, personnel, and equipment that they had available to them?
Yeah, another kind of difficult question to answer, because, you know, was I satisfied with the response the whole way through? No, I was not. But did that mean they weren't using their resources wisely? I couldn't answer that question with any degree of certainty. I was aware that they did not have sufficient resources.
Fair enough. And a similar question that I suspect will get a similar answer. Did you feel that the OPS was effectively enforcing existing laws and bylaws at all times during the protests, given the resources available to them?
I was frustrated with some of the enforcement efforts, especially getting calls from constituents and other members of council about enforcement. I understood the reasons that were given to us, that they had to put public safety first and the safety of the bylaw officers and their officers first. I certainly understood it, but from a public perspective, it was frustrating.
We've heard that during the protests there was an amendment made to the city's idling bylaw. Can you tell us what the time frame for making that change was, how quickly it was able to be done?
It was done quite quickly, I believe. I can't tell you exactly how long it took.
Would it be something on the order of a day?
Possibly.
Would it be fair to say that if the OPS required further bylaw amendments, these could also have been put in place very quickly?
Yes.
And in light of us having reached a reasonable set of agreements on my questions a few questions ago, I'll skip this one. So how would you say that the tension between yourself and the mayor interfered with the resolution of the protests? We've heard a lot about the fact that there was tension, but how did it interfere with resolution?
You know, that as I said earlier, I believe that everyone needed to be working together. You know, you can equate that to a team sport, of kicking the ball up and down the field in two different directions and you're on the same team, you're probably not getting where you need to go. And I don't think it was just the mayor and myself. I think that there were, you know, just listening to the evidence about the information that was shared with the City of Ottawa and not shared with the police board is frustrating to me. We all needed to be on the same team, and I think, you know, I'm not going to center out the mayor for special attention. I just think that, I mean, and possibly part of it was the pandemic, and we weren't all in the same room. We weren't all operating out of City Hall. I was operating out of my home the entire time. And, you know, perhaps some of it was that too, because when you're not together, you're not getting that same dynamic as if you're all in the same room. And there might have been some of that too.
And in that, I understand there was some tension between Chief Slowly and Bill Blair, and also some infighting at the OPS that may have also contributed. Is that fair to say?
I think it's fair to say that we weren't all in the same boat, rowing in the same direction at all times.
Right.
It wasn't optimal.
All right. You would hope that Ottawa would avoid the sort of mistakes and overreach that occurred under then Chief Bill Blair's command at the Toronto G20 in 2010. But OPS didn't really have a plan to deal with the protests. The city lost control of its streets, and in the end, a national emergency was declared. And here we are, hard at work on Ottawa's own version of the Morden Report. As much as well-intentioned people like yourself tried to apply lessons from Toronto's G20, you weren't able to prevent mistakes and overreach on a similar scale, were you?
Not entirely, no. Maybe maybe we made different mistakes. If you don't learn from your mistakes, you risk repeating them, and I think that's the benefit of all of this. Hopefully, we're going to learn from our mistakes, and the next time something happens, it will go smoother than it did this time.
Right. But this time, the crisis was mishandled by police and all levels of government, wasn't it?
I think we could have done better.
Thank you very much. Those
You're
are my
welcome.
questions.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have the National Police Federation.
Commissioner, they've advised Commission Council that they're ceding their time.
Okay. So we're now back to the final, the Ontario Police, the Ottawa Police Services Board. Do you have any re-examination?
None whatsoever. Thank you very much.
I think the City of Ottawa had some time.
It did, and I skipped you. I apologize. Go ahead.
No problem. Alyssa Tompkins, Counsel for the City of Ottawa. Councillor Deans, am I correct that your evidence was that the first time you heard that resources were being held up was because Chief Slowly did not have a plan for the resources, was when Mr. Kanalakos said it on Monday?
Yeah, I believe that's the case. I had not been told that throughout.
Okay, so Mr. Commissioner, can I have permission to take the witness to her witness summary to refresh her memory?
I think it's been entered, as I understand it, so yes,
Okay,
you can bring it up.
can we please bring up document WTS.0000010? And Councillor Deans, this is your witness summary?
Yes, it is.
You reviewed the summary and had an opportunity to make any changes
I
that you wanted?
Yeah.
And you adopted it this morning, in fact?
Yeah.
So if we could just go to the bottom of the third page. And that last complete sentence states, according to Councillor Deans, there is a possibility that resources were being held up because Chief Slowly did not have a plan for the use of the resources. Councillor, you'll agree that in fact, this is something that you suggested during your interview with Commission Counsel and not something that you heard for the first time during Mr. Kanalakos' evidence.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with that because it's right there, but I can't recall exactly what I was referring to in this statement. I mean, the level of detail that I've been hearing through this process and heard from Mr. Kanalakis and are in the reports from the OPP and RCMP about their level of concern was never intimated to me. I mean, I may have broad scale heard something, but I had no detail that is now entered into evidence from this commission, and it came as a huge surprise to me.
No further questions.
Okay. Yes, Commission Counsel.
I think that was it for the, oh, sorry.
Could I address you on just one point, Commissioner? The question that you ruled not relevant holds great significance for the board as the employer of the former chief, and we're not a party. And I don't know how we would deal with the possibility of that being revisited. I know that counsel for Chief Slowly and the board would take the same position, but I don't know that there's any, is there some other way to deal with that if the board's interest were engaged again? I may not be able to achieve anything, but I thought I would at least raise it with you.
Well, you can raise it. I think Chief Slowly's counsel, or former Chief Slowly's counsel would raise the issue if it is brought up, as I understand it. I just was pointing out the normal routine, and if it becomes relevant, I'm not sure how we would deal with it. It was simply there because when Chief Slowly testifies, I can't anticipate what's going to happen. And sometimes something is not relevant at one point, but further evidence raises issues. Not much I can do about that, but I'm on notice that you have a view, and I think we can deal with it when and if the time comes.
Thank you very much for your consideration. That's all I have today.
Okay. So that completes, as I understand it, subject to re-examination, because I take it you have no further submissions on behalf of the board?
None
Or
whatsoever. Thank you.
Questions, rather? Okay, so go ahead.
Two brief questions. Councillor Deans, you were asked a number of questions on cross about the information you received. Do you feel that the board received the information it required to exercise its oversight functions?
I believe the board could have done a better job in exercising its oversight function if it had been provided with relevant information that it did not receive.
And we listened to the recording. There's a number of questions about that as well. In your view, did the mayor interfere with the board's autonomy by exerting pressure on the chair? The mayor fell short of directing me not to do something, so that clearly would have been interfering with the board. I think that the mayor and council came very close. The mayor made some public statements that he was going to ask Matt Turigian to step aside and put Chief Bell into place. And I think the Police Services Act, there is some draft legislation that hasn't been proclaimed yet that would preclude that type of interference in the work of the Police Services Board and not allow that kind of political interference by a council or a mayor. So I think it was very close to the line, yes. Did you feel like it was undue pressure was being imposed on you?
Well, I understood the consequences being imposed on me. It was pretty clear. But I've always felt this way. I'm there to do a job, and I have to do the job to the best of my ability. And if I believe, and I believe that I have the most information, that is in the best interest of the community, then I need to do the job and not be unduly influenced by political pressure.
Thank you, Councillor Deans. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay, so I think that ends the testimony of Councillor Deans. Thank you very much for your evidence, for coming forward, and as was said earlier, for your service. We're going to go take a 15-minute break until we move to the next witness. It looks like it'll be another late day, so people should prepare in consequence. Not sure how late we'll go because what we don't get done today will be added to tomorrow. 15 minutes. We'll come back at 25 after 4. Thank you.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission levée pour 15 minutes.
And just one last, I just want to thank council for having worked out the potential issues. It's appreciated, and resolution is always appreciated with respect to time and disputes. Thank you.
How sweet.
Wow.
They worked out all their disagreements, and they're great. They're doing a wunderbar, says Tinfoil Hat Nick Hell, brother. Yeah. Tamara versus Zexy mud wrestling match, says Canadian. Whoa. I don't even...
Whoa.
Whoa.
Camera is much too classy for that. I don't know about Zexy, though.
Jeez. This one woman, towards the end, she was hard to watch. You know that? She was really hard to watch at the end, especially when that Bojo came in, the gravedigger, liquor drinking, government lawyer.
Back to the Future? Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. What I'm going to do to make myself feel better is I'm just going to look through a couple I'm gonna look through a couple of my favorite pictures from the Public Order Emergency Commission that I've been saving on my computer, and I think that's, yeah, that's gonna kind of pick up my feels. Well, no, how about we do this instead? How about we do this? Why don't we play some of the clips from Never Before Seen stuff over here? How about we do that? We'll play
sure.
some clips over
you know, kill some time here before
relax for 15
the testimony
minutes.
Restarts.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That should do it. 15 minutes. Let's do that, and this way I can go and I can just relax, wax my my things. Here we go.
And to, get off, get our minds freed from Canadian Killary, or as some people were calling her, Michelle Pfizer. So
Michelle Pfizer, yeah, I like that. Let's see here. Which one do we want to see here? What would be a good one you want to watch? Do you want to watch some beatings, or do you want to watch some? You want to watch?
Yeah, let's watch some beatings.
You want some beatings? Should we put some beatings?
Yeah, good
on?
old Canadian beatings. At the hands of the government.
Okay, this is good. This one is like the stalemate is starting. Okay, in front of Chateau Laurier. Yeah, this will be a good one. Let's watch that. Perfect timing.
All right.
Actually, I got one of Alexa Lavoie crying. You want to see that? That's a.
Oh my goodness! Oh, that was horrible when that happened.
Oh, I was going to say that's one of my favorites.
No, you are a sick individual.
No, not like that. Not like that's not what I mean. Oh my God, that's not what I meant. I meant it was. It's one of my.
Yeah, you don't need to.
Okay, yeah, let's watch. Oh, this guy. Oof, he wants to beat people
high
up.
drama.
Yeah, high drama.
Indeed.
That's what I mean. It's a high dramatic moment. All right, let's watch this one here. This should be good. Here we go. Never before seen.
Hey, brother. Thank you, sir. All right, let's get ready, I guess. Let's get ready to rumble. Rock and roll, man. Rock and roll.
That's love. Huh? Why you gotta want to push us?
We have 14K watching us live. The support campaign, and we are live in Ottawa. Like and subscribe if you haven't already. Share the link out. This is history in the making. We're not sure exactly what's going to happen. They pushed the crowd back once already. We're wondering if they're going to make another surge.
What's the CBC?
CBC
CNN,
cuckold. CBC cuckold.
Huh?
CBC cuckold.
CTV?
CBC cuckold.
Rebel?
Yeah, a lot of these are cuckolds, yeah.
Fake news, CBC. Fake news, CBC.
Where's your fuck news right now, eh?
Right.
Now you push back. You fucked off? Oh, you hold. They're holding on. Flowers for you guys. Love you guys.
Can you just give me a heads up when it's time, all
Love
right?
you.
Just so I'm not caught unawares, because I don't want to trip.
Yeah, just tell him before you taste him.
Yeah, just give me a heads up before the horses trample me.
Just be like, hey, we're about to lob some tear gas, guys.
What? Throwing some tear gas, guys? You want to throw some tear gas? Are you crazy? What's happening? Oh, the Lord! Where's that
I gotta pee too. You too?
I feel like peeing my pants.
Yeah, man. Yeah, me too. I gotta pee too. Yeah.
If I pee,
Hold the line. Hold the
I think we
pee.
got jammed up again.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I can hold.
This guy, man. Oh, man.
Don't forget to put on your mask to protect yourself. And then where they don't have masks, they get sick. Then they wear their mask. Or if you see them reach for the bag, you better get the hell out of here.
Oh yeah, what's in the bag?
Probably the mask.
What mask?
I'm gonna crawl up in a ball and sing a
What
joyful
mask?
song. The mask for the gas.
Oh shit.
Because they're not gonna push up because they've been in the same trouble as us.
Oh.
They need the mask. So look, each of them have a mask.
Right on.
You guys want to take my flower? Love and appreciation.
All right, guys, just let me know when I gotta run. All right. Come on, just tell me, man. I don't want to get gas. I'm just gonna run, dude. Come on, man. I'm a computer programmer. I'm just gonna run. Run. Yeah, man. Yeah, I got soft hands, man. You just tell me, give me just little. I just need 3 to 7 seconds head start.
2 seconds. Run. Just a head start. Just give him a head start.
Give me a head start, man.
I'm offering you a flower of love. We are a peaceful
flower
country.
for a steak.
I think we are.
Today it's a good thing
back
because
live.
All right, perfect.
An example, when we stand close, we're very, very close together. Now we're face to face.
On your knees, let us pray. Come on your knees. That's it.
I can't go on my knees, my friend.
Nobody move.
Let's all turn our backs. If they want to club us,
Nobody move.
they can club us.
Behind, yeah.
I don't wanna turn around and I don't wanna get on my knees. Come on, guys. Come on, man. Just wanna relax, man.
We're turning around. We are holding our line.
Do I gotta do this?
They compete us from behind.
Oh shit, I gotta turn my back.
We all stand.
Oh shit.
Turn your back.
Oh shit, I hate this. I hate this game.
Turn around. Turn around.
Turn your back. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, this is not going to be well, is it? Huh? It's not going to go well.
It's almost time for Ooga Booga. Almost time.
I can feel it, man.
That way, it's because they're coming
I can feel the Ooga Booga about to happen.
I can feel it. They're about to beat me up from the back this time. For some reason, I've got to turn my back and get beaten up from the back.
Everybody, like and subscribe, share out the link. This is a beautiful protest, but it might turn ugly.
This might turn into beatings for me. Okay, all right. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Stand up, sit down. Simon says. How you doing, man?
How you doing? Good, man.
Right
doing
on,
good.
brother. Right on, man.
Yeah.
Put that one on the wall.
Standing here for freedom.
Right? For freedom.
We are.
Freedom.
To God. There's a lineup. I've never seen so many cops in my life in Canada.
It's amazing, huh?
But here we are.
They're from York.
And they're from where?
York.
Yeah, from York, from Durham, from all kinds of different places around. But
These guys are from Quebec. Those guys are from York.
Yep.
Canada.
How come I don't see no Ontario police over here, eh?
Tonight, downtown Ottawa.
But if they cannot use you
Lined up here.
to do what they want you to do,
Those are from
Oh
York.
no, it's getting. I can feel it's tightening up.
Batons in the front. Ready to
Oh, hold on. This guy is my. Hold on. I chose this guy. He's my guy.
is the better, is the good one.
Yeah, I want him. No, she taking this fellow over here, the Oriental guy. You want to switch with me? Take this. Thanks, man. Thanks, man. Okay. I just know who my favorites are, you know? You ready, Pen?
You know what? I'm not the one standing face to face with a bunch of crazy looking dudes in riot gear. Are you ready, Ro?
I was born ready, brother. I was born ready.
Hold the line, brother.
Hold the line, brother.
We're not gonna fight with you if you deal with us. We're gonna help you.
These guys are from York, man. They don't speak French. These guys are from Quebec. Ils parlent français, ils parlent anglais.
Anglais?
Yeah, anglais. Ils sont anglais, ils sont français. Pour eux, tu dis, hey, voulez-vous de la poutine, la Pepsi? Liberté!
How far back are we going?
That's what I asked, but I don't know.
Okay.
They just received order.
Yeah.
And
You guys got really beautiful eyes. You want to go out on a mandate? Is that why you're here?
No more mandates.
But it looks like they came down for a mandate.
No more
mandates.
No more mandates.
They don't have mandates.
They can trample people with horses. I forgot about that. Awesome. That's got to be a cool kind of back pocket tool, eh? Trample peaceful protesters with horses. That's a good one. That's a great one. Can't believe we didn't think of that one.
Are you John Lennon?
I'm just Jacob, my man. I'm just Jacob, brother.
All right, brother. All right. Just Jacob. I thought for a minute, you know what I mean? Imagine if.
Il devrait avoir des restaurants qui exigent la transport pour la vaccin, mais encore là, je ne pas le gouvernement qui exige. Ça, on peut pas. C'est vraiment aussi décider ces lois-là.
And all we can do, sir, and that's all we can do at and nothing has happened in the government. Trudeau has said nothing except call us racist, misogynist, Nazi.
We are live. If you haven't already, please like and subscribe. This is War Campaign. This is Freedom Convoy 2022. Historic evening in Canada. Please share out the link if you can.
Cool.
Uh-oh, froze. I think it froze up again, Rose.
Okay. Give it a second. It's coming back.
Une personne qui se tire d'abord, qui décide de... C'est logique qu'on perd tout comme ça, tout votre job. C'est immoral. On a le droit d'utiliser ça. Vous refusez ça.
What we want.
We're back.
We can't always get what we want.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
But if you try sometimes, you just might find, you get what you need.
Il y a 3 ans. C'est juste ça qu'il a connu jusqu'à date. C'est quoi le futur après? On s'en va où? Pensez aux conséquences, en soi. Qu'est-ce que ça va changer? Aujourd'hui, qu'est-ce que vous avez fait? Est-ce qu'aujourd'hui, vous avez participé à avancer proche de
Are you going to stand on that side or are you going to listen to them? Because right now, you're threatening violence for differences of opinion.
This is nullified if you do not agree with what the Prime Minister agrees with.
Is this what you stand for, sir?
The civil rights in Canada. Those are there to protect.
I just want a cheeseburger.
Like Trudeau.
When you get done the shift, you just put your badge on the table and go home. Do what's right.
There it is, man. Good old days.
Wow.
Yeah. You remember that?
Wild times.
Good old days, man. Good old days. She came, she talked, she lied. Michelle Pfizer, says Zizor. I keep 2 flags in my car. Sometimes people give me the finger. Ha ha, says Silver Sadie. Is there anything in my beard pen? I just ate a toast. I got a...
No, you're looking good.
Yeah?
I don't see any crumbs.
No? Okay.
I think you're okay.
I got any toasted crumbs in my beard? I don't know. Hold on. Okay, there you go.
I think you're
Commissioners,
good.
we convene the commission.
Oh, right on time.
Oh, boy.
Whoa, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Go ahead. Commissioner Eric Brusso, Commission Counsel, and I'd like to call OPP Superintendent Pat Morris as the Commission's next witness.
Superintendent Morris, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
I will swear.
We have the Bible, the Quran, or the Torah available.
Bible.
Please take the Bible in your right hand. For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Patrick John Joseph Morris, M-O-R-R-I-S.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do swear.
Good afternoon, Superintendent Morris.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to start with an easy one. What is your current rank?
I'm a superintendent in the OPP, Bureau Commander of the Provincial Operations Intelligence Bureau.
And is that the rank that you held in January and February 2022?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'd like to call up your interview summary, which is WTS 6035. And this is a summary of the interview that Commission Council conducted with you in the summer, correct?
Correct.
And you're familiar with the contents of this summary?
I am.
You have no corrections to make to it?
No.
Okay, thank you. And you mentioned that you oversee the OPP's Provincial Operations Intelligence Bureau, which I will refer to as POIB. Can you tell us how long have you overseen that bureau?
I've been the superintendent in charge of POIB since September of 2021, having acted in that position since July of 2021. And prior to that, I was an inspector in POIB responsible for 2 sections that are relevant to these matters.
Okay. And can you give us the 30-second elevator pitch of what POIB does?
Yes. Provincial Operations Intelligence Bureau is the intelligence directorate or bureau for the Ontario Provincial Police, so responsible for our jurisdiction and also under the Police Services Act for issues where we provide specialized investigative services. We have 6 sections within the bureau. The first is Intelligence Operations section, which has to do with organized crime, etc. The second is the Protective Services section, which has to do with close body protection for protected persons in the province of Ontario. The third is Covert Operations section, which has to do administratively with the policies and procedures in relation to covert operations, undercover operations, informant recruitment, agent recruitment and handling, and also the operational responsibility for that. The next section is the Criminal Intelligence Production section, which is primarily the handling of metadata information and the translation of information into intelligence. And the last section is the Provincial Anti-Terrorism section, which is a large-scale joint force operation which engages in intelligence operations covertly and overtly in relation to national security threats. Lastly, we're engaged in the integrated national security enforcement teams.
Thank you.
If I could just interrupt, Superintendent, just if you could slow down a little bit because all this is getting translated as you go. So
sure.
I know you're effective, but effective with a little more patience in speaking will help. Thanks.
Will do.
Thank you, Superintendent. You're familiar with the term Project Hendon. Can you describe for us what Project Hendon is?
Yes. You'll have to cut me short, probably. In 2019 and early 2020, the OPP witnessed a significant amount of protest, dissent, some of which caused us reasonable grounds to suspect or believe that those issues would engage in criminal activity or illegal activity that would have a public safety impact. As a result of that, we created a collection plan and reached out to partners in law enforcement and in the intelligence community to create a cooperative, collaborative approach to collect information on issues that related to that. The reasoning was many of these issues, I might say all of those issues, are larger than any specific jurisdiction. So we collected a collection plan, we made a collection plan, we created business rules, and we formally reached out to multiple agencies in Ontario, law enforcement, intelligence. We went further than Ontario, engaging federal agencies such as the RCMP, many components within the RCMP, the Canadian Security Intelligence Service, Department of National Defence, and then other police services were added as we went along because there was impact. So for example, the Vancouver Police Department, Sûreté du Québec, etc. The rationale for Hendon was to deal with large-scale protest matters that impacted public safety. Very specifically, we did look at reasonable grounds to suspect and believe as a sort of precursor for our involvement. In a very practical way, at the beginning of 2020 and the end of 2019, there was activity going on that had to do under the umbrella of Shut Down Canada. It was activity that activists would engage in to have a negative impact on the Canadian economy and on the Canadian democratic system generally. As we move towards February of 2020, one of the major points of consideration was rail blockades, rail shutdowns, which came to pass in Tyendinaga for approximately 3 weeks, emanating from events in British Columbia, specifically the Wet'suwet'en issues and dealing with gas pipelines, Coastal GasLink, etc. We began at that time to engage closely with all of our partners because there were main events such as Tyendinaga, such as British Columbia, but there were also a proliferation of events. And as my colleague, Inspector Bowden will say, and Provincial Liaison Team, it was impacting multiple jurisdictions. And so that is how we chose to approach it. As time evolved, we had several events in Caledonia and then the Mackenzie Meadows occupation, which were relevant to our duties and also had impact for other police services. I believe at that time, we engaged approximately 30 entities. We had regular calls, we had regular dissemination of intelligence products, and we regularly collected information for that purpose. As the pandemic became more pronounced or more prolonged, some of those public safety concerns or threat variants altered. By April of 2021, we noted the emergence of something that we referred to as the Patriot Movement. And we focused on this specifically because it presented different threat components. I will say this, we had concerns. There was very, very little criminal activity. There was illegal activity, and there were impacts that we were facing. So through the summer of 2021, we noted more and more of that activity. I will also say that other factors occurred, such as hate crime statistics that were published in August of 2021. As a result of that, we evolved our collection plan and collaborated with our partners to focus on what we considered to be the primary threats. Our findings, our intelligence, our assessed information was produced to all of our partners in the form of the Hendon Strategic Intelligence Reports, and I believe that was going out at that time to about 32 agencies, and it was going out to approximately 200 individuals within those agencies.
Thank you. If I could ask for document OPP 404571. And Superintendent Morris, I don't know if you can see that on your screen. Is this a list of the Hendon reports and who they were distributed to?
Yes, so I recall this list very specifically. What you note in blue is a Hendon Strategic Intelligence Report or situation report that was disseminated. What you note in white in the first column on the left is a teleconference, because that was regular as well. And then we evolved our dissemination. We had our main Hendon group. On January 21st of 2021, our Commissioner Carrick, asked me to begin to disseminate that intelligence product to 9 police services, the chiefs of the 9 police services, to ensure that they were aware. So that's what you see in one column, the Hendon group. In the next column, where you see the highlight in yellow, the third column is a column I created because of our geographical distribution to keep the OPP commanders aware. And the last column is our Commissioners Command Team, which consists of 3 deputy commissioners and our commissioner.
And those are all individuals or groups who received the Hendon reports, is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you. And you also mentioned teleconferences, and so I'd just like to bring up document OPP 401782. I believe this may be a list that you put together as well. Is this a list of all of the Hendon teleconferences during this period?
Beginning on January 21st, yes, of 2022. That's correct.
Okay. And roughly how often were the teleconferences?
Only germane to this issue?
Yes.
We held our first one on January 21st, and then on January 24th, we completed them daily, I believe, with one exception.
Okay. And who from the OPS participated in those teleconferences?
Okay, so that's a difficult question to answer, but I will do my best. We had a dissemination list, which was very large, as I've described. At this point in time, I mean January 21st, we had grown to approximately 300 participants. From the Ottawa Police Service, given that Hendon had evolved since 2020, there were multiple people on the distribution list for the documents, and that same list received a request to participate in the teleconference. We could not go through our entire list from Vancouver and across Canada every time, so we only knew the people who identified as participating. I can say that the members from Ottawa that showed great consistency in their participation were Detective Constables George Boris, Detective Constable Steph Quinnell. At other times, and I apologize, I'm not always aware of the rank, I believe it's Staff Sergeant Isabel Lemieux. The superintendents participated at time. In that case, I mean Mark Patterson, Inspector Ken Bryden. There were other people from events and intelligence that participated at various times, and we would only know it specifically by them self-identifying.
Thank you. I want to take you to one of the early Hendon reports. It's OPP 401600. This is the Hendon report from Thursday, January 13th. Is this the first Hendon report in which the idea of a convoy approaching downtown Ottawa is mentioned?
I'd like to make a point of clarification here. The simple answer is yes. Okay. But from August of 2021 to the end of December 2021, there were regular reports, approximately one a week. The discussion about the possibility of a galvanized effort to illustrate to Ottawa some of the grievances and the possibilities of doing that via a convoy was often discussed and was often in the Hendon reports. The events that were planned came to very little fruition, I would say, or minimal fruition. So it was discussed, it was commented upon in the reports previous to this. But in this report is the first finite plan that says we are going to do this and we are going to do it on these dates.
Okay, and so that information, I think it appears under key information point number 1. Individuals within the Patriot movement have undertaken to organize through closed communication channels and in-person networking towards large-scale protest actions. One of these actions includes a commercial truck work stoppage and highway slowdown scheduled for January 23rd. Information shared through social media networks indicates some of the participants of this action may be mobilizing from across the country to arrive in Ottawa for a mass anti-government protest calling for an end to all COVID-19 mandates. And is it fair to say that's the extent of POIB's knowledge at the time?
Well, I think it's a little bit more extensive than that, but that's just a summation provided for quick reference for people who are reading the document.
Okay. And if we can go down to the bottom of the page, it's a little bit small, but meanwhile, the shift from the government appears to have had little effect on the organizing underway by members of the Patriot movement who have taken to social media advising truckers' plan to carry out their intended work stoppage. So as of January 13th, was POIB of the view that there was going to be a mass convoy to Ottawa?
Yes.
And what were the sources of this early knowledge of the convoy?
So we had multiple investigative techniques that we were employing. So if I could run through them. One was open source collection. And I want to stress that's information. Open source, so I put a lesser value on that at the origin point. Also, we had covert operations ongoing, which you won't see as related in the documentation before you because of the sensitivities. We engaged in a large degree of analysis and at times surveillance operations, and that's primary and source recruitment for covert operations. That information, all of which is information, is collected, and then we go through the collation and analysis process, and then we provide our analysis, which I refer to as intelligence. And that is how we came to the conclusions and assessments that we did.
Okay, and I want to take you to the next Hendon report, which is OPP 401028. And that one is dated Thursday, January 20th. So at this point, Superintendent, the reports are being published just on a weekly basis. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And if you see the information in the key information box there, number one, the Freedom Convoy 2022 and Operation Bear Hug will almost certainly disrupt the movement of vehicular traffic and goods on Canadian highways and possibly at ports of entry along the border with the United States. And then point two, some participants in these convoys may attempt to disrupt the business of government at both the provincial and federal level by blocking access to government, legislatures, and parliament. Does that accurately summarize the risk as POIB understood it?
Yes, it does. And if I can just add a comment, as a result of the information we became aware of in early January, as reflected in the first report you showed to me, we stepped up our assignments, our taskings, and our information collection in order to produce more intelligence on what we felt was a burgeoning priority.
Okay, and if I could take you now to page 3, there's a paragraph there, further redacted, that there does not yet appear to be an exit strategy for departing Ottawa. The intent appears to be to remain in Ottawa until all COVID-19 mandates and restrictions are lifted. So what can you tell us about what POIB understood the timeline for this protest to be as of the date of this report, which is January 20th?
Yeah, it's an important question. For those not actively engaged in intelligence operations, there are knowns and unknowns. And we key in on those as intelligence gaps. So in this case, the fact that there was no exit strategy, but there were extensive demands being placed, and the fact that we felt those demands could not be met, it meant that they, meaning the protesters, would be there for a long period of time. And I do want to say this might appear to be anecdotal. I refer to intelligence as being engaged in acquiring secrets or mysteries. Their plans while in Ottawa were not a secret that we couldn't discern. The plans while in Ottawa were a mystery until they got there, and I think that is borne out by events.
I think we'll see some reports later. If we could go to page 4, towards the bottom, I believe. So there we go. In addition to the convoys themselves, police of jurisdiction resources could be stretched if rallies are organized at the local level to coincide with the arrival of the convoys in a given community. And so can you sort of unpack that for us in terms of your concern about the police of jurisdiction?
Sure. So throughout COVID-19 and the impacts of COVID-19, and specifically since, I'll say, the spring of 2021, the growth of various movements, and I want to be clear on this, this is not one monolithic entity. These are grassroots, what I refer to as affinity groups that share grievances. They acted locally and also tried to coalesce. And I would say that this was the first successful coalescence. So in doing so, the information that we were collecting and the analysis that we were engaging in to produce the intelligence illustrated that yes, Ottawa would be the culmination of this, but there would be other factors along the way and across the country and specifically in relation to specific infrastructure like border crossings, and specifically in relation to what we refer to as the business of government, so Queen's Park and also obviously Parliament. That's what I mean. And discussion of plans to exceed our resources and our capacity to respond.
And I'd like to ask you about the next paragraph, which I believe Councillor Deans may have been taken to as well. Although the stated intent of some convoy participants is to remain at Parliament Hill until the government rescinds all COVID-19 related restrictions and mandates, this goal is likely to prove unrealistic in the long term. However, even a small number of tractor trailers parked at Parliament Hill will almost certainly be disruptive in the short term. So why did POIB think that it was unrealistic in the long term but extremely disruptive in the short term?
Yeah, I'm thankful you asked me that. They had certain demands. We felt the demands could not be met, but we believed it would be unlikely for them to follow through on the promise to stay until the mandates were lifted. But we did think that it would be a long term. It's just that over the period of time that would transpire, people would become frustrated. People would need to return home. I want to be clear, we felt this would be a long-term event.
And when you say long-term, we're in January 20th. When you say long-term, what did you mean by long-term at that time?
We felt that they would arrive on January 28th to 29th, and we were positioning ourselves to be prepared for a longer term. I don't know that I had a specific idea in mind, but we were even beginning to schedule and plan at that time for, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month, et cetera. And we also didn't know what the nature of negotiations or discussion would be, i.e. in Tyendinaga, that occurred with multiple levels of government, so those things would have impact as well. But even at this time, we were talking about scheduling to have relief, et cetera, and we were engaged in the OPP within our major incident management group to be planning between the various entities that engage in that group.
Okay. I'd like to take you next to the Hendon reports from Saturday, January 22nd. It's OPP 401603. And if we could go to page 2 when we get there. Under the assessment, it says, it is almost certain that the Freedom Convoy will disrupt the flow of traffic and goods along Canadian roadways and at border points. So how is it and why is it that POIB had concluded that was almost certain by January 22nd?
Because the information that we were collecting from open sources and other venues, it was consistent that this is what they intended to do. That's one point. One of the critical points in producing intelligence is the reliability of the source, but also the validity of the information in juxtaposition with all the other information. Traveling from British Columbia or Nova Scotia to Ottawa shows an incredible motivation, and we felt that it would be there for a long period of time. And we felt that for the most part, the entities that were engaged in the planning would follow through on what they were saying.
Why did you feel that the entities engaged in the planning, you mean the organizers, the convoy organizers? Why did you feel that they were going to follow through?
The pronouncements they made were in earnest. I felt that they meant what they said. The grievances, and I want to stress there were multiple grievances, had been expressed at this point for about 18 months. We had seen expressions of those grievances in multiple jurisdictions throughout Ontario specifically. There were new factors that we took into account. The experiences that were faced during the federal election illustrated that people were prepared to go to further lengths to illustrate dissatisfaction. The experience with the incoming passports that had occurred in relation to COVID-19, the impacts in the workplace for some people and how some people experienced that, the vaccination, I think it was called pediatric vaccination. These were all factors that for the people involved, for the people motivated, impacted their motivation and increased their frustration, and we believe that they would follow through on what they were saying they would do.
If we could scroll down on the page, there's a section called Intelligence Gaps, Collection Requirements. Can you explain for us what appears in this section?
Sure. In any intelligence initiative, you create a collection plan. And when you satisfy the collection plan, then you feel you've filled that gap. But always you have gaps that are still there. The numbers are always a gap. Like, so for example, I've been asked a lot about the numbers. We couldn't possibly know what the numbers would be because until that given day, we don't know how many people will arrive. What we could do, and what we did do, was reach out to our colleagues in the RCMP through the divisions to get assessments of the numbers of people to the extent they could, the numbers of vehicles to the extent they could, and specifically on tractor trailers, the types of vehicles, the mood, the behavior, et cetera, et cetera. So we were trying to determine the size, the impact of the protest, et cetera. Now that's for all. Now also in terms of being armed, I want to be clear on this. We had we produced no intelligence to indicate that these individuals would be armed. And there has been a lot of hyperbole about that. That was something we wish to, when people think about what happened on January 6th of 2020, that is presence of mind, but we produced no intelligence to indicate that that would be the case.
I understand. If we could go down, I want to go to the last 2 points in intelligence gaps, which are on the next page. Oh, if we just scroll up, sorry. The last 2 points. One is plan for any further action should demands not be met, and plans for departing Ottawa. So this is information that POIB does not have at that time.
That's correct. So if I could just use, I guess, perhaps some of my experience, I've worked in undercover operations and managed undercover operations in entities that have significant grievances. And in some of those instances, very specific plans are made and followed through or not followed through. Apart from stages, music, speeches, et cetera, we could see no specific plans for actions of that type. And we believed, because of the amalgamation of affinity groups, there really was no specific plan in relation to that. It was a matter of, we call it being event-driven, and we'll see what happens when we get there, et cetera. We had no expectation that their demands would be met, and so we wondered if that would create increased frustration, and then we tried to collect information to produce intelligence on how that frustration might be borne out.
Thank you. I want to take you to the Hendon report for Monday, January 24th now, which is OPP 401608. And I'll take you to page 2 under assessment when we get there. So the first paragraph, convoy organizers will almost certainly have minimal ability to influence the behavior of convoy participants and protest attendees. Why was that a concern, and if so, why was that a concern?
We were collecting information and producing intelligence on the organizers. That was a fast-moving atmosphere of individuals that we didn't necessarily know a lot about, nor do they come from our province. So those individuals may have a plan, probably a fairly loose plan, but when a large-scale protest, event, et cetera, occurs, there will be a lot of individuals or entities that attach themselves to that protest atmosphere. And then they may engage in activity that has absolutely nothing to do with what the individuals who are organizing the protest entertain. So we were collecting information, which is part of our normal operation, about affinity groups or associated entities that may attach themselves to this protest and trying to determine what their actions may be.
And did POIP take any additional steps when it realized that the sort of convoy organizers weren't necessarily going to have control over the participants?
I can say that we had already taken steps in terms of individual entities that we were concerned about. We already had ongoing operations that would inform us as to what was occurring in those milieu and would they be engaged, et cetera.
If we could pull up OPP 401047, please. This is an email exchange between yourself and Sebastian Tremblay. And I just want to go down to the bottom of the first page. Sebastian writes, you loved that you asked the RCMP to take some lead on their side to get information from West and East. I can't believe that you had to ask, though. So can you tell me a bit about the process of getting information from the RCMP and specifically what that comment there was referring to?
Our collection plan for this issue specifically needed to have the information on numbers, vehicles, mood, et cetera, that was emanating from several different locations at various times. If I could just give an example, from BC on January 22nd. But it's not just BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba. It's various locations. Also, en route, there were a number of mini events that occurred in Regina, Medicine Hat, Winnipeg, and I'm only speaking to the west because that was the longest period of time. And we needed to get that information. And so we were reaching out, during the Hendon calls to basically create what we refer to as an intelligence requirement for the divisions of intelligence in the RCMP. And the reason Sebastian is referring to it is we did the same thing with the Sûreté du Québec.
Thank you. If we could pull up the Hendon report for Tuesday, January 25th, which is OPP 401609. And so here we're, just to situate us, we're Tuesday before the arrival of the convoys in Ottawa. If we get on page 1 under information, those first 3 bullet points, I won't read them all, but it suggests that there's 1,200 trucks coming. The Regina Police said there were 1,200 trucks coming. There's another unconfirmed information about 162 trucks and 1,000 private vehicles. And the Sûreté Québec says 1,000 to 1,500 trucks. Is it fair to say that as of January 25th, it was anticipated that the convoy would involve thousands of trucks and vehicles?
It's fair to say that the numbers would be extensive, and I would say in the hundreds. And the reason I say that is this. A lot of the events in the western part of the country were still a great distance from Ottawa. And may not come to Ottawa. And there were a lot of localized events where people might just drive and participate exuberantly, yes, but they might only participate as far as Winnipeg. And for us in the Ontario Provincial Police, we are cognizant the drive from the Manitoba border to Ottawa is like a 20-hour drive. So we could not assess necessarily whether those truck drivers or the drivers of private vehicles, commercial vehicles would continue. In Quebec, much easier to do due to proximity when Sebastian in Quebec Quebec City and Montreal. Certainly though, to your point, we knew it would be in the hundreds and we knew it would be significant. And there were multiple convoys because that's the information coming at that time from the west due to the distance to be traveled. But there were multiple convoys from within Ontario that just hadn't left yet.
Okay, and I'd like to go down to page 2 of this report and to the second last bullet. And I just ask you about fundraising. It indicates that at this point on the 25th, the GoFundMe is at $4.4 million, which is an increase of almost $1 million in the last 24 hours. Was this something that POIB was keeping an eye on and concerned about?
We were definitely keeping an eye on it, and here's why. For any type of event of this nature, no matter what the motivation is, social media has altered the way we collect information and the meaning that we derive from it. We can always significantly discount some of the numbers that like it or say they'll be there. What we noticed in this event and in some other previous events related to these grievances was that there was much more meaning in the support. And the reason that the finances are so important is money is a powerful motivator, and this was growing rapidly. And I can say it was growing at a rate that for us was unprecedented. And so that added impact to our assessment that this would be significant.
And if you can just help me understand, was it concern about what the money would be used for, or is it that the money coming in is a reflection that this is truly there's some widespread support for it, and that's concerning, or is it both?
I think it's both. We definitely felt there was widespread support. I mean, I realized that the narrative, going back to the spring of 2021, the narrative was that people who felt a certain way were a small number of people, were et cetera, the fringe, so to speak. This was difficult for us to deal with in policing in Ontario, specifically because there was a large degree of support, and there were a number of instances. So it spoke to that support. That's one thing. And yes, how the money would be utilized. There were a lot of ways we knew the money would be utilized in our information, fuel and logistics, et cetera. We didn't know all the factors, but the biggest takeaway from the money was the degree of support and the means that would be in possession to make it more long-term, even for things such as accommodations.
If we could go down, I just want to ask you about the last paragraph under assessment. The lack of information related to the OPP about events in Ottawa during the period from January 28th to the 29th and on January 30th represents a serious intelligence gap. Information provided to the OPP to date indicates a high degree of planning for the protest, and communications appear to have been open between the OPP and convoy organizers. It is unknown why the details for these timeframes would not be shared with police. Attempts should be made to obtain this information. Why weren't you able to get that information out of the convoy organizers if there was a kind of good rapport with the PLT or undercover officers?
I think the answer is quite simple, because there was no major definitive plan. The organizing went into the convoy, the transport, the participation, but the event, what would actually transpire, was less organized. And I would say that in my experience, that isn't that unusual.
And so we're now, it's Tuesday, January 25th. By this date, what was POIB's expectation about how long this would last?
Well, I can't give a day. I can say this. We saw significant support. We saw significant fundraising. In real terms, we saw that play out in significant numbers of people and significant numbers of commercial vehicles and private support. In fact, our information from coming across Western Canada was not only that, it was almost unanimous in our calls that there were people lined up on the sides of highways and on overpasses. And we even got to the point of talking about inclement weather, that people were there, and we were quite surprised. So we felt it would be a significant event, and it would be a long-term event, specifically because the demands could not be met. And the promise was to stay until they were met.
I'm gonna put my long-term question to you again, because I don't know that I got an answer. But when you say long-term, do you mean, it's not just the weekend? It's a week, it's 2 weeks, possibly 3 weeks. What do you mean by long-term?
Oh, certainly a couple weeks, 3 weeks. I mean, there's just so many variables after a plan meets a response that I can't speak to that, and I didn't know what the plan of the Ottawa Police Service was. So when I say long-term, I'm going to say, certainly a week, probably 2 weeks, et cetera.
Okay. And why isn't it that it was ever spelled out in that degree of specificity in the Hendon reports to say these people might stay for 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 4 weeks?
Yeah, it's a good point, and perhaps that's something that we can take away to improve our products in the future. These are strategic intelligence reports. There were other products that were provided that were operational and tactical in nature. We felt that we were stating that this will be a significant event and a long-term event, but we didn't say the number of days, and I can't. I played this back in my mind in terms of knowing what I know today. What would I say if I could put myself back on January 25th, to use an example? And I would basically say what we said, but I don't know that I could have put a day to it.
I understand. If we could pull up OPP 401612. This is, I believe, a situational awareness bulletin for the Freedom Convoy. So who would have received this, Superintendent?
So these are documents that we create and put out to our frontline officers so that they are aware of what's occurring. And and there may be an officer safety component, it may just be informational, but we also have a vested interest. It's a way to collect information. So this document absolutely would have gone to every member of the Ontario Provincial Police. And I have an independent recollection that this document was sent with our Hendon report to our recipients. So in so saying, that would go to approximately 32 services as well. We also provided it to the Criminal Intelligence Services of Ontario so it could be further disseminated. So it was disseminated broadly.
And it would have been up to those other agencies to disseminate it to their officers if they chose to.
Right. They could utilize it in any way they could, parade briefings, shift briefings, et cetera, or dissemination.
Okay, and if we look at the second paragraph under background, I won't read that whole thing, but this is generally POIB's understanding as of January 26th, that there's no express departure date for when participants will disperse or the action will end?
That's correct.
Did, on the Hendon teleconferences, did you or anyone from POIB specifically say, take the next step and say, so you should be preparing for a 2-week protest, a 3-week protest, a 4-week protest?
We talked about it being long-term. We talked about the logistical capacity of the entities involved. We talked about the degree of grievances. Most of the discussion was involved in collecting, just to give you, I would do an overview and introduce it and say what the pertinent issues were for the day in terms of information collection and intelligence production. Then our inspector, Brian Barkley, who was our case manager, would have an analytical overview provided by our lead analysts strategically and tactically. And then we would go to the other entities in basically an order of primary importance, Ottawa Police Service being key, the RCMP being key, and the Sûreté du Québec being key. And then we would do a roundtable for everybody's input, et cetera. Certainly, we discussed this being long-term and what intelligence requirements we would have in order to be help out. We recognize that the Ottawa Police Service was our primary client. There's only a few points in time over this period of time, roughly up till February 20th, where the clients alter to Toronto Police Service, et cetera. Ottawa is, and the Windsor Police Service.
Okay. If we could pull up OPP 401611, which is the Hendon report for the next day, Thursday, January 27th. And on the front of this Hendon report, there's a list of convoys, and a number of them, I mean, the first one has 471, but many of them have a TBD. Why is that?
So there's some, I noticed that we were being pressed for numbers. And at this point, I reached out to our Indigenous Policing Bureau, and that may seem strange to some people who are listening, but our Indigenous Policing Bureau houses our provincial liaison teams, and our provincial liaison teams are interlocutors to organizers, to truck drivers, to all of the people responsible for running the protest, and they had established relationships. So they were the individuals who were providing the numbers because they were there to observe them and stay in one place to do that. So at the start, it was difficult, and I believe in some of the cases there was really difficult weather, et cetera. So we made a clear delineation about who would be responsible for which tasks. So on this case, I'm sorry, what is the date of that?
January 27th.
Okay, so that's why the numbers weren't there on that point in time.
Did POIB extrapolate or have any kind of estimate of the numbers as of that date, or was this is the best estimate there is?
I think in our assessments we said, you know, it's going to be significant, like in the hundreds.
Okay, if we could go down to page bottom.
Could I just make a point? A lot of your questions have to do with preparation and the purpose of intelligence. I just wanted to explain my mindset. And this might seem anecdotal, but it's important to me. Intelligence is made up of two words, inter and legere, and in Latin that means to choose between. So I really see it as our job as the Intelligence Bureau, in so much as the Police Service Act permits us to help police of jurisdiction in specialized services, to inform decision-making, to allow them to choose between operational courses of action in their preparation. So that's the premise under which we were working.
I see. If we could go down to, to the bottom of page 4. The first paragraph there, it is highly unlikely that heavy machinery would be transported in the convoy if there was no intent to use it or if some individuals in the convoy did not anticipate that it would be needed. What can you tell us about the risk of heavy machinery and what steps POIB took to gather that information?
Right. So this is a key component. I'd have to put you in the mindset of the Ontario Provincial Police at this point. In terms of large-scale critical incidents and protests, Mackenzie Meadows occupation, which occurred in close proximity to Six Nations, for which there was an injunction in September of 2020, was something that we were contemplating at this time. There was the theft of some large-scale heavy machinery and the use of that heavy machinery to tear up roads and impact rail lines and to threaten critical infrastructure such as gas lines, et cetera. So that was something that was heavy on our minds at the time. We had no intelligence to indicate what the use of that heavy machinery would be it compressors, be it tractors, et cetera, apart from some in relation to snow clearing for the purposes of parking. So that was a key thing that we were trying to determine, because the inductive leap there is, why bring the equipment if you have no intent to utilize it?
What kind of heavy equipment did you see?
There were, like, on the back of flatbeds, there was a large compressor. There were all-terrain vehicles, and I'm sorry, I don't know I mean a very, very large, like a monster truck type all-terrain vehicle. And then there was equipment that could be utilized for digging, et cetera.
Okay. If we could go to the next Hendon report, it's OPP 50815. And this is the report for Friday, January 28th. And it's got an updated list of convoy numbers at the front. And so by the next day, essentially, you've got some more information about convoys coming, descending upon Ottawa. And can you just explain for us what CMV and PMV are?
Yeah, commercial motor vehicles and personal motor vehicles. And the rationale for the delineation is that large-scale commercial motor vehicles would be consistent with the intentions of the organizers, and also more detrimental and more impactful in terms of impeding the business of government in downtown Ottawa.
Okay. And the number has jumped from 500 and something the day before. Now there's over 1,300 vehicles that are sort of confirmed. Was that concerning to POIB?
Yeah, absolutely, it was concerning. I mean, just from a planning perspective, what this is causing, this puts me in a hard spot because I'm not in the Ottawa Police Service. But if I was a detachment commander in Aurelia, and if I was facing this situation, you're saying to yourself, where are these trucks planning to go? And how will we house this? How will we manage this? And at a certain point, the numbers become irrelevant because once you surpass a certain number, it basically becomes impossible.
And did you know where the trucks were planning to go, or where OPS was planning to put the trucks at this point?
No, I was not involved in OPS planning.
Okay. If we could go down to page 7. Before we get there, just were you concerned about what was being done with this information, sort of in the week leading up and the Hendon reports we've just looked at? Were you concerned, I know you just told us you weren't involved in the planning, but were you concerned that planning wasn't being based on the reports at all?
Well, I'll be blunt, I wouldn't know if the planning was being based on the reports. We have an expression often in policing that you stay within your lane. And so my lane, pardon the pun, my lane is intelligence. And my goal, as I saw it, was to produce intelligence to assist in decision-making, both to the Ontario Provincial Police and to the Ottawa Police Service, which is what I was attempting to do. I was involved in planning, as I've mentioned, in the Ontario Provincial Police. We created the Major Incident Management Group. And so we were having discussions about that as it would impact other jurisdictions, including, and most specifically, including our own.
Okay. And so just for clarity, did you observe anything that caused you to believe that the intelligence wasn't being actioned on the OPS planning side?
No, I didn't see Ottawa Police Service planning. I assume they were planning. I now know information I didn't in terms of other people's witness statements. I assume they were planning. Ottawa is a very experienced police service and has dealt with many of these events. So I knew that they would be planning and utilizing that information.
Okay. If we could go down to the bottom of page 7, there's under assessment, the first paragraph. The available information indicates that the protesters plan to remain in Ottawa at least until February 4th. We continue to identify indicators to support at least some protesters remaining beyond the weekend of the 29th and 30th. These indicators include collecting donations of cash, food, and water from supporters. When was the February 4th date chosen, and how was that date arrived at?
I can't recall specifically why February 4th was said, but I believe it was the collection or capturing of open source information that cited February 4th. But I'll say again, that would have only been from one entity of many. And so for me personally, the dates are less important than the fact that there was going to be significance and longevity to the event.
Right.
If I could just use an example, I know you're asking a lot about that, and it's an important question. In other events, such as Toronto, both on the 5th of February and the 12th of February, in that case, we had definitive information about timing from the events. We will not be there for long. It will be this long, et cetera. We will not stay.
I'd like to take you to the Saturday, January 29th Hendon report, which is OPP 401614. And so this is the first day, essentially, of the planned protest. Some of the convoys arrived the day before, but this is the first day. And if we go down to page 3, under the assessment, there's a bolded paragraph, or a sentence, sorry. The protest in Ottawa has the potential to pose a real public safety and officer safety threat. And so can you unpack that for us and tell us why POIB had made that conclusion on day one of the protest?
Yep, just with the numbers that were there and the grievances that were possessed, we felt that there was the potential for a public safety threat and an officer safety threat due to the role that police officers are put into in these situations. There was specifically a great deal of frustration in the province of Ontario with police services in Ontario enforcing the Reopening Ontario Act because a lot of people, and some people who are philosophically supportive of that side, felt that it wasn't our role, and that even the fact that it was unjust and unconstitutional, and that would elevate the threat posed by some people towards the police.
And so I guess, what can you tell us about, was that just a worry, or were you actually seeing sort of threatening or aggressive behavior right at the outset?
So first, coming across Canada, and I'm going to speak bluntly, but I have to say that I'm trying to be blunt, but I don't have all the facts in relation to this. There was almost no reported criminal activity of any of this activity coming across Canada. There was a motor vehicle collision on the day before the event, and that had to do with somebody running into somebody who was in the Freedom Convoy. So it was conspicuous for the absolute lack of criminal activity. So we were concerned because when a plan meets a counter plan, we didn't know what would transpire. We were also concerned in large cities such as Ottawa, such as Toronto, protests attract a multitude of elements who may have absolutely nothing to do with the protest. There's been a lot made of extremists, et cetera. That's a difficult word for me because it doesn't really have a definition in law and it's very subjective. But even individuals with an individual agenda, sometimes I refer to it as an independent asymmetric threat in the vernacular, lone wolf. That's the type of thing that we were more concerned about.
Got it. If we could go to the next day's Hendon report, or sorry, Tuesday, February 1st. Yes, not the next day. OPP 401617. And if we could go down to page 4, we get there. At the bottom, there, we are unable to confirm a potential second convoy that may travel to Ottawa from Western Canada. We continue to monitor this issue closely. We also continue to monitor the blockade at the Canada-US border in Alberta. The strategy for managing or resolving this blockade is highly likely to have repercussions in Ontario. Can you tell us why POIB saw them as related and why managing one would have repercussions in the other?
Sure. In the Ontario Provincial Police, we've come to call this the elastic effect. When you deal with a specific event in a specific locale, the dealing with that event will immediately lead to a flurry of social media, some true, some not. And that information that emanates will have an impact. So we've experienced that with a large degree of protests elsewhere. We experienced that in G8 and G20. We've experienced that with Indigenous critical incidents. So whenever we go to take an action in a location, we do a strategic intelligence assessment to try to ascertain what the impact of that action will have. So to be very specific to this, if the RCMP took action on the border in Alberta, and if the individuals in Alberta or the individual entities were closely connected to people in the Ottawa, then there would be an impact.
So let me ask you, did having been in charge of intelligence for Hendon throughout this, did you observe that at any point?
Sorry, did I observe what?
Did you observe a sort of reaction in one part of the country to some sort of enforcement action in a different part of the country?
Yeah, so just please recall that Hendon wasn't all about this threat variant. So Hendon actually came to fruition as a result of the enforcement action in British Columbia in relation to the Wet'suwet'en having immediate and apparent ramifications in Tyendinaga for 3 weeks, and then in the area of Six Nations for like a month, and then in the area of Six Nations again in Caledonia and Mackenzie Meadows for a period of months. So significantly, yes. In relation to this activity, yes. The publications of enforcement in relation to the Reopening Ontario Act led at times to other activity and other protests. I remember specifically events in Toronto that had to do with certain restaurants acting in defiance of the Reopening Ontario Act, having an impact in relation to protest. So that is why Coots, Alberta was important to us. And I should also say that at this point, and from January 29th on, our lens and our collection had evolved significantly. From January 29th on, and every day until the fruition, the Ontario Provincial Police, with the permission of the Ottawa Police Service, was engaged on ground in a covert capacity to collect information about all the things that we'd be interested in terms of mood, tenor, plans, et cetera.
I'd like to go to the Hendon report, OPP 401619. This is from Thursday, February 3rd. And when we're there, if we can go to page 5 under the combined assessment heading. The ongoing truck blockades in Ottawa and Coots, Alberta have the potential to develop into a national civil disobedience movement that could extend to maritime transportation and potentially other major transportation sections. It is highly likely that new convoys, blockades, and protests in support of the Ottawa blockade will occur in Ontario for the foreseeable future and will strain law enforcement resources. So can you tell us why you thought, or why the term national civil disobedience movement was chosen here?
Yeah, civil disobedience or direct action are terms we use for protests when it pushes beyond totally lawful dissent, like entirely lawful dissent. And given that we had a great deal of online rhetoric requesting, if you cannot travel here, act locally, and we had organic movements communicating that they would do things in certain locations. I know right near General Headquarters in Orillia and Barrie, there was an organic growth of a group that would engage in low-scale civil disobedience on highways. So we certainly saw growth in this regard, and Hendon every day talked about, and these reports tracked what activity was occurring in what locales. And there was an extensive amount, so much so that some things we just didn't look at because it was sort of not below our radar, but below the threshold of what we would engage ourselves in. I know that there was information collected in relation to maritime transportation, so we were concerned about different ports in Vancouver and on the East Coast, and we were certainly concerned about border crossings because we had collected information to that regard.
And let me ask you about this sort of foreseeable future prediction, because a few days earlier, there was the February 4th date in the Hendon report. Now we're February 3rd, the day before, and the report is saying these will continue for the foreseeable future. Why is that?
The grievances still exist, and the people aren't changing, and they're not achieving their goals of ending mandates, and several other factors. So we felt that they would continue. And I'll be honest here too, like I have to say, a lot of this stems from pandemic legislation and grievance, but there were a raft of grievances involved here. Some, I would say, is anti-authoritarian. Some may have had to do with firearms legislation. Some had to do with oil and gas prices. There were a multitude of grievances that people possessed. Some was specific to individuals, such as the Prime Minister or the federal government. So there are a multitude of grievances occurring. Some was specific to our Premier Ford.
I won't pull it up, but the Friday, February 4th Hendon report has a section about the protesters gathering intelligence, their own intelligence, and sort of publishing it online. What can you tell us about that?
That's a fairly common event. If I could go back to even the G8 and G20 in Kananaskis and the G8 and G20 in Huntsville area in Toronto, entities of various natures create a security culture and collect information and produce intelligence reports. And that is how they maintain their own security. And there are various skill sets, and I would say the skill sets in this entity were fairly significant, especially with some of the individuals. So they produced intelligence documentation on terms of what they anticipated, law enforcement techniques, et cetera, negotiating processes. So it was something that we were going through.
Okay. I'd like to...
There was also, sorry, I should say one other thing. There was also information collected that some of the individuals involved were looking for quote unquote infiltrators, because of course they would be cognizant, I would think they would be cognizant that there would be undercover operators collecting information during the protest.
I'd like to take you to the Hendon report for Sunday, February 6th, which is OPP 401622. And if we can go down to the assessment section. Paragraphs 4 and 5, so just down a little bit more. I won't read them out, but it talks about support from public officials or other influential figures having an effect on the protests. And I'm wondering if you can speak to that in terms of what you saw from an intelligence perspective.
Yeah, I would say that for any protest of this type, and I mean various types of protests, they're primarily made up of regular citizens, and they're looking for a form of legitimacy. And then in the media, they are presented in very different light, depending upon the nature of the media, whether it's news reporting or editorializing. But by and large, they're looking for legitimacy. So, and I'm not casting a judgment on this, but when they receive legitimacy, whether it's an Indigenous issue in Tyendinaga based upon past grievances, residential schools, or whether it's a freedom convoy issue in Ottawa based upon perceptions of civil liberties and constitutional rights, they become emboldened because they feel themselves to be legitimate already. And when they're lent legitimacy, they feel emboldened.
Thank you.
And they communicate to that effect. That's part of the strategy.
I want to take us to the next day's Hendon report, OPP 401623, and under assessment on page 5.
Sorry, I lose track of the date. Okay,
This
the
is
7th.
Monday, February 7th. So we're past the sort of second weekend of the protest in Ottawa. And so the assessment, the first paragraph, the situation in Ottawa remains volatile and represents a public safety threat, an officer safety threat, and potentially a national security threat. The available information suggests that the blockade has ample moral, logistical, and financial support to remain in place long term. Why did it use the phrase national security threat?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's one I anticipated, and it's one that on that day we had a great deal of discussion about. Why? We put in that there was a potential national security threat because of the movement to the borders, and specifically to the Ambassador Bridge. The apparent long-term capacity for the protesters to stay in place in Ottawa, the ongoing calls for actions elsewhere, the events in Coutts, and the movement to the Ambassador Bridge, and discussion of the tunnel. The Ambassador Bridge specifically because I believe it has the largest sort of exchange in terms of financial, like a dollar value in our country. So that is why we put that in terms of a potential. I will say, I spoke about that with colleagues from the Canadian Security Intelligence Service and with the Integrated National Security Enforcement Team, and they did not see things that reached their threshold in terms of what would be deemed a threat to the security of Canada. So we were an anomaly in that regard, but we phrased it as a potential.
And so you beat me to it, but I'll take you to an email where you reference that. It's OPP 401038. This is an email from yourself to Jim Walker and Brian Barclay, and just after midnight on February 8th. So just after you've published this Hendon report on the 7th. If we could scroll down at the bottom to point number 5. In terms of national security, the wording in Hendon assessment concerned me slightly. I agree with the potential for officer safety and public safety, but INSET and CSIS concur that there are no national security concerns. Confirmed today. If we have access to something they don't, we can meet them to discuss, but I'm not aware of it. And so what is it, again, from your discussions with them, what were their concerns about your use of the word national security threat?
Sorry, okay, I just want to be clear. They weren't concerned about me utilizing it. I wanted to be certain that we were using the best terminology we could in a very fluid situation. So when this information is collected, our analysts are, I use the phrase, drinking from a fire hose in some regards, and trying to produce intelligence under tight timelines. So they came to the determination that there were potential national security threats. I reviewed the report, and we had, Inspectors Barclay and Walker and I, significant discussions about it, and it's why I reached out to my colleagues. I became content with the phrasing that it was a potential, and that I was also content with their assessment.
Okay. I want to take you to the next day's Hendon report, February 8th, which is OPP 401624. And we'll go to page 4 when we get there, under the assessment section. So the situation in Ottawa remains volatile and represents a public safety threat and an officer safety threat. And then the last sentence in that paragraph, as such, the ongoing series of protests and blockades represents a potential threat to Canada's sovereignty and national security. Is that, can you sort of compare for us the language from the February 7th report to the one here on February 8th?
I think in essence, it means the same thing, that we have a potential concern in terms of sovereignty in our border crossings and our economic integrity in terms of trade and national security in that regard. It might also have to do with the analytical assessments of threat to reputation by virtue of coverage in the international media of what was transpiring in Canada.
Okay. And do you feel that that assessment was accurate at the time, that it was a potential threat to sovereignty and national security?
I agreed with the fact that it had potential to be so.
If we could pull up OPP 401837. These are meeting minutes. I think they're dated February 11th. I believe the meeting may have occurred a couple of days earlier. This is an early integrated planning cell meeting. Your name is in the attendees. Do you remember attending this meeting?
I've never seen this document. I did have a meeting with the integrated planning cell when it was initiated. So I'm going to say yes. I'm just not familiar with the document.
Okay. And if we could go down.
I believe, just to be clear, I was contacted by then Chief Superintendent Party of the Ontario Provincial Police, and he was contacting me together with, I believe, a Chief Superintendent from the RCMP, Lou, and they were in discussions about the creation of a joint planning cell, an integrated planning cell, and I offered to them an intelligence briefing. I believe that's what this is about.
Okay. And if we go down to page 4, there's a something that's attributed to you, it's Superintendent Morris, PLT framework has been excellent in the past. We have a significant portion of this event. If proper messaging and options in the form of negotiation could occur, this could dissipate. Chief Superintendent Party agreed. Meeting with Chief Slowly at noon today, and we'll be stressing the need for a plan and an overview. We need to come to terms with what the intelligence really is versus what is perceived. I want to ask you about that last part, if you remember sort of.
Yeah, so this is a bit difficult because these aren't my notes. Okay, so I was discussing provincial liaison teams, and I believe that they are an absolutely excellent source. They're an excellent aspect to two-way communication in events of this type. So they can communicate the situation to people who are engaging in terms of perhaps what jeopardy they may be in, what consequences they may face, and also lead towards negotiated solutions. So that's a very positive thing that we'd utilized in the past if it's done properly. That was my component of this. In terms of the meeting with Chief Slowly at noon, that's not me. That's Chief Superintendent Party. I know that we discussed the intelligence with Chief Party, and there were other, I'm sorry, I didn't look at the list. I had my entire intelligence management team to give a complete overview. Chief Party was of the opinion that the planning wasn't intelligence-led, and so he wanted to have a discussion of that with Ottawa Police Service.
Okay. If we could go to OPP 401158. This is an email that you sent on the same day. So, it's on February 10th, the next day. And you've sent it to Mark Patterson. Who was Mark Patterson?
Mark Patterson was the superintendent of the Ottawa Police Service Intelligence Directorate. We were notified of that in January, early January.
Okay, and you've copied Chuck Cox and Brian Barclay of the OPP, and Ken Bryden. Who is he?
Ken Bryden was the inspector of the Ottawa Police Service Intelligence Directorate and reported to Mark Patterson.
Okay. And I don't need you to sort of read out the whole email, but perhaps if the hearing clerk can kind of scroll through and you can skim it. And I just want to ask you why you sent this email at this point in time.
Sorry, my eyes aren't the best. I'm trying to keep up. Yeah, okay, so I began giving, I was requested by Commissioner Creek and Superintendent McDonnell of the OPP to provide intelligence briefings to what were referred to as the Big 12, meaning the Big 12 services of Ontario, the chiefs of police. I did so. And following that briefing, there's parts of this that don't involve me. So I believe Detective Constable Stefan Quinnell of the Ottawa Police Service sent an email to Inspector Barclay of the OPP, and that email stipulated that Chief Slowly wished to have every Hendon report since its inception. And I was surprised by that request because the Ottawa Police Service did have every Hendon report since its inception, and Chief Slowly himself had received every Hendon report since January 1st of 2021, so for over a year. And so we were very, very engaged in a lot of operations and analysis, and I didn't want people to be looking for reports to disseminate for the course of what was almost 2 years at that point when the police service already possessed them, and they weren't relevant. The Hendon reports in February of 2020 were not relevant to the situation at hand. So I was explaining this to Mark Patterson so that he could deal with it internally in the Ottawa Police Service.
And did you understand why someone on your team was being asked to put all this information together?
I referenced Hendon in my report to the Big 12 and gave a background on it, and all of the people who participated, their services were participating in Hendon. it surprised me that we got that request because I would have thought they would have already known and had their reports. So that's why I was very specific in my response and told Mark all the things that had been going on, including providing an excerpt to my invitations to teleconferences that were relating to the issue at hand, the Freedom Convoy.
And Chief Slowly asked you directly for some information at some point. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I'm sorry, I don't have my notebook here, but anyways, I believe it was on February 11th. It was a Friday. I believe it was Friday, February 11th. And so that was a briefing that I provided to the Big 12. Again, I want to be clear on this. I can't tell you how many people were on that call, but they were chiefs of police. There were definitely more than 12. And I had been asked to provide this, and it was, I think it occurred 7 times. So I was asked to provide, I believe I had 5 questions, and they pertained to 4 geographic locales. So the locales were the City of Ottawa, the City of Toronto, City of Windsor, and Sarnia / the 402 just outside of Sarnia in OPP jurisdiction. That was the 4 locales. The questions, to the best I can, I think I should be able to remember it.
I could pull up a document if you'd like.
Okay.
Why don't we do that?
I do recall them.
If we can pull up OPS 3010411. This, I believe, is an email. It's a forward of your email that you ultimately sent answering the question. So if we could just scroll down to the body of your email. I think the next page. There it is. Are these the 5 questions that Chief Slowly asked you to answer?
Yeah, that's correct.
And if we could just scroll down, if we stop there, that he clarified that he wished the answers to be provided by confirmed intelligence, not aspirational information. What did you understand that to mean?
Well, what I understood it to mean is the best information possible, but he was very clear in articulating only confirmed intelligence. And that's problematic in that you receive information, you produce intelligence. Intelligence is not necessarily always factual, it's an assessment. And I certainly cannot provide a confirmation of a quantitative factor about the future. So in terms of, I only want confirmed intelligence of the number of people in a location in the future. Intelligence tradecraft, or any tradecraft, could not possibly provide that.
And had you had this request previously in the last 2 weeks before this, or was this the first time you had faced this request?
No, that was the first time we had the request.
And was it unusual for the chief of police of a sort of different police force to ask you for this kind of information?
Yeah, I've never experienced it before. I found it unusual. And one thing that I perhaps found unusual is that generally the chief of police is trying to ascertain information or intelligence about their jurisdiction. And, you know, the Ontario Provincial Police or the RCMP may be different in that regard, but not about the exact number of protesters on Highway 402 in Sarnia in the future.
And I understand the next day, so that puts us at Saturday, February 12th, you gave a presentation to the OACP. Do you remember that?
Yes. So, yeah, sorry, there are 2 presentations. So just for clarity, there were a lot of briefings that I was asked to provide. The Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police had formulated a planning entity. Our lead in that regard was Superintendent Mike McDonnell and Superintendent Dan Alakis. So I would provide briefings on what was transpiring in multiple jurisdictions and what I felt would occur in those locations. And the specific purpose of that was that the various police services could then make decisions about the dispersal of uniform resources, be they uniform resources or public order units, soft tack, hard tack, in terms of that. So that's the OACP meeting.
Right, and you attended one on the 12th, and I believe Chief Slowly was there, correct?
Yeah, so that meeting occurred later in the evening of the 12th. I know it was set for 1900 hours, and it may have been delayed, and that's the so-called Big 12 meeting, which is a different meeting than the OACP.
Okay, and can you tell us about what happened at that meeting?
I was asked by the OPP Commissioner Creek to provide an intelligence overview. I have to say that on that day, for Thursday and Friday, I'm sorry, I'm going by memory, the 10th and 11th, there were multiple priorities. So the convoy protesters, or the leadership of several segments, were planning to not move the entire protest, but to make a show of a protest in Toronto, and specifically at Queen's Park. So I created, and my team created, a separate collection plan and an operational plan to assist the Toronto Police Service. And it involved multiple entities, I mean police services, because there were multiple rallying points, and we were dispersing our intelligence personnel to go to the rallying points to collect the information, to produce the intelligence for Toronto in real time in their incident command center, major event center, et cetera. That protest was to have occurred and did occur on Saturday the 12th. So the meeting you're referring to occurred after that. So I gave an intelligence overview of what was transpiring across the province. Obviously, Toronto, the events in Toronto played a significant component, or took up a significant component of that. Chief Slowly was not happy with the briefing or the presentation. He made his displeasure evident, and articulated that he didn't like comparisons between Toronto and Ottawa, and then spoke about Hendon, basically about the Ontario Provincial Police not fulfilling their intelligence mandate to assist police services of jurisdiction, and that he and his, I don't want to misspeak, I'm going to say his team, but he referred to a scribe and he referred to a lawyer that were present, which surprised me. I'd never encountered that before in an intelligence briefing either. Had reviewed the Hendon reports, and there was nothing, I don't know what his word was, so nothing of value or nothing of significance or nothing that could have assisted them. So the meeting, I mean, it was difficult. Our commissioner intervened, and we ended up having a separate discussion between Commissioner, this is all virtual, between Commissioner Creek, myself, and Deputy Commissioner Chuck Cox.
And what was your view of Chief Slowly's assessment of the Hendon reports?
Well, I completely disagree. I'll use the terms inter and legere. I believe we provided, I believe that a discerning read of the intelligence products throughout the fall of 2021, and certainly from the 13th of January in 2022, and then with the teleconferences that Ottawa Police Service participated in, and the intelligence products that had been produced daily since that period of time, leading to, on this date, February 12th, said that there will be a significant event in Ottawa. It will begin on the 28th or 29th of January. It will incorporate large groups of motivated people who are protesting. These are their grievances. It will incorporate large use of commercial motor vehicles, tractor trailers, Their intention is to impede the business of government and to be in the downtown area. We use terminology like gridlock. We said there was no exit strategy and their demands could not be met, and it would be significant, and there would be other calls for resources because there would be other events. I believe I did say to him, there's no golden key. Like, sometimes when people look for a product, an intelligence product, it's like a golden key that will answer absolutely everything. Intelligence is designed to inform decision-making. I believe that our information collected and our intelligence produced from our entire partnership were instrumental in informing decision-making about what would occur. So I disagreed. But I did say that in terms of his displeasure with what he referred to as a comparison of Toronto and Ottawa, one of the issues is sometimes in planning, people fail to appreciate an event that hasn't occurred yet. I call it a deference of the important for the urgent. When Toronto acted, Toronto had the benefit of the experience in Ottawa to say, yeah, this is a big deal. This is really going to happen. So I agree with that. And I did also tell him that he and the Ottawa Police Service were faced with a difficult situation, 100%. I totally agree with that.
I want to ask you about one last document, and then I'll be done, which is the Hendon report from Monday, February 14th, the day the Emergencies Act was invoked. It's OPP 401630. If we can go to page 6, there's a bolded paragraph. The situation in Ontario remains volatile. Protesters and their supporters are unlikely to be significantly deterred by any invocation of the Emergencies Act. The potential for conflict or an act of violence is likely increasing as the Ottawa blockade continues. Why did Hoyb conclude that the act was unlikely to deter the protesters and actually that violence was likely to increase?
From a philosophical or ideological perspective, many of the grievances believe that the legislation that was being passed during COVID-19 was unconstitutional and unjust, and that the restrictions on their freedoms were resultingly unjust. So new legislation being passed was a self-fulfilling prophecy. I mean, some people on one side of the coin call it a conspiracy theorist. There's a conspiracy theory that they're going to invoke the Emergencies Act. So when the Emergency Act is invoked, it impacts the people who feel that way, and it aggravates their perspective and creates more frustration. So the people who were engaged in the protest did not believe that the Emergencies Act should be invoked, did not believe government should have more powers and police should have more powers. So they are seeing, from their perspective, the correctness of their stance.
Thank you, Superintendent Morris. Those are my questions.
Okay. Thank you. We're going to keep going if you're up to it, and if so, I take it you are up to it? Okay, so we're going to take a 15-minute break so that you can load up with water or whatever and come back and we'll go through the cross-examinations. Okay, 15 minutes.
The commission is recess for 15 minutes. La commission levée pour 15 minutes.
That guy was amazing. I really like that dude. Wow. That guy takes his job seriously. You know that? That dude Morris takes his job seriously. Of course, he did mention fluidity a little bit there, but that's to be that's to be expected. But it's awesome to see this Project Hendon, the reports like Project Manhattan, come out. And they're scrolling, and you can see, and they're being very quick about the scrolling. They got a memo. Scroll past the redacted stuff really, really quickly, because that's what they're doing. They're scrolling past everything redacted super quickly. This guy chooses his words carefully. He cares about the country. I think he's a patriot. I believe so. That guy is a patriot. What do you think, Pat?
Yeah, he's not using all the terminology and labels that the other people have been using to describe the convoy. I think he sees it a little more clearly than some of these other people.
Sorry about that. I missed that last bit. You said you think he sees it a little bit more clearly than what?
I think he sees it more clearly than a lot of the other people that have testified or given testimony.
You see, what we had at first, we had Diane Deans. It's rat versus rat. It's the rat pack. You know what I mean? I'm a rat. You're a rat. It's my rat crew versus your rat crew. And it's just this,
right.
Days of Our Lives nonsense. Here we are now, and we're getting, I got pages of this stuff, and I just kept saving it, right? Because the thing is, it scrolls so quick. Now, of course, I can rewatch the entire thing after the event. It's just, there's just so much content. I'm sure everybody's feeling it. But here you go. There's so much here. Okay, and when you're looking at this stuff, let me increase the font here. There you go. Okay, there's so much. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to open another program here. We got about 15 minutes. Well, I can just double click here. Let's make it quicker. Okay, so here, let me see if I can get some of these ones here. Because there is so much here. Yeah, this is the one I wanted to talk about. Okay, here we go. Oops. No, that one we've seen already. That's not the one. We ordered this by time. There's just, the stuff they're putting there is very, very good. It's very good stuff. Very good stuff. Here we go. It's all their briefings. So here you go. Listen to this. It's possible that the deplatforming of the fundraiser from GoFundMe could encourage more donations. Okay, so this is their own intelligence agency, right, for the OPP. They're already seeing, because they're game planning, right? They're war gaming. That's what they're doing. That's their job. Their job is to war game and figure out what will happen. If this happens, let's keep on spying on the people. We're following everybody. He said it basically, not so many words, that they have, they have agents in the social media networks that people have already been talking about. Well, they do. That's what they do. That's how they get the info, right? To figure out what's a national threat or not. Intelligence for illegal parking, says Hard Place. I think this guy, he actually believes that the Constitution has been abrogated. And now we're going to, that's the reason for it. I don't think he's so worried about, his own neck. I didn't get that feeling from him. I don't think he's pointing at other rats, rat versus rat. I didn't see that at all. But here, right here, it's possible that the deplatforming of the fundraiser from the GoFundMe could encourage more donations, as some high-profile individuals appear to view the blockade participants as victims, and GoFundMe as having acted criminally. The blockade has received positive publicity from controversial but very influential, ultra-conservative public figures in the United States, including government officials whose rhetoric could increase anti-government sentiment in Canada. And I don't know if this is public knowledge, I don't know if she's put it out, but I know that Bethan from the Freedom Fighters Canada has been flying across the world meeting Americans, meeting Europeans, high-profile people, and shoring up support for the Canadian, lovers of freedom, whatever you want to call it. I don't like to call myself a freedom fighter. I think it's a little much. I'm sitting in a seat. You know what I mean?
About a freedom YouTuber.
I'm not. No, thanks, dude. No, man, not even. I'm literally just taking a break from working full time just so I can do this right now, because I'm so incensed about the Constitution and the rest of my wife's. Well, 1 second here. It's crazy at my house. Let me see here. We got this support, right, from these controversial figures in the United States, including government officials whose rhetoric could increase anti-government sentiment in Canada. This support is also certain to harden the resolve of the protesters in Ottawa, encourage them to further consolidate their positions there, and allow them to remain in place long term. And it might also permit the funding of similar blockades elsewhere. Well, you tell me. After we've seen the money that people have given, now here's the thing too, right? I watched the entire GoFundMe and Give, Send, Go, what was it called? the hearings, the testimony given in the committee, okay? Give, send, go. I'm going to show this to you right over here. I got the source and all that. And I watched the entire thing, and I'm telling you right now, Stripe. So all the money, when you give money to Give, Send, Go, when you give money to GoFundMe, it goes to Stripe. Stripe is a clearinghouse. It's a payment processor. At that point, it is then pushed off into the accounts of GoFundMe or Give, Send, Go. Stripe declined to cancel. You know, as we've seen this whole, you know, hubbub around PayPal, Stripe declined completely to do the same thing to the Freedom Convoy. No, rather it was the recipient of that money through Stripe. So when you punch in your credit card, first thing happens is, you know, a magical fairy takes the money out of your bank account, will puts it on your credit card, puts a debit on your credit card, and then it sends it to Stripe. From Stripe, it goes to the recipient, whether it's GoFundMe or Give, Send, Go, and then those companies, after a set amount of time, and of course after reporting all their information to FinTrack, right, which is the financial reporting team in Canada, at that point, a set amount of time elapses, and then the money is relinquished to the recipient, whoever is in charge of the campaign. Okay. So the thing is that Stripe didn't actually stop any of those payments and that money from going anywhere. But GoFundMe themselves, and it says it right here, these people, these high IQ intelligence operatives, right, these Facebook spies and Twitter readers, this support is also certain to harden and resolve the protesters in Ottawa. Okay, because people are going to see that this is going to possibly encourage more donations, and it's going to harden people's resolves. I mean, what do you think? Because they're going to see that GoFundMe has acted criminally. It says it right here. Blockade participants as victims and GoFundMe as having acted criminally. I believe it is. Right? You can give money to BLM. I mean, Pan, you see all these other social movements. Maybe you can speak to that, right? And they look at the funding, look at the problems around BLM.
Oh yeah, you cut all sorts of money that's being donated to these leftist causes here in this state, you know, to bail out Antifa, domestic terrorists, you name it. They've set up a fund for it.
Kabooble, they don't want martyrs. So what's going to happen over here? Okay, what's going to happen over here? You tell me. Right now, it's only. Why do you think even myself, I'm not going to work right now? I'm doing this every single day with Pan and I. Right? Why? Because we're nuts. Because you made us nuts. Yeah, no, really.
Well, no, I mean, you know, look, we have a voice here on YouTube. You know, we covered the Freedom Convoy. The news media isn't going to give it to you straight. Roe feels a duty to, you know, do that. Give it to you straight.
Excusez-moi. That's right, because we're nuts, because we've become nuts from all this insane, and that's what this guy Morris was saying, right? He goes, well, it's unconstitutional, and it's kind of making people, you know, Project Hendon has identified no concrete, specific, or credible threat with regard to the Freedom Convoy, which is what I love here. And it's coming out. Now, there's two major things, and I need to edit these videos. Kim Ayotte, I don't know where the time's going to come from, because after this, I'm just drinking. You know what I mean? I got Kim Ayotte. Okay, he was the emergency services manager for Ottawa. All right, for the city of Ottawa. Kim Ayotte, the bald guy, one of the bald guys. What did he say specifically? He said that no emergency lane was blocked. He repeated it many, many times. No emergency lane was blocked. That's number one. Number two, you got this guy Morris saying no weapons, no concrete, specific, or credible threats with regard to the Freedom Convoy. A lot of unknown unknowns. How many people? What are they going to do when they get there? Heavy machinery. I don't know what they're going to do with the heavy machinery, but there's no credible threats. Let's see over here what else we got. You know, combined assessment. The ongoing truck blockades in Ottawa and Coutts, Alberta, have the potential to develop into a national civil disobedience movement that could extend to maritime transportation and potentially other major transportation sectors. That's why having these documents, okay, after these, these witnesses go on is so important. So we can get these documents, we can read them, because they're lawyers, cross-examiners, whoever it is, they don't go through a tenth of the stuff that's in there. You can see them scrolling through it, which is why I screenshot it and then try to capture that. Let me see over here. We got In Darkness. Moose are more of a threat. We got Derek Rance in the house. Hail, brother. This guy is he did that book, How Trudeau Stole Freedom. Him and his, we got another fellow there who was here, Mr. Knipe, right? His daughter and Derek. They collaborated. They put this thing together. Fantastic. Let me see over here. We got Kim Rapley, paranoid conspiracy theorist at the top. I think it's the politicians and the media people. From what I'm seeing, apart from the local city council, well, then again, those are the politicians. They're rats. They're all rats. Okay, but the guys who take themselves seriously, like this fellow over here, he's the head of the intelligence at the OPP. That to me is one of the good guys. I see a guy like that as one of the good guys. He takes what he's saying seriously. He's trying to, Tom Quiggin puts out this report. Okay, he puts out these briefings, and they're basically, he rates everything. He puts them out, and he says credible, not credible. He rates them from 1 to 7 or something like that, 1 to 5. I can't remember. Don't quote me. But he uses because he was an intelligence expert, okay, Tom Quiggin, and he's now somebody who's really he's for freedom, for Canadian freedom. And this guy, okay, he's working with the V4F team, Tom Quiggin. He's got a book out. I have his book in my solarium. Anyways, this dude right over here, he rates them because he was an intelligence officer, okay, in the military. And it's the same thing these guys are doing in the OPP. It's a standard operating procedure. You rate you got a whole matrix. Let me see if I can pull this out here. V4 PDF. Yeah, there you go. Okay, I'll show you one from 8th of September. Okay, so this is what the Veterans for Freedom are putting out, and they're using their military training for a good purpose over here. Let me scroll down to the matrix. Okay, so here's a matrix. Daily intelligence summary. All right. This is how these military guys do it. All these, high IQ intelligence people. Okay, so probability, almost no chance, very unlikely, unlikely, roughly even, likely, very likely, almost certain. And then you've got your source reliability ratings. Completely reliable, usually reliable, fairly reliable, not usually reliable, unreliable, reliability cannot be judged. And these guys are rating everything that they're seeing on social media from people, whatever, with some kind of chart like this, a matrix, right? So you may say, B 50% or A completely reliable, something like that they do, okay? Because you can see here, I'll give you a perfect example here. You scroll up, okay, where is it? Anyhow, they rate all their claims. Okay, here you go. A tertiary input rated B2. So B for one column, 2 for the other column. That's how they do things, and that's how these guys are all operating over here. Exactly the same thing. Let me see over here. We got C.L. Van Horn. They're not high IQ. Ro, get that straight. They are merely filled with facts. They're merely filled with facts. Danny Williams. I'm going to tell you how Trudeau's going to get away with it. He's going to say he was ill-informed. Wow. Maybe. I don't know. This is getting weird. The rats are all ratting on each other. It's going to be interesting. Ro made a boo-boo. What's this? What did I do? Kimberly Jane is saying, Derek Rance, did he say something here? What did I do? I hope there's nothing.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Mr. Green Thumb says, you're a nut, I'm a nut. We're all nuts. We got, that book's awesome, says Wallflower. Okay, you know who I'm talking about. Good. So this is all to move forward with FinTrack. Well, that's happening anyways. Okay, in the States, Pan, isn't it right now, these guys can spy on you guys if you got $600 of money transfers from one account to another now or something?
I haven't, I'm not,
sure,
up to speed on that.
Okay,
that's a thing, but
yeah. I saw something like that. Like the IRS can now inspect you. We got Old Man McGowan. My utmost respect for the military and our police for being the example to the world that we can perpetually overcome our issues, and the convoy proved that. Other countries just bash heads, and that's a fellow. He's been, he's not being, let's say, the most pro convoy person in the chat. Okay, and you know what? You're allowed to have your own opinion here. Hold on 1 second. These kids are going nuts. Sorry about that. Yeah, and actually I saw Diagolon was let me see if I can pick that up before these guys get back to it, because they're going to come back. There they are. They're already coming back. Let me see if I can pull that up over here for everybody at home, because I know all the Diagolon guys are, concerned about their man over there. Understandably so. Really, understandably so. Let me see if I can show that on the screen here. But they had actually quoted. You know, Diagolon as some kind of
Order
threat.
à l'autre. The commission has reconvened. La commission reprend.
Okay, welcome back.
Can't find it right now.
First up is the Ottawa Police Service.
Good evening, Superintendent Morris. How are you?
Good,
I am David Michikowski. I'm a lawyer for the Ottawa Police Service. I understand that the OPP has quite a bit of experience dealing with protests over the years.
Yes, that's correct.
And some of the protests, I take it, would have been successfully handled. Some have resulted in some public criticism of OPP's role.
Yes, that's correct.
For instance, if we go back, Ipperwash and Dudley George were notorious examples of where things went wrong. And then I understand in 2013, the OPP was also subject to much criticism. I'm not saying merited, but criticism for how it responded to the Idle No More protest. Is that right?
I'm not aware of the criticism in relation to I don't know more, but that is certainly possible.
I seem to recall that there was criticism of the OPP for not ending blockades of rail arteries at the time, and injunctions had been issued. Is that coming back to you?
I do recall that criticism, yes.
And as I recall, the OPP commissioner went on YouTube and said it can be sometimes difficult for the public to understand why the police don't always immediately take enforcement action.
And I recall that, and I certainly understand that as well.
And you would agree with that as well, I take it?
I agree that the events are difficult. I agree that it would be difficult for the public to understand what actions the police do or do not take. Yes.
And in some situations, the right approach may be to not take immediate enforcement action, but for instance, to use the national framework for protests and investigate and lay charges after the event where appropriate.
And that may be the appropriate approach, yes.
And so, that may be because immediate enforcement can sometimes be dangerous in terms of the public and officer safety.
And certainly that's a consideration. That's a possibility, yes.
And immediate action can inflame or incite or lead to even death in some cases, correct?
Yes, it could, as in it occurred in Ipperwash, yes.
Am I correct that based on the OPP's significant experience, they've learned some valuable lessons and have developed some expertise in
Yes, I
protests?
agree with that, yes.
And much of that expertise comes from the experiences they've had. And I take it after a protest is handled by the OPP, there's probably a review and an analysis of what went well and what did not.
That's correct, yes.
And then you build on that experience to address policing protests in the future to hopefully do it better.
That's correct.
And the situation in Ottawa, we've heard, was unique and unprecedented, are words that we've seen. And you agree with that, correct?
I agree that there were elements of this protest in Ottawa that were unprecedented. The financial component, the travel. I agree with elements of that were unprecedented, yes.
And a demonstration of this size involving large vehicles, which became an occupation and resulted in upheaval and trauma to the community. There's no other municipal police service in Canada that's experienced something like that, is there?
I don't know that I can answer that necessarily. I can say this. I do believe their elements were unprecedented, as you said. I do believe there have been attempts to do things like this for shorter periods of time, as in Toronto on February 12th. But I definitely agree that the longevity and some of the tactics utilized are unprecedented, and the financing.
And we're going to be hearing from some other witnesses, and you can tell me if you would agree with that, that planning for major events can be a very labor-intensive job. Is that fair?
It's fair that planning can be labor-intensive, yes.
And so sometimes months of planning take place with consultation with many experts in different areas in preparation for an event.
It's true that months could be required in relation to certain events. It's also true that circumstances present themselves that require more immediacy in terms of planning. The G8, G20 is an example of the months of planning. Other examples illustrate themselves and don't permit that.
Right. The first mention of the Freedom Convoy, I think, was on the January 13th Hendon, is that correct?
That's the first production of intelligence from the Ontario Provincial Police, yes.
And then 15 days later, it began to arrive in Ottawa on the 28th of January.
That's correct.
And so there wasn't a lot of advance notice.
No, that's true. There was 15 days. Yeah.
And then the January 13th, I'm not going to pull it up in order to save some time, but I think you're pretty comfortable with it. But if you're not, please let me know. The January 13th Hendon report did not provide a lot of information because not a lot of information was known at that time.
It provided our best assessment based upon the known information, and it stimulated further collection.
Right. So there was no indication in that report of the size of the convoy.
I'm not able to remember the wording specifically. I mean, you'd have it in the assessment, but I honestly, I don't want to say what it says in the assessment.
Okay. We have it marked so we can look at it. Do you recall it saying that there was no indication of what the convoy would do when it arrived?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's something that remained true until it came to fruition.
In fact, in your summary that you prepared of the Hendon reports, you said the details of the convoy on January 13 were scant.
Okay.
Can I ask, please, if you could turn up OPP 00348? And if you scroll down a bit, there's an email from you to Deputy Commissioner Cox at 6:30 on February 14th?
Yes.
And if we go to the second page of that email, is that the full page? Thanks. And so the second last paragraph, I just want to read that to you.
Yep.
I should also mention there was a serious complication in relation to these activities. These individuals and entities are not, for the most part, participating in the realm of criminal activity. Most from Vancouver to Ottawa have engaged, as they said they would, in the lawful sphere. The arrests from Windsor to Ottawa illustrate this. So the balance of civil liberties and public safety crime prevention, not to mention proactive intelligence targeting, is a sensitive one, especially in these politicized times. And you agree with that? You wrote that, correct?
Yes, I agree.
And so the first real reference to the convoy, where we have some more information coming to Ottawa, is in the January 20th Hendon report, I believe you said.
That's the first, that is the next provision of a written intelligence document. In the interim, there had been communication back and forth between the Provincial Operations Intelligence Bureau and Ottawa Police Service intelligence personnel.
And so on the January 20th one, again, without turning it up, you would agree with me, I take it, that there was some information that turned out not to come to fruition. And so I can give you some examples if you want.
Sure. Do you mind pulling it up? Just
So I'll give you this example. And one of the things one of the things it did say was that it would almost certainly disrupt the movement of vehicular traffic. And that obviously is true. And that's true about most protests, correct?
True, yeah.
And then it said some participants may attempt to disrupt the business of government at the provincial and federal level by blocking access to Parliament. You remember that?
Yes.
That didn't happen in Ottawa because the work of Parliament went on throughout the convoy, correct?
I think that they did impede the activity of government by virtue of their presence, and I think that led to significant discussion about the workings of Parliament and some security concerns. I think they also attempted to impede activity in Toronto in relation to Queen's Park on February 5th and 12th.
Right, I'm sorry, my question wasn't clear. I'm talking about Ottawa. The work of Parliament continued, correct? Parliament sat during that period.
Okay, I can't speak to whether any of the members of Parliament felt impeded. So, yeah, so
another thing noted at that time was that some individuals from the United States may join, and that appeared occasionally in Hendon reports. That didn't occur either, did it?
I can't honestly say. I mean, I guess if there was any American citizen that participated, I guess that would be true. I can say that the impact and influence that was feared possibly by some American activists never occurred.
And most of the information as of January 20th was that the protesters were aiming at a lawful and peaceful event. And there's no, is that true?
Yes.
And there was no indication in the January 20th report that the trucks would end up in residential neighborhoods and that they'd break noise bylaws. That wasn't part of the Hendon report, was it?
Yeah, to be honest, we don't concentrate, I mean, generally speaking, in intelligence on bylaw infractions, although that was an important point here. I do believe that it spoke to impeding the business of government in the downtown core and business.
Right.
We did not make specific reference to residential areas.
Right, and so there was no reference to trucks idling their engines or having hot tubs or bouncy castles or harassing residents or engaging in antisocial behavior.
Yeah, it's a subjective term, but no, there's no reference to that, no.
And there was an indication, though, that although it was planned to be peaceful, there was the possibility of lone actors or small groups engaging in activities that present public safety threats.
Yes, that was certainly a possibility.
And the possibility that lone actors and small fringe groups would present public safety issues was in fact addressed by the Ottawa Police and the OPP in preparation, correct? You had POU units here?
Yes, I mean, I have to say, from my perspective, the proactive handling of those possibilities was done through intelligence operations. The presence of a public order unit would respond to the outcome coming to fruition.
And the threats to public safety, fortunately, didn't materialize on that first weekend. Is that right?
Yeah, I would concur with that.
And although obviously very inconvenient for residents, that first weekend was calm, no serious threats or acts of serious violence.
Correct.
The January 20th Hendon report, it was noted, was difficult to complete comprehensively because it involved a wide array of individuals with multiple motivations and plans that were loosely formed.
That's correct. So I just want to point out on that, there were multiple affinity groups and multiple individuals, multiple grievances, and we were trying to address that and did through the creation of tactical intelligence reports that were completed later in that week and provided to the Ottawa Police Service.
And so another Hendon report on January 22nd that I believe you referenced earlier notes that the number of potential participants in Ottawa was unknown, and I believe what we see on it is that online claims of the size are of unknown reliability.
Yeah, that's true. So, I mean, when we follow social media, it will be of unknown reliability. We tried to mitigate that unknown factor with juxtaposing it in the context, and we came to the determination that there was significant support.
And the January 22nd Hendon report in the assessment section also notes that an intelligence gap at that point is the number of participants, correct?
That's correct. And I should say, as part of intelligence tradecraft, that is always a gap right up until the event actually occurs, because we would never know the exact numbers.
And the January 22nd Hendon report has a section headed Tactical Considerations. And I see in that section, I don't know if this, you recall this, that one organizer there claimed 1 million individuals and 10,000 trucks would attend. Do you remember that?
I do remember reading that.
That didn't happen, did it?
No.
January 26th, so that's another Hendon report, that's 2 days before the arrival, am I right?
Yep.
And that has a section called the seriousness of the threats, and lists a number of points in terms of the seriousness. None of those threats mention the horns or the idling, open fires, harassment of residents. That's not one of the threats, is it?
It's not listed as one of the threats, no.
And again, it talks about the potential presence of individuals who espouse fringe ideologies and have access to weapons. And that too wasn't a problem in Ottawa, correct?
That's correct. Well, I should comment on that. In terms of, it's a subject, weapons? No. In terms of being discerned as such? No. Presence of people with fringe views? I would say there were people present with fringe views, depending upon your determination of fringe.
And I believe that Hendon report indicates, so 2 days before, and it's, I believe in bold, that Project Hendon has not identified any concrete, specific, or credible threats with regard to the convoy.
That is accurate, true.
And the concern about the heavy machinery, that heavy machinery wasn't used for any destructive purposes in Ottawa, was it?
Not that I'm aware of. That would be best posed to the Ottawa Police Service. I just want to point out, I was involved in the production of strategic intelligence and providing a best assessment to inform decision-making. In terms of some of the questions you're asking, in terms of the use of, I think that's best to the operational commanders from the City of Ottawa, or sorry, from the Ottawa Police Service.
And if we look at January 26 again, even 2 days before the arrival, we still don't have any good indications, and I'm not being critical of the intelligence, of the numbers and the length of the stay, correct?
Well, words such as significant in terms, I mean, the numbers to me become, if it's significant and there are large numbers, then perhaps the actual quantity is not as important. But no, we didn't mention the length of stay, but we did certainly say that we felt it would be long-term based upon the fact that they were going to stay until their demands were met, and we felt they couldn't be.
And the OPP and the Ottawa Police Service did work together from even before the first convoy arrived, and had POU units in Ottawa, cooperated with each other.
So we worked together in Hendon with the Ottawa Police Service, and that was sort of my purview of responsibility. In terms of public order, et cetera, that would be a question that should be asked to Superintendent Abrams in terms of the OPP operations.
Okay. I didn't see any memos or briefings or emails from the OPP to the OPS saying, what are you doing? What are your plans? You're not aware of such memos, are you?
I'm not aware of the memos, but I wouldn't be in my capacity as the intelligence leader.
And the OPP, I take it, knows that if Ottawa Police needs assistance, it's likely to call on the OPP because of their size. You have a very large police service.
Yes.
And OPS has, OPP has PLTs who were activated for this protest?
Yes, that's
And OPS also had PLTs who were activated before the protest as well, correct?
That is not, I'm not certain how PLT was utilized in the Ottawa Police Service.
Okay. If I look at the Hendon report of January 27th, the day before, I still see that indication in bold that there's no concrete, specific, or credible threat identified, correct?
That's correct. And to be quite blunt, you're going to see that throughout because there was no, apart from the public order event that would occur and be significant and of long standing, there was no specific intelligence about a specific action, i.e. an attack on Parliament, an attack on anything else.
If you could please turn up OPP 00815, page 7.
Your time is just about out on my clock, so if you could try and wrap up.
Sure.
Sorry, can you repeat the number, Councillor?
OPP 00815. Thank you. If you could please turn to page 7. And under the section assessment. So this is the January 28th report. So January 28th being the date that they're here. And so what we see in the first paragraph is the available information indicate that the protesters plan to remain in Ottawa at least until February 4th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And then we see we continue to identify indicators to support at least some protesters remaining beyond the weekend of 2022-01-2930. So in other words, some of them are going to remain past 2930, and some of them are going to remain until February 4th, correct?
I want to be clear on this. We felt it would be of long standing. The reason that February 4th was cited was because there was a specific piece of information that they would be there until at least February 4th. But it does not preclude the long-standing significant event that we said that would occur until the demands were met, which they wouldn't be.
And finally, my final point is I understand that the OPP provided some assistance to Toronto when they had the protest occurring in Toronto the following week, correct?
Yes. So there were two. I'm sorry. Is the one on February 12th, which was the Saturday, February 12th?
Yes. And there was another one as well.
There was one on February 5th as well.
Right. And so when I looked at your notes, I saw that you, in fact, attended meetings with Toronto prior to the protest arriving in Toronto. Do you recall that?
Yeah, virtual meetings with the people in intelligence to set up our collection and our information and intelligence routing to assist them in their plans.
Right. And you referenced what happened in Ottawa as a learning experience.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Okay.
Thank you. Next is the convoy organizers.
Hello, sir. My name is Brennan Miller. I'm counsel for the Convoy or Freedom Corp, which is an entity that represents the protesters that were in Ottawa on January and February of 2022. I just have a few questions for you.
Okay.
First, again, thank you for your service, and thank you very much for your forthright testimony earlier. Just on something you spoke about in your evidence in chief, you spoke about the demand of protesters and those demands would simply not be met. I take it that by that you mean the demand for the removal of vaccine or COVID mandates. Is that correct?
In the main, yes, there were a multitude of demands, but those were some significant ones, and for the federal government to drop some of their regulations and mandates, and we didn't feel that would be met, yes.
Yes, right. And these questions are going to be, you're going to be able to know exactly where I'm going, so I'm just going to be blunt. You didn't see any evidence in the intelligence of espionage or in support of espionage. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You didn't see any evidence in the intelligence of sabotage or anything in support of sabotage.
That's correct.
You didn't see anything in the evidence, any evidence in the intelligence of any form of foreign influenced activities within or relating to Canada that involved the threat to any person.
I saw media accounts, yes. I saw no information collected or intelligence produced in that regard, no, to support that, no.
Now, for my following question, when I say serious violence against a person, you'll understand I mean violence that would result in serious personal injury, okay? You didn't see any evidence in the intelligence of activities within or relating to Canada directed toward or in support of the threat of a use of acts of serious violence against persons for the purpose of achieving a political, religious, or ideological objective within Canada or a foreign state.
So yes, I know where you're going, and I want it to be fair to my colleagues in planning. I saw online rhetoric. I saw information on social media. I saw assertions of that type of activity. Information. I'm aware of no intelligence that was produced that would support concern in that regard.
Thank you. And now for my next question, when I say serious violence against property, you'll understand I mean violence against property of the nature such as arson or destruction, a bomb, that sort of thing, okay? You didn't see any evidence in the intelligence of activities within or relating to Canada directed toward or in support of the threat of use of acts of serious violence against property for the purpose of achieving a political, religious, or ideological objective within Canada or a foreign state.
So again, not to be contradictory because I'm just trying to be fulsome. Our role is crime prevention, law enforcement, assistance to victims, public order, and emergency management. Therefore, in relation to the things you're discussing, we collected all the information, which some information asserted attempts at that. So we did see that and had to consider that. Did we have any credible intelligence that that would occur? No.
Thank you. And you touched on in your oral evidence about the labeling of someone as being an extremist. You said that that term you have a lot of problems with, and I'm wondering if you can elaborate on that for me.
I can. Sorry, where did I say I have problems with that?
You said just in your evidence in chief.
Okay.